Hello there, and welcome to episode 8 of Bad Apologetics, where today we're going to be getting into the heart and soul of apologetics, which is the Cartesian soul. So we've already done an episode on sort of the quantum irreducible mind. I'm not even sure how we should describe that particular train of thought about what's going on. But today's topic is pretty well defined, the Cartesian soul. It's been quite a sort of predominant position, like substance dualism in philosophy of mind for a while. It's quite well known. If those of you who are interested in philosophy might be aware of it, but it's made a sort of impression in apologetics recently with a few people like Eric Hernandez and Braxton Hunter, who we're going to be taking a look at, talking about the mind being this sort of metaphysically independent substance of soul stuff. Anything you want to say, James, to open this one?
Yeah, look, I'm very surprised at how much time this is getting in the internet apologetics milieu. So we've got Eric talking about this, we've got Braxton talking about this, we've got Cameron talking about this, we've got IP talking about this, and William Lane Craig's been talking about this a little bit more over the last few years. And there's even people like Habermas, although he doesn't directly talk about substance dualism, but he's using arguments from near-death experiences and relating that to the resurrection. And we'll do an episode on those at some point. But yeah, I've just been surprised because I kind of think this is one of the hardest things to argue for philosophically and scientifically, substance dualism. And if anything, I would have predicted that they'd be moving away from this towards things like cosmological arguments or just straight historicity of the resurrection arguments, because I think they've got much better chances there. And the more we learn from neuroscience, I think the less plausible these sorts of arguments for substance dualism get. I'm also surprised at the lack of sophistication of a lot of these arguments for a soul or for substance dualism. There's a lot of interesting literature on this, and a lot of it is just ignored. I mean, there's other alternatives that they could take. There's like property dualism, for example, or there's idealist approaches. There's lots of different avenues, but we seem to be still getting a pretty classical Cartesian substance dualism, even though I think that that's basically as refuted as a philosophical idea can get. So I think that this should be an interesting episode. There's quite a lot of material to cover, let's jump in then.
Awesome. So the first video then, which I'm not sharing just yet, is one of the one of the guys who's been talking about this a lot, Eric Hernandez, who's here at the bottom. So I think this guy up here, I think, might be a hylomorphist who is, I think he might be Catholic. So he's going to be talking about something different. We're not really critiquing that position today. We're just taking a look at the position that Eric is holding. So this is like, Eric did a bunch of kind of like debates and things on this topic with atheists who I don't think really understood the philosophy of mind particularly well. So it sort of came across like Eric was doing a really good job, and atheists just don't have anything to say against this argument. So he's come on like a Christian channel to just kind of review and round up some of his views on the soul. But this is a good place to look at some of the main arguments. So yeah, let's just get into this one.
Evan is an Aristotelian. Oh, we're live now.
I love more.
Yeah. Hi, Facebook. Continue, and then I'll introduce us a little bit.
Eric is Platonic, so something like that.
Y'all have a platonic relationship. That's what everyone just heard on Theology. On Facebook. That's funny.
Substance dualist, and yeah, he's a hylomorphist. I will be debating Chris Date, who is a Christian physicalist on the soul, in November.
Oh.
I just want to say that's interesting. He will be debating Chris Date, who's a Christian physicalist on the soul. So as we said, like, if by all means, Christians who are watching this, like, believe in our soul, but you could be, a Christian physicalist or a hylomorphist, or I know, like, we don't necessarily agree with those positions, but they're perhaps better than Cartesian substance dualism, right? So,
yeah, I know. It's just that's what I'm sort of getting at. It just really surprises me that this is so influential, because I think there are far more plausible options. But I mean, I think some of this is coming from a theological standpoint. Later on, Eric argues that you need to have a substance dualist sort of Cartesian soul for the resurrection to make sense, which to me is strange. We'll come to that later, but I think that there's a particular theological underpinning to a lot of this. So yeah, we'll hopefully bring some of that out over the course of the discussion.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Facebook Live, if you're listening, if you've caught us, we're joined by Eric Hernandez. We're going to be talking about the soul. Does it exist? How do you know? What is it? What's it about? Why does it matter? We are just getting ready and finishing our last minute chatting before we actually hit record. But if you have a question, Benjamin of Texas, he directs and organizes the Unapologetics. If you ever have questions about that kind of stuff, come and join us at Theology on Tap. We meet once a month. And then every week we dive. I'm going to keep it kind of bad jokes. That's one. I know there's more coming.
Oh, absolutely. So to be brief, freshman year of college, I take my first philosophy class as a kind of a blow-off class. I just needed to fill in an elective. Found out later my professor was an atheist, but I was intrigued. I loved it because at church, I'd get in trouble for asking questions. And in this class, they're saying, ask all the questions you'd like. Second semester, I wanted to take another philosophy class. And everyone warned me if I did to not take Professor Pena's class because I could lose my faith. And my thought was, well, sign me up, you know, not because
I'm just wondering, James, have you ever gone to a class at university where people have said, look, this guy's a Christian and he's going to make you a Christian if you take his elective?
Honestly, this sounds like the premise of, what's that terrible movie?
God's Not Dead.
Yeah. I mean, look, somewhere there are probably atheist professors like that, but it seems really a stereotype. I've never encountered any professors who are remotely like that. I mean, a lot of professors wouldn't really care what undergraduates think anyway. So this idea that they're sort of so insecure that they have to have their undergrads agree with them, it's just quite bizarre. Plus most professors, and even especially philosophy professors, don't really care much about theism. They're interested in their own particular questions. So yeah, I mean, I can't obviously disprove what Eric is saying. I suspect that the story is maybe being embellished a little bit to make it a nicer narrative, but whatever.
But I think it's an interesting contrast of like within a kind of Christian worldview, like saying this sort of thing like just makes complete sense, and everyone's like, yeah. Whereas like when you're not in that, it's a bit bizarre to be like, oh, like I'm really worried about going to this professor who believes differently from me because I'll just I'll adopt his beliefs about like religion or politics. Like he's a conservative.
Well, this is, I think, like some Christians, want to homeschool or want to go to Christian colleges or Biola, and they don't want to necessarily go to a mainstream college because they're sort of scared of this stuff. And it seems to be partly almost a meme that they've created themselves through movies like God's Not Dead and stories like this, for example.
Right. Sorry, it was tangential, but I thought interesting.
Well, again, this comes under the social side of apologetics, which you also talk about here.
lose my faith, of course, but because I was genuinely curious and had my own questions. And I knew that if Christianity is true, I needed to know why. But if it were not true, I'd still like to know why. And maybe this is a guy for the job. So the pivotal day for me was he walks into class and he reaches into his pocket like he pulls out a pill. And he says, now religion wants us to believe in something like a soul. And according to Christianity, it's immaterial. And it's because of this we can have hope in an afterlife and seeing our family and friends that have passed away. He said, but if the soul exists, according to Christianity, it's where your emotions and feelings and moods lie, and these are immaterial. But how is it that if I took this antidepressant pill, how can something tiny and physical have the power to affect the alleged immaterial? Because every time we look at the brain, we just see neurons firing. Every time we look at the body, we just see these base chemical elements, hydrogen, oxygen, things like that, but you don't find a soul. So how do we explain this? And he said, well, the answer is simple. It's because there is no soul, there is no God, there is no heaven, there is no hell, there is no afterlife. We're just a brain and body, a physical brain and body.
A bad philosophy teacher if he's making all those conclusions from just the observation that chemicals can interact with the brain. Yeah,
that's what I thought as well. It's obviously a very sloppy argument. And again, I can't prove that he didn't say something like that, but it doesn't jive with any philosophers that I've heard talk or professors that I've interacted with. So I don't know.
Yeah.
And we need to learn to live with this fact and get on with our lives. Class dismissed pretty much. Now, here was for the first time in my life. First of all, I had never met anyone that didn't believe in the soul, much less someone give an objection to it. And for the first time, I hear an objection that, if true, would mean Christianity was false. Mm-hmm. I say that because Paul said if there is no resurrection of the dead, then our hope's in vain. Christianity is not true. well, by the same token, if there's no soul, there can be no resurrection, and therefore Christianity would be false. And I know there are other views on that, but I would say that that's what I would hold to. And I had heard lots of complaints against Christianity, but to me, that's what they amounted to, were complaints about Christianity. But here again was an objection that if true, then I'd say Christianity would be false. And I had the option to, ignore it, which is not within my character to do, or roll up my sleeves and dig into this stuff. And that's what I did.
That's awesome.
Can we just talk about that briefly? I think he mentions it again in another video, but I don't know if he really explains it. So this idea that if there's no soul, then there can't have been a resurrection, or Jesus can't have been resurrected, and I guess we or the faithful can't be resurrected. To me, the idea of a resurrection fits more naturally with a material understanding of what a human being is, because otherwise, why would we need the soul? Like, why does the soul need a body in order to relate to God or to be glorified or whatever it is exactly that Christians think is going to happen? To me, that seems to fit with the idea that, we are fundamentally material, and then coming, or at least that's a critical component of what we are, and then that coming back together is sort of necessary. But the idea that you need a soul, otherwise there can't be a resurrection. Like, well, why? Why can't the resurrection just be understood as the body is brought back and is glorified? I mean, I guess he'd probably have something to say about that, but I don't see anything, say, in the Gospels to indicate that, like, there was a soul that left Jesus' body when he died, and then it came back into him. That seems to be like a Platonic idea borrowed from Greek philosophy that's not really present in the Hebrew tradition. So again, I mean, I'm sure theologians have things to say about this. Just on the face of it, it doesn't seem at all clear to me why we should draw this theological conclusion. What are your thoughts on that?
I think, like, historically, that's a different position than most Christians or Jews have taken. Jews who believe in the resurrection, because obviously that's a kind of later belief that not all Jews have. But if you think about where is it, next to Jerusalem, where they've got all the graves alongside, because they think, like, well, when the day of judgment or whatever happens, all these people are going to, like, physically resurrect. You think of, like, weird Christian beliefs around being buried around churches, or like Victorian crazes of having, like, a bell that where the rope goes down to where you're buried or whatever. Like, it seems that something that's featured quite heavily in the history of kind of, like, Christian ideas is this idea of the physical resurrection. And I know Thomas Aquinas, who's not like a Cartesian dualist or a Platonic dualist or anything like that, because he's a hylomorphist. He's got this discussion about, like, if someone is a cannibal, right, and they've been eating other people, then when God resurrects them, is it fair that, like, that person would be, like, a part of this person's physical matter, or how is the resurrection going to work for, like, cannibals? And so I think, like, most theologians, philosophers have historically had this idea of like, the physical stuff seems pretty important to the idea of a resurrection. Otherwise, it's like, well, yeah, why is Jesus physically resurrected in this way? Why don't we just go to, Platonic heaven and just dwell amongst the forms or whatever? If we're good Christians and die, that's mine.
And I think this actually relates to the cosmological and teleological arguments as well, like fine tuning, because it's just really unclear why God needs a physical universe or physical bodies to bring about his purposes. If it's all about free will and relating to God and this sort of thing, then what's the physical body got to do with any of that? It seems not something you'd predict on the basis of the core theology that these sort of Christians are arguing for. And I think that's actually a powerful rejoinder to these sorts of arguments, is that they're not actually well explained by the theology that's supposed to account for them.
Yeah. Let's keep going then on this one. And I think we're coming into the first argument around about now.
That the soul exists, that we have one. So maybe we should define a few terms, and then you can kind of dig in about that. It's a huge question, but in as much as you can answer it somewhat succinctly, what is the soul? What is a soul?
Yeah, so I'd say the easiest way to look at it is when I say the word I, that word I is what we call an indexical word. It's referring to something. Like if I say here or there, it's a reference to something. When I use the word I, I'm talking about me, the self. So I would argue that the soul is just the person, the self. I am a soul. So it's not that I, quote, have a soul, but rather I am a soul and I have a body. So I don't I have a body, but I don't have a soul. I am a soul, and a body without a soul is a corpse. And this is where I typically make my joke and say, well, actually, I do have a soul. It's an orange Kia Soul, and it's parked in my garage. And I bought that car just so I can make this joke. No kidding there. So
I'm going to count that as 2 dad jokes. I don't know why.
Should we say something about that there? Because it seems to me like, okay, fair enough. She no,
He makes this multiple times, by the way. It's so cringe. But anyway.
well, she thought. I suppose she did ask him like, what is a soul? So fair enough that he's giving his definition in this way. But in terms of like, for someone who's not already on board with him, it does just seem like a massive question bag. Like, well, when I say I, that just is the soul. It's kind of like, you know, like what I could just say, well, when I say I, you know, I mean the square root of a pork chop or a golden mountain or whatever. Like you can't just invent a word and sort of, I mean, I don't know. Like it seems like he should demonstrate that point from my point of view, rather than just kind of assuming that is the case.
Yeah. So interestingly, although what Eric argues is broadly, I think broadly fits under the label of Cartesian dualism, I'm not entirely sure with how well his explanation of things fits with what, well, I don't really know what Descartes thought, but at least how well this fits with modern philosophers. There are still a small number of modern philosophers, including some non-Christians, who argue for substance dualism. It is important to note that substance dualism is not the only type of dualism. So I mentioned before property dualism. Maybe I'll explain that a bit later, but it's not the same thing as substance dualism. And there's other varieties of beliefs as well. Hylomorphism is another one that are not exactly naturalistic, but also don't entail that there is a non-material substance distinct from the material world, which we could call the soul or the immaterial mind. And I think what Eric's arguing is kind of problematic on a number of reasons and doesn't really work with at least my understanding of the philosophical argument. So one issue here, for example, to say that we are a soul, I think already is a big problem. So the traditional view is a substance dualist view. That is that the mind, or that there's 2 aspects to the mind, the immaterial and the physical, and they sort of go together to form the mind. And that they're both sort of necessary. To say that we are a soul seems to be implying that the body is not an essential aspect of what it is to be a person. That's something we have that's non-essential. Like we could die and no longer have a body, but still be a person, which already on the face of it sounds pretty weird to me. And then we consider questions like, is my arm part of me? Which most people would say yes. But it seems that Eric would have to say no, because I am a soul, right? And souls don't have an arm is not a part of a soul. An arm is a part of a body, right? So your soul might, in a sense, have an arm, but that's not really consistent with the way we would typically speak of things. So already, I think he's facing some problems here about the use of this language and how this fits in with the idea of dualism, that there's 2 parts, not that we are one thing and then have this sort of extra physical thing for some reason, and how we talk about the nature of ourselves and our parts and so forth.
I didn't really...
Sorry, if we could just... Before, Roaring Monkey has a question here, which we probably should clarify.
This one.
Yeah, the phrase is hylomorphism. Hylomorphism is an Aristotelian idea. And I've never been very good at explaining this because I don't really understand it very well. Actually, if you're interested, I did a debate on this a couple of years ago with a friend of mine who's a hylomorphist on my channel. And so you can check that out. It's one of my most recent videos. And so I argue for reductive naturalism. My friend Leon argues for hylomorphism, which is an Aristotelian, sort of more Catholic view, I think, these days. The idea is something like that there are like abstract and non-physical forms, but they're sort of manifested and instantiated in the physical world. So they're not quite like separate substances that sort of exist out there. But that's the best I can do with that. So anyway, the purpose of this video is not to explain hylomorphism, but just because we're using the word, yeah, that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I think Ed Fazer has like an introduction to philosophy of mind, but he very, very heavily falls down on the side of that, which is quite idiosyncratic as far as like, you know, introductions to philosophy of mind go. But if you want to find out about it, that could be a good place to get a good overview, I think. The other thing, one of the things Eric said here, where he said, I is an indexical word, and then he sort of just said, so that shows that there's a soul or something. And I just don't think that follows. So basically, what he means by that is essentially, people can use the same noise to refer to like different things, right? So if I say I and James says I, it's not the same referent of the word. We're not denoting the same thing by that term. But it doesn't follow from that there is an ontologically distinct substance of soul. Like that would be entirely consistent, say, with me denoting this physical bit here and James denoting that physical bit over there in Australia. So it just seemed unnecessary, really, to say I is an indexical word as part of the definition of soul. But yeah, who knows why. Should we continue, or is there anything else to?
Yeah, we'll explore this more, obviously, over the course of the discussion. But I think it's just important to. I mean, the interesting thing here is that Christians who kind of already are more or less on board with what Eric's saying will probably just. I mean, Craig does this as well. They just sort of accept what he says because it makes intuitive sense and seems to account for some of the pre-theoretic considerations. But I think if you're not coming from that point or standpoint, or even if you are, you try to think from a bit outside that. I think it becomes easier and easier to see how a lot of this just doesn't really hang together very well and kind of doesn't make a lot of sense. So already he's asserted something that we are souls, which I've just given a few reasons to think is kind of dubious on the face of it. And even if you don't buy those objections, we could still ask the question, why think that we are souls? Even if you want to say that there's an immaterial aspect to consciousness or something like that, which maybe you might argue, that's not the same as saying we are souls. Yeah. So how do we identify ourselves with that? How do we make that identity claim? And he doesn't really address this. So I think we'll see these absurdities build up as he gives these explanations for his worldview. But I guess the point I want to make there is, especially for those who might be more sympathetic with what Eric is saying, just try to be, I guess, open-minded or sort of skeptically minded about where he's coming from rather than just accept everything he's saying. Because when you do that, I think it's just easy to see how the absurdities kind of pile up.
Just feel like I need to do that. Continue.
And
he really does own that car, y'all. That's how dedicated he is to that
I do. It's great. And I've used it to witness too. This guy at the gas pumps once was like, "Hey, nice car. I like the color. I'm thinking of getting one for my wife. How many miles does it get?" I'm like, "I don't know. What are the features on this?" I'm like, "I don't know." He's like, "Well, why'd you get the car?" And for the next 15 minutes, I began witnessing to the guy at the gas pump. So God's used it in many ways.
That's funny. That's awesome.
So to get more technical with the definition,
yes. So guys, if you want to buy me and James fancy cars for our ministries, I mean, pray about it first, but for our witnessing, we need to develop all this in group like language and stuff. It's the only way to make a living out of counter apologetics.
Yeah.
Soul would be an immaterial substance that is the possessor of consciousness and is the thing that grounds my identity through change and all my capacities and faculties.
So that was a lot in one sentence.
Yeah, that's a more technical metaphysical terminology to that.
When you say immaterial substance, people's minds are already exploding, right? Because immaterial substance or soul seems like a paradox because by definition, it doesn't, if something exists, it's made of matter. You're saying it's immaterial. I mean, sounds like crazy sauce. Can you dig into that a little bit?
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up because that is, first of all, the objection to me. I know it's not your objection. You're kind of playing the devil's advocate here. It's such a bizarre objection to me that sounds like crazy sauce because first and foremost, the term substance was first used in philosophy, not in science. The term substance came from talks of Aristotle. You look at Aquinas, they begin to talk about substance, and it literally means.
I just want to comment on that criticism. Like the term the term substance is first used in philosophy, not really in science, where it's like, well, obviously, because science as a discipline hasn't like really, I mean, you could sort of broadly argue that people were doing science when they did various things in the past, but at least in terms of what we mean by that and understand, it's not been around very long. That I think Francis Bacon is one of the first guys who starts talking about, well, here's the best way of kind of analyzing the world in terms of efficient causes and things. And so I don't think, though, the fact that in human history, philosophy chronologically preceded science means that somehow the conclusions it reaches about some of these things are somehow superior or better. I think we see that we've actually made the most progress when we've had the scientific method to sort of to sort of correct where in our sort of armchair thinking about these things we've been able to go off and make these sort of wild conclusions that are out of touch with the way reality actually is. And that's not to, I think philosophy is also incredibly important alongside how do we like interpret those results and things, because fundamentally this question of is there a soul is going to be a philosophical one, and not, I mean, science can sort of, as is going to be brought out, like shows a lot of things, but how we kind of interpret that and put that together is going to be a question for philosophy predominantly. But yeah, I don't think that it's sort of like relying on the idea that because philosophy has been around longer, it's truer or something like that. And I just don't think that that's a good way of like engaging in this discussion as well. Like if you're holding a philosophical position that's wildly out of sync with the empirical data we have, then you're doing bad philosophy, right? You've got to take that all into account alongside just as much as. Yeah,
well, that's what I would say, and I don't know. There aren't too many neuroscientists or other scientists in related fields who would identify as substance dualists. There aren't even many philosophers, though there are some. But the notion of a substance is really a philosophical notion. It's not really discussed in science that I'm aware of. But just to draw out a distinction, there is a very old philosophical distinction which is still sort of widely discussed between substance and property. So, loosely speaking, a substance is a thing, and a property is an aspect of a thing, or something that you can say about the thing. So, gold is a substance, and it has properties of having, certain atomic mass, and it's lustrous, and it's malleable, and it doesn't corrode, and these other things, right? So that's just a simple example. In Eric's view, it seems like the soul is a substance, so it's a type of thing. It's not a physical thing, it's a non-physical thing, so a different type of substance than anything that we study through science. And it has properties, like one of them would be consciousness, I imagine. Another one would be capable of making libertarian free choices, I think would be another one. I mean, this account of substance and property, like everything, is disputed, but I think this is a fairly standard description. And this relates to the distinction between substance dualism and property dualism, because substance dualists say that the mind is, or at least that there is an aspect of the mind which is another substance that's non-physical, and that's what Descartes thought, and that's what Eric's arguing for. Property dualists say that there's no other substance. There's just aspects of the mind that are non-physical. So consciousness might be a non-physical property of a physical substance, like the brain. You might ask, well, how could that happen? Well, I mean, then you try to give an account of that. Now, personally, I don't buy property dualism because it seems a bit strange to me, but it seems a lot less strange than substance dualism, because at least in property dualism, you don't have this substance that somehow exists and interacts with a physical substance, which seems very odd. And we'll get to that issue of the interaction problem later. But anyway, that's just a bit of an explanation of what he means when he's talking about substance and how that relates to a few different positions. So my position is that the only substances that exist are physical or material substances, and that's basically a naturalist position. And generally, if you're a naturalist, you don't believe in God, because God's often taken to be some sort of immaterial substance. Although, again, there's different approaches to that, so not necessarily in all cases. But yeah, so substance dualism is the particular brand of dualism that Eric is arguing for, and what he's saying is that the soul is an immaterial substance that's not like anything that exists in the material world, and therefore is outside of science.
Yeah,
it's to stand under. And this came from philosophy, and it was later that science picked it up. So when people, I'll have a lot of skeptics or atheists and whatnot. They say, "Oh, but you're saying substance. That's a material by definition." Well, actually, no, it's not by definition. It just means something that stands under. And the reason is because we know there exist these properties, such. And tell me when to stop to not get too technical, but. And this will get into some of the other questions you might have. But say, for example, the property of the state of a thought, which has properties like being true or false. So here's something that is really neat. I heard J.P. Moreland say, thoughts have thinkers. So a belief, when a belief exists, it doesn't just float around in the world, but rather this state of consciousness is necessarily possessed by something. And that something would be, yes, right, absolutely has an owner. It's possessed by something. And it
I think that's a confused way of describing it, just as he's getting into it, because it seems like the Cartesian substance dualist is maintaining that a thought sort of is floating around in the world, in the soul, whereas...
Or at least bundles of thought or something. I mean, this comes back to the question of what is the nature of the immaterial substance? Is it just thoughts? It seems that has to be wrong, because... So this would be a consciousness account of the nature of this substance, but that seems to be wrong, because it seems to imply that if we're unconscious, then we don't exist if we're a soul. That's clearly untenable. So I don't think he can say that the soul is thoughts or ideas or whatever, but they would have to be some aspect or maybe manifestation of it. I don't know. Eric's not very clear about this, but again, this is another aspect of what I was saying before about how the absurdities kind of build up here. It doesn't make sense to say that the soul like is thoughts, but so then the soul like makes thoughts. Well, how does it do that? It doesn't seem to actually add anything, because he wants to say things like, and we'll get to this in a moment, like, well, how do we explain thoughts or consciousness or perceptions in a physicalist worldview? But he still has to explain it as well. How does the immaterial soul give rise to these things? Because it's not the same as these things. We just showed that, right? But and he has no account for this at all.
Yeah,
exactly. A soul can't be true or false. It doesn't make any sense. So beliefs that are caused by or properties of a soul or something could be true or false. But how does the soul bring those about? So he's just, it seems, unable to see the problems he's creating for himself here.
Yeah, I just thought it's interesting how, his criticism of any other sort of explanation of what's going on seems to be, well, like thoughts, for example, are true or false. But if thoughts were in the material world, then they'd have to be like floating around or whatever. But then what he does is he describes like a reality where thoughts just are floating around, but in some different metaphysical substance. And they somehow like it's not like it makes more sense just by inventing a word to sort of.
Well, he's going to say it is, but I think, as we'll see, the arguments don't actually. I don't think his arguments bear that out.
It is possessed by something that stands under it. Hence, you have a substance. So when I say immaterial substance, that's perfectly natural to not only the etymology of the word, but how it was first used to describe the possessor of these immaterial states and properties that we know exist. And we can get into that later, of course.
Okay, so how is a soul? You said I am a soul and I have a body. How would you maybe say a soul is different or the same as like consciousness? And maybe I'm trying to think of a way to sort of like put that either in like a story or a metaphor or something for people like to put the cookies on the bottom shelf, because that's a pretty sort of philosophical way to think about it, to say I am a soul. It still doesn't say what the soul is,
Right, sure. So a few things there. Going back to the technical, and this is, of course, anytime you get into these kind of fields, there's going to be technical terminology, and that's just kind of, part of the baggage, if you will, that comes with these types of fields, whether it's science or philosophy, what have you. So the soul being an immaterial substance, I think, is a very key part to understanding what the soul is, because we're going to contrast this, and we can get to the consciousness in a second. We contrast something like a substance with something with, here's another big $5 word, what we would call a mereological aggregate. We'll call it aggregate for short.
So mereology, for those who don't know, is just the study of wholes and parts.
Yeah, and it's really annoyed me when he said that, because this is what he's doing, what radio show, whatever it is that he's talking on, is not a very technical one, and he's like 10 minutes in. Why do you need to use the word mereological? Just call it an aggregate or a bunch of stuff or something. Use a simpler term. This is an example of what I mean by what I've talked about this many times, of apologists trying to use a complex language or name dropping or whatever in scientific or philosophical ideas to make their ideas sound more prestigious or sophisticated than they really are. Dropping in mereological doesn't add anything to what he just said. All he's talking about is the difference between simple things and things that are bundles or composites of other things. You don't need to use mereology to get there.
Yeah, and similarly, like the very first question she asked, what is the soul? And it comes down to what's about the indexicality of language. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
yeah, same sort of thing.
Or
say it again. Though. What is it?
Mereological aggregate, and we can just say a purely physical object. So take something like so aggregates are things like cars, Lego bricks, or watches. They are a collection of separable parts held together in a certain structure. So you can assemble or disassemble Lego bricks, watches, and cars, and so forth. And then contrast that with something like a substance. So when we understand the,
I just want to say, again, it's interesting to me. It's like, why isn't he becoming like a hylomorphist or something? I mean, I don't know if he's a Platonist, but it's like he's gonna, in terms of like the internal consistency of his worldview, I don't think he's gonna argue for like the ontological independence of the car, Or, you know, like how can the car persist through time if someone's going to change its tires? Okay.
Yeah, this sort of occurred to me as well, where he uses all these examples, but then you can ask, well, I guess this will become more evident when he uses identity through time arguments. He's already referenced one, but like, I mean, the ship of Theseus is a classic example of this, which we'll talk about. This is a ship that you gradually replace out all the planks and all the sails and all the other parts, and you ask, is it still the same ship after all this time, even though you've replaced all the individual elements? Now, what Eric wants to do is use this as an argument that there must be some underlying substance that's persisting over time to give us personal identity through time, and that this is a soul. But what it actually seems to follow is that every composite entity that persists through time has some sort of immaterial nature. And this, interestingly, this is what Plato thought, right? These are the forms. These are the things that this particulars participate in. Hylomorphism is a variation on that. But again, I think this is where Eric is sort of fumbling here, because in using this argument, I don't think he's really but sort of divorcing it from the original context to some degree. I think he's not really realizing that there's a philosophical worldview that fits this together with other things, so that, yeah, kind of there are forms for everything, but he's, I don't think, going to say that. Therefore, his argument, I don't think, really works. You have to sort of presuppose that this problem exists only for humans and not for any other thing that we want to say persists through time.
Mm-hmm.
Notion of these two things, we can see how radically different they are, which will go into the arguments for how I know we have a soul. But to set the foundation, when you look at a purely physical object, like say a tricycle, its existence and identity, which are also technical terms. In philosophy, when we say identity, we don't mean similar, we mean literally the same thing as. So its existence and identity, what it is necessarily dependent on its properties and parts and its structure. So take a tricycle. If you take a wheel off a tricycle, in the metaphysical sense, we can say that literally a tricycle ceased to exist and a bicycle came into existence, which shows us that the existence of an aggregate is necessarily dependent on its properties and parts. Now, contrast that with something like a substance. Traditionally speaking, the paradigm cases for substances were living organisms. So let me go back to an aggregate really quick to just kind of unpack a little more. If I take a tire off of a car, its existence and identity as a tire is still intact, which shows us something. It tells us that.
So, guys, the car's existence as a tire is still no.
Well, he just said that if you take a wheel off a tricycle, it's not a tricycle anymore. How plausible does that seem to other people? Because to me, it seems utterly ludicrous to say that if you take a part of something, then it's no longer that thing anymore. Now, if you want to talk about identity relations, then things do get a bit tricky. What is it that, in virtue of which something is identical to something else? Like, what's an essential versus an accidental property? You might say that it's an essential property of a tricycle that it has 3 wheels, but it seems you can take a wheel off something and it still be like a tricycle can be a tricycle with a wheel missing, right? So, I mean, we could debate for a long time about how all this works, but the point I really want to make here is that I just think Eric's not thinking through this clearly. Otherwise, he would at least clarify that example, because on the face of it, it just seems what he said is absurd, that if you take a wheel off a tricycle, it just isn't a tricycle anymore. And he's using that same approach to then argue in a little bit for the fact that we need to have a soul to account for the persistence of ourselves as being identical over time. But if the same reasoning leads to these absurd conclusions about tricycles, for example, or ships having souls or some other immaterial nature, then I don't see why we should take anything that he's saying about this seriously, because he just doesn't seem to have thought through the implications of what he's saying.
Well, we might agree, say, that it is an essential part of a tricycle or a bicycle to have 3 or 2 wheels, right? But then he's saying, so like for organisms, it's different than it. But like, what about a car? Like there's nothing analytically about the term car, which means it's got a certain amount of wheels or chairs or something like that. And so it's like all the same problems. That okay, maybe in terms of the tricycle, we've got a different case because it's maybe the name has something to do with 3 wheels or something. But there's all sorts of non-organic stuff.
That's why I mentioned the difference between essential and accidental properties. So there's an idea that you can change accidental properties of an object or an entity and have it still remain identical, but you can't change essential properties, the things that make it what it is. So maybe the essential property of a tricycle is that it has a seat and 3 wheels, or maybe it has to be pedaled. I don't know. Like the point is, I don't really care to get into that, but I think you can make a more sophisticated account. You can say a tricycle is a device that's built to normally function with 3 wheels and be pedaled by a person. And therefore, that's consistent with saying that you can remove one of those wheels as long as it's built to function with 3 wheels normally, right? So actually having 3 wheels might be an accidental property as opposed to its intention or its normal design or something like that. So I'm not saying that you can't construct an account here. I'm just saying Eric doesn't seem to have thought about this and it doesn't address questions of like essential or accidental properties of person. So if some of my atoms change or I lose an arm, those aren't essential properties that make me me. So I'm not going to change. I'm not going to become a different person as a result of that. So all I have to do is construct an account as to what essentially makes me me or someone else themselves in order to account for how they persist over time despite change. Again, there's different ways of doing this. I don't propose to have people have been debating about this for a long time, but Eric's going to make these arguments later on. He's going to say that, you know, if you gain weight, like, does that mean you're more of a person, or if you lose an arm? He literally makes these arguments, and it's just so silly because he just, with relation to the other examples that he gives, it's a clear inconsistency, and he just doesn't seem to have thought through how these things actually work.
Yeah, that's the point I wanted to draw out as well. Is like he's saying, well, it's like a special case with a person where it's essentially different. But I don't think it is like that. Like, you know, we're going to say that there is this change that goes on with it with these other objects, and there is, even with the person as well, where he wants to say, you know, like if you lose an arm or whatever, you're less of a person. But I do think, you know, like there is a point at which a person could lose, especially with say like brain damage and things, but perhaps to, you know, it's like, oh, they're not the same person anymore, you know, like they were changed by an accident or something. And at least in the way that we'd want to use language, you know, if someone has half their body blown off, maybe like they might still be cognitively there or whatever, but it's like, well, they're just not the same person anymore after what happened. Or
actually there's more to say about this, which we'll get to when he makes this argument, but I just, even in terms of the basic metaphysical underpinnings of where he's going at, it just seems to me he hasn't thought about this, because if you apply the same reasoning to the tricycle, you seem to get absurd results, or the car, or other things.
Yeah. That the existence and identity of a car, its existence and identity is not necessarily dependent on its connection to the car as a whole. So for aggregate, the
Danny,
car,
naturalist and proud, card carrying. Sorry, I saw the question in the chat, so I thought I would clarify.
The big word is ontologically prior to the parts, meaning the parts must exist before the whole can exist. Now contrast that with the substance. So I am a substance. If you were to chop off my arms and legs, I would still be a.
So just what in terms of what he just mentioned, ontologically prior. So he's saying like those parts exist, right? And then when those parts come together, that makes a car or whatever. And now he's gonna, I mean, not to be silly, he's going to special plead for the case of the soul when say the soul exists before the parts come together.
Yeah, this notion of ontological priority is an interesting one. As a reductionist, I reject this, because I would say that the ontological priority lies with the sort of simplest or lowest sort of things. But I mean, we don't have to assume that for the purposes here. But I think it is interesting when he's saying that. For an aggregate, the ontological priority is for the parts, which are then put together to form the composite object. Whereas for a substance, the substance itself is ontologically prior. And I think that that's essentially correct. So what he's saying, that there is a soul, is a sort of a fundamental thing that exists in and of itself, and it's not made out of parts in the same way. Already, I think that's a problem there, because if you want to say, well, what is the nature of the soul, you start to talk about different things. And later he's going to talk about 5 aspects of the soul, which seem to be quite different, and they sound like parts to me. But again, we'll get to that. But just remember, I'm just trying to remind people to consider all of the different aspects of what he's saying and how they fit together. And I don't think they fit together well.
Yeah. He's going to want to say, you know, like there isn't just one soul that all the souls are a part of, either. That's just kind of eternal. I think maybe he's going to want to say that, well, because there's different souls, right? So it could be that all those parts come together, but then the soul is made by God at the same time as a Cartesian substance. Like I mean, I know Mormons have a different point of view. I don't even know if Mormons have like Cartesian dualists or whatever, but you have like, I think, the eternal pre-existence, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
Whereas I don't think that Eric wants to be like committed to that. So he's going to want to say that at some point, at least, God is creating the soul. And I'd imagine that it's, well, maybe at conception or something like that. But I imagine he's he's going to want to say it comes into existence and not just that it exists eternally. Or
yes, he talks about this later. He
So
has a
that's
particular view on this.
potentially inconsistent with the sort of point that he's making here about like the priority of the soul or something like that.
That's an interesting point, because what we would say is that all material matter came into existence at the beginning of the universe and changes form, but that's actually apparently not true of souls, at least under Eric's view. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to make of that, but it is interesting. I mean, I think that this is a huge advantage that naturalism has over any substantialist ontology, because it requires, well, unless God created all of those things at the very beginning of the universe, which is, as you said, what Mormons believe, and some other Christians believe, but I think it's a minority view. Muslims also believe that, by the way. But if you don't believe that, what's happening is there appears to be some sort of continual creative process where God's zapping these souls into being. Or, I mean, Eric's view is a bit different to that, but also doesn't seem to make sense. So, anyway, I'm not sure that that's a strong argument, but it's an interesting point.
Which means that my arms and legs aren't necessarily dependent for my existence. I'm not dependent on my arms and legs for my existence. But Aristotle said if you chop off a human arm, it will lose its identity, which is evidenced by the fact that in a few days it would decay and cease to exist, which shows us that for substances, the inverse is true, where the properties and parts are necessarily dependent on the whole. For aggregates, the whole is necessarily dependent on the parts. And tell me if you want me to go more there, and I can touch on consciousness as well.
I just don't think that's right. Like, I think I could start chopping at, I mean, I'm not a psychopath, but I think I could start chopping at the other end of you, Eric. And, we'd very quickly say that Eric isn't there anymore. Like, with the vast majority of the body and stuff, like, it sounds kind of grotesque saying it, but, I'm not sure that it might work when we're talking about, you lose a finger or an arm or a toe or whatever, but it does seem that there are certain parts, all parts are created equal, but some parts are more equal than others or whatever. Like, it seems like, for example, the central nervous system, the brain or whatever, like, if you lose a good chunk of your central nervous system, we're going to be saying the person's not there anymore. We're not.
Well, interestingly, Eric's not, right? Because the person is the soul.
Yeah.
And again, we'll get to that whole issue later. But I think what Eric is trying to say, I think, is that, well, I mean, one way you can interpret him is just to say he's just articulating the difference between a substance and an aggregate, which from my point of view is fine. So, aggregates are made up of simpler things, which are in turn composed of some substance. So all physical objects are made out of some element, which elements are in turn made out of some atomic particles. And those are the fundamental substances of the universe, or quantum fields that constitute those particles, or something like that, right? So that's what a reductive naturalist would say, or I guess just any naturalist would say that. And a non-naturalist like Eric is saying that there's other substances as well. And the substance is a sort of a simple underlying entity that doesn't have parts to it. And he's apparently, so that's a simple way to interpret what he's saying. He's just making a distinction. But I think he's also sort of gesturing at an argument here by saying that if you cut off someone's arms, then there's still just as much a person, showing that persons are not aggregates, because if you have an aggregate and you remove some of its parts, then it's not the same. At least that's what Eric said before about the tricycle, right? If you take a wheel off a tricycle, it's not a tricycle anymore. Analogously, if you take an arm off a person, it's not a person anymore, unless the person has some sort of immaterial soul that gives rise to their identity conditions. But to me, this is a very bad argument, because you can just talk about, in order to explain that, you don't have to appeal to the difference to like some substance versus aggregates. Instead, what you can say is that there are certain properties of aggregates, say, that are essential properties, and some that are accidental properties. Yeah. I mean, this applies for substances or aggregates, really, I think. So you can say, yeah, it's not necessary that I have two arms to be a person. I can lose an arm, or in fact, I can lose both arms and still be just as much of a person. That's not an essential property. So if that's what he's trying to do with this analogy, I don't think it's a good argument.
Yeah, that's right. And I think even, the hylomorphist would, I mean, definitely the Aristotelian would raise this sort of objection to what Eric's saying here. Like, it doesn't show an ontologically independent substance or anything like that. It just shows that there's accidental and essential properties to put whatever we deem personhood.
go ahead and talk about consciousness, but I think the first thing that comes to my mind, and I'm playing the role of the person who understands about half of what you're saying. I mean, just for devil's advocate's sake, of course.
Of course.
But what you're talking about, I think I can follow along with and be on board with the fact that, you know, if I lose an arm, I'm still Sarah. But I think a lot of people wouldn't say that's kind of the argument they would take. They would talk more about the mind, the brain, things like, you know, memories and beliefs and those kinds of things. That's where the argument would be about, well, maybe we don't have a soul. Maybe we have this emergent property that comes from the mind. So, but yeah, maybe talk about consciousness, if that's the same thing as a soul, if it's something different, and then maybe we can debate about minds and bodies a little bit.
Sure. So the reason I bring up the body thing is, so whenever I either do a debate or give a case for the soul, or do a breakout session or weekend class on the soul, I do it by a two-step process. Sorry, my ADHD medicine's wearing off. Thank you for laughing at my mental disorder. So there's two basic points to this. The first basic point, and I say that every time people laugh, so it's funny. You can write that as a dad joke. The first is that consciousness is not physical. And the second point is I am more than a brain and body. And I would say based on these two, we can conclude I am a soul, even though they're individual arguments themselves. So really quick, just since we already brought up the body thing, in philosophy, there is the long, again, term is Leibniz's law of the indiscernibility of identicals. We'll call it Leibniz's law for short. And it basically states if two things in question are the same, if they're identical, then whatever's true of one is true of the other. And that's, I mean, pretty commonsensical. If Eric Hernandez is the same person as Kendall Hernandez's husband, that's my wife, then whatever's true of Eric Hernandez is going to be true of Kendall Hernandez's husband, because we're talking about the same person. However, in principle, if I can find something true of one that's not true of the other, then they're not the same person, and my wife and I are going to have a talk, right? So this gives us a kind of a rule of thumb tool to know whether or not two things in question are the same. Now, when we apply this to the body, the argument is basically I am either a soul, an immaterial substance, or I am an aggregate, a purely physical object. So if I am not identical to my brain and body, or reducible to my brain and body, then I must be something more than a brain and body. And I use three different arguments. There's a lot more to use, but one we've already touched on is, let's say, identity through change. Because like you said, yes, people are typically going to go to consciousness, but maybe that's more.
Can we just pause there before he goes through these three arguments? So notice that he said in defending his premise that if I'm not identical to my body or reducible to my physical body, then I must be something beyond that, specifically an immaterial soul. Now, I think that's probably fine, although you've still got the issue of property versus substance dualism. But the way he phrased it, I think that probably rules out property dualism as well. So I think I might agree with that premise. The problem is that there's some equivocation going on here, I think, because subsequently, what he's going to argue is just, I think all of his arguments are directed against the first conjunct of that. That is, that I'm not identical to my body. Not that, and he, I think, basically just doesn't address this question of whether we're reducible to our physical body, which isn't the same thing. This is an aspect that gets, I mean, it is confusing, but I think it's confused more than it needs to be because of people being sloppy like this. So again, I and other reductive naturalists are not going to say, well, we talked about this in the first Bad Apologetics when we responded to IP's discussion of some of these issues, although IP's views are a bit different to Eric's, but most naturalists about the mind, or reductionists these days, don't argue for identity theory, which is the view that the mind is identical to the brain. There are still some people who argue this, but it's an older view. And so likewise, I'm not going to say that we are our brains. And this is the sort of view that I think most of Eric's objections apply to, basically drawing out. Because if you say that two things are identical, then as Eric was saying, that means they have all the same properties. But it seems that minds and brains do have some properties that are different, as Eric's going to argue. So I think, and again, not everyone agrees, but I think that is a good argument against the identity theory. But that's not the only version of materialism about the mind or physicalism about the mind that's possible. There are many others. My preferred version is functionalism, where you define a mind in terms of the functions that it performs, and that can be instantiated in different ways in different substrates. So you could have a human mind or an alien mind or a robot mind, at least theoretically. And so the point there is that the way I tend to think about this, and the way that a lot of physicalists think about this, is that the mind is a high order phenomenon, that supervenes, is the technical term, on low order phenomena like neurons firing. So it's not the same thing as the neurons firing, just like the example that I keep using is just like the weather is not the same thing as the particles that fly around or that bump around in the atmosphere and produce. But the weather is entirely resulting from the interaction of those particles, but it's not the same thing. You don't say the weather is the same thing as a set of particles bumping around. But it exists in virtue of, or it supervenes on those particles. So that's the way I tend to think about the relationship between the mind and the brain. So the important point there, without digging into all the details, is simply that you don't have to, a naturalist or materialist doesn't have to say, and I think shouldn't say, that the mind is the same thing or identical to the physical body. Rather, they're going to say that it reduces to the physical body in some way, or at least that is a possible view, and that's the one that I tend to take. And Eric kind of acknowledges this in what he just said there, but I think for a lot of what he's about to continue arguing, this point just kind of disappears, and he just keeps talking as if the naturalist has to say that the mind is identical to the brain, and I think that that's a real issue here.
Yeah, because there are problems for that identity view that I think we'd both agree with, and so if he's making that strong identity claim, then it would be the case, for example, that there's like an essential a change in the essential properties when there's like a change in the material, and I don't think I don't think I'm as committed to a particular view perhaps as you are, but I don't think either of us would want to hold a view that sort of says those things. I think your
I wasn't trying to defend that view here. All I'm trying to do is explain that this is a view that many take, and I think is a view that you can have, that completely that Eric just basically ignores. He gestures at referencing it here, but then I don't think he really mentions it elsewhere. And I think this is a common strategy that's used by people arguing, at least apologists that I've seen arguing for substance dualism. They just don't engage with this idea of reduction or supervenience in a sophisticated way. I'm not saying there aren't debates to be had there, because there are, but let's have those debates and not just sort of pretend that they don't exist.
Yeah.
The implications of saying there is no soul lead to absurd things such as this. If I am a purely physical object, then I do not maintain what's called identity through change. Meaning I am the same person from one moment to the next. Like you said, if, God forbid you lost your arms and legs, you're still Sarah. You're still the same person. If you lose an arm, a Sarah doesn't cease to exist, and a new Sarah lookalike doesn't come into existence. Now, Jaegwon Kim, who's an atheist philosopher,
Let me just ask a question then. So let's say for you, James, and I'll give my answer as well. Why is it that if someone loses their arms and legs, we don't say that they cease to exist? How do they persist through time in that way?
You want me to answer first, or are you going to answer first?
Yeah, do you want to go?
Okay, well, so I was going to mention this a little bit later, but there are quite a number of responses to this. I think my preferred answer is, and it's hard to explain this without using a wonky word. The word is perdurantism. And I do actually discuss this in my book, because Craig actually talks about this in his arguments for the eighth year of time, his presentism, which he thinks he needs for the Coulomb cosmological argument. But perdurantism is the idea that persons are four-dimensional entities. So everyone agrees that our bodies are three-dimensional entities. We exist in three-dimensional space. Perdurantism is the view that we're temporally extended as well. So technically, it's defined as a view that persons have temporal parts. And I actually think all objects, well, maybe not all, but at least almost all objects have temporal parts. And this fits with my view of time, which is a tensorless theory. So basically, time is another dimension along with the three spatial dimensions. And so when we're talking about a person, we're actually talking about a temporally extended entity. And you can identify time slices of that with a part of that person that exists at a particular point in time. So at a particular point up to a particular point in time, a person might have two arms, and then they have an accident and they experience an amputation. And so after that, so temporal parts subsequent to that event have different, physical parts to them. But the identity of the person as a whole is defined essentially by a relevant coherence of properties and causal integrity over the entire period of their existence. So the idea of perdurantism is to treat time kind of like space, or at least that's the way I tend to think about it, so that we don't have a problem with an object having physical parts, like saying, well, here's a plank of wood. How is it that this end of the plank is the same as part of the same object as the other end, even though it changes color or it's a slightly different composition or something? We don't seem to have too much of a problem there. But so my point of view is that change over time is sort of like that. It's just that there's different parts of a temporally extended entity. Now, that's not the only answer to this. It's my preferred one. And I think there are other options as well if that fails. But that's, you asked for what I think, that's what I think.
Yeah. I think I'd it's not something I've not deeply thought about, like all the objections and things, but the obvious one that comes to my mind would just to say, well, psychological continuity throughout time, which could be consistent with what you're saying.
View. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really contrast with what I'm saying. I just gave a wonkier answer than that because I felt like, you can just argue for a psychological continuity. I mean, there are objections to that because you can imagine cases where that ruptures, but I mean, there are objections to pretty much any case, right? Which is why this is a difficult question to answer. But
it makes sense with the arms and legs blowing off or whatever. You can go.
Yeah, exactly. Well. That itself is not a hard objection to respond to. But there are others. But I don't think that substance dualism has. Like, for example, I mean, you can imagine one soul going out of a body and another one coming in, but it would seem to everyone else that you were just the same. Maybe you'd make slightly different choices, but that would just seem to be a personality change. But it seems that Eric would actually say that a person ceased to exist and a new person started to exist, even though, I mean, and that's kind of weird. Again, maybe he can respond to that, but like the point is you can give these strange thought experiments for any of these views, I think. And sorry, what were you going to say?
Just that he's given these examples of like arms and legs coming off, and how does the person continue throughout time with that kind of change? So let's say, I mean, if we went with like a psychological continuity point of view and a kind of naturalism where the person in some sense is like dependent upon the material constitution of essential parts of the nervous system, well, it's kind of interesting, if we talk about the example where the head comes off or something, where it's like, well, that accounts for why, the person would cease to be or whatever. Now, is Eric going to defend that the person continues when the head comes off, and how is he going to actually like demonstrate that? Or is he going to go with us that like actually on the person ceases when the head comes off? Or it's like these are the competing kind of explanations here. It seems like he'd have to. Well, he obviously he is arguing for that because he wants to say, there's an afterlife and so forth. But I think it makes more sense and it's more consistent to be like say with the psychological continuity. It's like, well, okay, when the head comes off, there's no longer psychological continuity because that's essential to the experience of her. Like it just fits together more neatly. And then
I think psychological continuity is much more plausible as ground of personal identity because it relates to people, whereas under Eric's view, actually, none of those things can ground personal identity because like memories change, thoughts change, perceptions change, decisions that we make can change. So none of those things can be the basis of identity. What it is just the immaterial substance that is one substance that's consistent through time. The problem is we never interact with that. We don't see it. We don't talk to it. We don't know anything about it because what we talk to are people and we share their memories and they tell us about their perceptions and so forth, and we perceive their personality. These are the things that seem, to me at least, to be the essential aspects of a person. But Eric wants to say there's something to, in fact, the core or essential aspect of a person is something beyond all of these things that we never see or interact with in any way, but it's just some sort of metaphysical or ontological ultimate that persists over it. I mean, why think that? It doesn't seem connected in any way to the nature of persons as we know them or we can experience them. I just find it a very odd way to try to ground personal identity by saying that there's this thing that's wholly apart from anything that we typically experience with respect to persons. It doesn't seem like a good answer at all.
Shots fired in the chat, James. Unreasonable faith.
Yeah, the non-existent index. I do apologize about that. Well, I won't get into that. But if you are actually interested, I talk about it in the first chapter where I discuss the Kalam cosmological argument. Yeah. So it would be, it's in the tenseless theory of time leads to absurd conclusions section of, chapter 2, the alleged absurdities of perdurantism, if people are looking it up. But yes.
Use this argument in a book to talk about the soul, and he gives us this argument in this way. He says, this brain and body did not exist in 2011, but I did exist in 2011. Therefore, I am not identical or reducible to my brain and body. Therefore, I must be something more like a soul. Now, he just kind of gives that as reflection, not necessarily endorsing that, but that's the argument in a nutshell. There's a lot more examples like that. But if I maintain identity change, if I have even something like free will, if being a human is what's called a non-degree property, men are typically larger than women. And if we're going to base being a person on something physical, then it's quantifiable in terms of matter. But the question is,
again, when he said being a human is a non-degree property, like maybe on the face of it, I might be like, okay, but then when I think about all the like vagueness around like like the abortion debate and like when does something become like a human? When does something become a person with rights and so forth? It's like it isn't clear to me that being human isn't a degree property.
Yeah, well, I think this is another reason that people like Eric want this form of substance dualism to be true, because it's a way that they can make personhood a non-degree property, and then they don't have to answer these difficult questions like about abortion, for example, or end-of-life termination. But, I mean, in practice, you just have all of these questions, like in evolutionary history. When did people become people?
Yeah, right.
In the gradation from earlier hominid species? Or when does a single cell, a zygote, become a person? Unless you say that that a zygote is a person, which Eric does say, which I regard as an absurd result, because it would seem that like you imagine, what are the things that make a person a person? You ask even people like Eric, and they'll say all these things that make people different to animals. You ask people like Aristotle, and they'll say reason, but the zygote doesn't have any of these things, right? So you've got to invent this thing, which is a soul that somehow just does the work that he wants it to. And, you talk about people in persistent vegetative states that have no chance of recovery and have no internal mental activity and so forth. It's just hard to say that these are people in the same full extent to everyone else, right? So I think that it's just a way to sort of make up a solution to all these problems by just declaring that personhood is a non-degree property and basing that on a declared substance that then makes it binary, whereas it's just not at all obvious that that's true.
Having more mass and matter mean that you matter more? Well, no, of course not. So given that we're not reducible to matter, then you can't place value on someone bigger or shorter in terms of being person, because personhood is a non-degree property. However, if my body can come in percentages and degrees, but I'm an all or nothing kind of thing, then it follows I am not identical or reducible to a brain and body, and it follows therefore my existence and identity must be granted as something transcendent to the body, namely the soul. Now, am I still there? It looked like I froze.
Your picture froze, but your voice is still with us, and you look very contemplative. It's good.
Are you wanting to?
This is a little confusing because he does freeze a few times, but hopefully we won't freeze. So just bear that in mind. But when I was watching the video, I thought my internet had gone out. But anyway, So my question to Eric about this argument is, who is this argument supposed to persuade? It seems that it's only supposed to persuade people who basically already agree with you, because people like me are just not going to agree that personhood is a non-degree property. Even if I did agree with that, I'd probably have a different account of how personhood works that was not based on yours. But I think most naturalists like me are just going to say it's not, it is a degree property. And I just gave some examples of why we would think that. So in that case, it seems the argument's pretty useless, because the only people who are going to accept one of the key premises, that personhood is a non-degree property, are people who already agree with the conclusion. People who you need to persuade are just not going to accept, or at least most of them I don't think are going to accept that premise, or at least you haven't given any reason. He hasn't given any reason to accept that premise. So my question is, why should I accept the premise that personhood is a non-degree property?
Yeah. Well, this is something Graham Oppy talks about as well in like philosophy of religion. It's like you have all these sort of discussions that can be very, it's almost like pointless, right? Where you have like these premise conclusion arguments given, and it's like who's it actually supposed to convince? Because it's like obviously the naturalist is saying like that, well, they just can explain all these data points in like a different way, or they're going to like reject one of the premises, and then it's like, well, you're going to give another argument for that, right? And it's like, well, what we need to actually do is like take a step back and look at like both of these explanations and say like, well, where are the actual like black holes on like the other worldview? Because and it isn't right of us then, if we're really seeking truth, to just say, well, like the naturalist can't account for any of these things with like some rubbish straw man, when they actually do account for them. We've got to like accurately present it and say, well, is this a thing that naturalists actually can't account for? Is this an actual black hole in their worldview or not? I mean, like both me and James are saying, like, for example, people have rights on whatever we believe, and we're able to account for these things, but we just do it in a different way. And then maybe people who are like making up their mind on this thing, you like listen to the explanation. So does it seem clear to you that, for example, in these cases of like euthanasia or abortion or whatever, that it's just so obvious that like a person is a person with rights at like a particular point, or does it seem like, you know, like it is more of a kind of graded thing, and it's kind of fuzzy, and it's difficult to answer because there's something else going on? You know, like which worldview accounts for the way we actually experience and engage with the world? And I just think, but in a broader sense, like just a critique of like offering these sort of, I don't know, it's like they sound good, I guess, in debates and things, just to be able to offer like two premises and a conclusion and say like, I've proved my point. But I don't think it really gets to like the heart of the issue, because it's like, right, we reject like at what point are we actually meant to like make some progress in the discussion? You're just going to keep like offering like more and more syllogisms.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Graham Oppy says. He makes this point. Well, you know, you make an argument with the conclusion, but almost certainly, at least if I've thought about this, there's going to be a premise there that I don't agree with. I mean, sort of precisely from this point, right? Unless I just haven't thought through things very well. But I mean, generally thoughtful people at least have some idea about what they believe, and therefore there's going to be a premise that you disagree with, and then maybe he comes up with an argument for that premise, but it's just the same thing. There's just another syllogism, and somewhere there's probably a premise that you disagree with. It's very hard to find arguments for these sorts of things where you just have a set of premises that pretty much everyone agrees with, and it produces a conclusion that was previously controversial. There's just so few. I mean, I think this is one of the key ideas of Oppy's book, Arguing About Gods, that there's just very few good arguments either way for this sort of reason. And I actually think that's a good reason to approach it from a more holistic kind of worldview analysis perspective that Braxton talked about, or we talked about in that video, where you look for the data and sort of make different, construct different accounts of that data, as opposed to just putting out syllogisms.
So I don't think Eric is like just presupposing that the soul exists. He is sort of offering arguments, but I suppose one criticism of the argument is that they do sort of a lot of his like arguments seem to sort of implicitly rely upon you sort of already having a theistic kind of account of the world anyway for the argument to kind of work. So I think that it is a little bit question beggy in some places, but he's not like making a sort of presuppositionalist argument that you like have to just presuppose the soul exists, and if you don't, it's incoherent or something.
It's just that the arguments aren't convincing to people who don't already agree with the conclusion, because they'll just reject the premise. Right.
That's it.
I mean, it's not question begging in the literal sense, but it's just a bad argument or at least an unpersuasive argument. Like that's why I ask, who is it supposed to be for?
Good. You didn't, freeze in an awkward position.
Yeah, I have no. Okay, so I'll just keep going.
Just keep going. Hopefully, it'll pop back in, and it's just your soul talking now, Eric. The body has left us, but you're still you. Thank goodness.
So consciousness, really quick. Consciousness is a. Give me 1 second.
Go ahead and fiddle with it if you want. I already feel when I start.
Take that line out of context.
Okay, so and I'm trying to think, because as you can tell, every time there's a question, it like jumps into a whole bunch of other more questions and topics and areas.
Well, I can also tell that you talk about it a lot, and so you've got the answer ready. But for those of us that are sort of new to it, it's a lot to take in at once. But continue. Yeah,
and I apologize too, because I know we're trying to keep it within the hour, and I naturally talk fast.
Sort of. No, you're good. You're good.
So okay. So I am a soul, and you can think of a soul like what J.P. Moreland says, a chest of drawers. You have a sock drawer, an underwear drawer, a pants drawer, shorts drawer, and my soul is what grounds my capacities and my faculties. So my mind is a faculty of my soul. To try and maybe simplify it to kind of help the listener grasp the concept. So it's when you ask, what's the relation or difference between my consciousness or my mind and my soul, is like asking, what's the difference between my hands and my body? Well, my hands are a part of my body. They're not a separate aspect of my body, but they are a part of my body as a whole. My mind is a faculty of my soul, and it is the
My mind is a faculty of my body. Oh, wait. Yeah.
So that already seems to be a problem, because we would say that our mind is a faculty of our body. And there's extensive evidence for this. I might talk about some of these different lines a bit more later, but a few people have been giving them in chat. For example, if I drink alcohol and that has an effect on my body, or sorry, that has an effect on my mind. Is that because it affects my soul? If not, then it seems that my soul is mediated through the body, which is actually the substance dualist view. Remember, it's the immaterial substance plus the body. This gives rise to big questions about exactly what the soul is doing in this whole thing and where my identity lies. But this is why I think in Eric saying I am a soul is just too simple, because the dualist view is that it's sort of both of these that come together to give rise to you, or maybe they both are you, or something like that. Like if you're a hylomorphist, that fits with that view, because the form, or what you might call the soul, only manifests or is embodied in like your body or in the concrete entity. But for Eric, that's not true. Your soul exists wholly apart and separate, and is a separate substance to your physical body. So why is it affected in this way by, say, psychoactive substances, or what even is happening there?
Yeah. So now, like there are various dualist responses. So, for example, like Descartes thought that there were vital spirits in the pineal gland that go in a particular direction, and I think like when something's going to happen for an interaction either way, the vital spirits like change direction. But then I think that there's problems with this view because of like the conservation of energy in like a particular direction. Or there's another view that's like that God's like it's like two clocks that are in synchronization sort of thing, and God sort of set in motion the soul substance stuff.
Yeah, that's the parallelism view, I think it's called. That's a wacky view.
Yeah, so they just happen to align at the same point. But again, it's like, well, in terms of explanations, right? What seems to like agree with what's simpler, what has fewer ontological commitments, what seems to account for our experience of the world, what seems to agree with our intuitions of what's actually going on in these, in these scenarios. And it seems like that sort of view is highly like counterintuitive, for example, and it has a lot of ontological commitments. It's like I can scarcely sort of think of a more complicated view of what's going on that accounts for the data. So just something to bear in mind.
Yeah, so let's hear what he has to say about what does he say? Faculties of the soul. I think this is a very interesting.
Yes, different drawers.
Problematic. Different drawers. Yeah.
Way in which I have thoughts, beliefs, sensations, desires, and acts of will. It's kind of like if I say what part of your body sees. Well, not your hands or your tongue, it's your eyes. So what part of your body smells? Well, it's not your ears, your fingertips. It's your nose. In the same line of reasoning, it's my mind which contains my conscious states and properties, and there's 5 states of consciousness: thoughts, beliefs, sensations, desires, and acts of will, and that is a faculty of my soul.
So when you start talking about senses, again, taking a little bit of a skeptical view here.
Let's respond to that sort of point. So the 5 faculties of the soul, what was it? Thoughts, perceptions, beliefs, acts of will. Oh, there's another one I've forgotten. So he likens these to parts of the body, or like as parts of a set of drawers. I don't think that's going to work for him, because I think he's committed to the view that the soul is a substance which is simple. It doesn't have parts. I thought that was the whole point, because if you're going to say it's made of parts, then you get into the whole problem he mentioned before about aggregates, where if one of those parts changes, then the identity of it changes because of the Leibniz's principle about the indiscernibility of identicals. So if I have a different thought, then I'm a different person if I'm just made up of these different aspects which combine to give my soul. So I don't think that's going to work. He's going to have to say that either that these are not essential properties, but he didn't actually use that language, so I'm not sure. Desires, yes, thanks, that was the other one. But he didn't use the language of essential or accidental properties, so I don't know if he's going to use that analysis, or that none of these things are kind of then none of them are, well, they're not parts of the soul. They might be products of the soul, perhaps, or things that are produced by the soul. I'm not exactly sure what the best language to use here is, but it does raise the question as to what the relationship between all these things is to my soul. So let me answer it another way. What is my soul apart from all of these things? So if I was to say that the mind exists apart from your beliefs, desires, thoughts, perceptions, and acts of will, you'd look at me funny, like, well, no, that's just what the mind is. It's just all of these things. There's nothing else to the mind apart from that. But Eric's committed to the view that there's something else to your mind/soul apart from all of these phenomena. But you could ask, well, what is this thing? It just seems that it doesn't do anything, and that it's very mysterious, and why would we think it even exists?
So like how Aristotle has like a kind of third man argument against like Platonism. I'm wondering if there's something similar that could be done here in the way that Eric's talking about. Well, you need this underlying substance, right, to account for how there's like how you refer to the same thing with all these different parts. And it's like, well, if we're going to apply that consistently, and then he's like, so there's these 5 aspects to the soul, and that's like, so we need meta soul to account for like if you can keep kind of going back and adding ontological commitment. I don't know if that's a bit of a straw man of what he's saying.
Well,
but I think
the thing is, the naturalists can, or at least the reductive naturalists can give an account of this, because they say that basically a person is a complex aggregate of parts, and then we have a story to say about how that works. So in principle, Eric could do that, except that the whole point of the exercise, the whole point of his analysis, is to avoid this issue, to avoid this problem or alleged problem of a person being an aggregate, because this leads to the problem of identity through time. So he can't say, I don't think, that the soul is composed of these parts or aspects. He has to say that it's soul. That's a good one. He has to, I think, say that there's a fundamental simplicity to what the soul is. Maybe it gives rise to these other things, but the soul itself has to be separate from these. Yeah. But then what is it? It just doesn't seem to be, it seems to have no properties other than what you need it to do specifically to account for the things you're trying to explain. So it seems a really bad attempt to explain phenomena, because it's just postulating something specifically to do that work, and it doesn't seem to do anything else. Yeah. I think that's why it's a really bad position to take.
I think, sure, the nose takes in what you need to smell, but it's the brain that's doing the heavy lifting. And in the same way, you could say all the senses are coming back to the brain. And I think a lot of people that are skeptical about the existence of a soul would say, well, you're saying these things, like you said, my mind is a faculty of my soul, but how do you know? I listened to an interview that you did once where you said, you can be more certain about your consciousness and soul than you can about your body. We've lost him again. He's been taken up.
No, I'm still here.
Really trying to make a statement about the soul body distinction here. Where did you go, Eric?
Sorry, I had to move something. Yeah, you're saying I'm more certain.
Yeah, it just seems like being able to say the phrase, my mind is a faculty of my soul, or that you can be more certain about your consciousness and your soul than you can about your body. It seems like an outrageous claim. So I'm curious how you feel like how can anybody know that we have a soul?
Is she saying something like extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence?
Yeah, very good. So given that consciousness is a faculty of my soul, if I'm conscious, I would argue that you necessarily have to have a soul to ground these immaterial states and properties. So now let's go into you
necessarily have to have a soul. So there's that's a different type of claim to like, this is the most probable explanation.
It's a pretty strong claim. It's unclear what type of necessity he's talking about there. I would assume it's something like metaphysical necessity, which is interesting. Yeah, okay, so to be charitable here, maybe that was just a poor choice of words. Yeah. Perhaps he's just saying that he thinks it follows from the arguments he's given. I mean, I think I would just say I don't think it does, because I don't think arguments are very good. To respond to something Danny said in chat, I think that what we could say is that Eric is saying that the soul has functions or perhaps manifest properties of consciousness and intentionality and other things. I don't think he can say that it has those parts, because I don't think he can say the soul is an aggregate, because that undermines his whole argument for it. So yeah, I guess he could say that maybe it's properties, but it can't be essential properties, because then they would change. Or maybe he could say that it has these functions that it performs. I think there's questions there as asking, well, how does it perform these functions? How does it perform them distinctly from each other? Right. There doesn't seem to be a natural answer to that for the same substance having different like functions in that way. But again, maybe there's something to be said there, but it just seems a pretty odd and poor explanation to me. How do those things change if the soul is one thing? Yeah, I think that's another good question.
If there's like thoughts over time, right? Like there must be some change inhering in the soul stuff.
Well, and it's got to be caused by the soul. So normally we think that thoughts are caught in. Well, it depends on the level we're looking at. We might say our thoughts are caused by other thoughts, which I'm happy enough with. You could also say they're caused by our neurons. That's just a different level of analysis. But I think Eric's going to have to say in some sense that our soul has a causative power there. But it's got that causative power, but then it has different causative powers with respect to like intentionality and perceptions or acts of will. And then how does it, what changes in the soul such that the thoughts change and that our volitions are exercised differently? It just seems there's nothing there to change or to differentiate which power is being exercised, because there can't be parts to the soul for, again, the reason that I've been consistently saying here.
Yeah. So I guess to say the mind supervenes on the material would be to say, there can't be a change in the mind without a change in the material, which sort of seems to make sense to me. But I don't understand, like if to have the thought about maths or something, like I don't know, you're learning geometry and I don't know, you're working through something to do with like the area of a shape, and you kind of are seeing it, and one thought follows from the content of the previous thought, whatever. Like, what does he think's going on in that picture? Because it sort of makes sense with changes in the brain going on, that you're able to think in that way, but it doesn't make sense with this soul that's meant to be, I don't know, maybe I'm bringing too much like Platonism into it, like it's this indestructible, unchangeable form or something, but I don't understand how it can change in that way in like the soul world. Like, do thoughts then come into the soul and thoughts pass out of the soul, or it just has this again, maybe this is like a kind of black hole in the soul point of view, where it's not telling us about, it's not really
I think
telling
that's
us
the
that.
problem. I mean, and Danny has basically referred to the only answer I've heard about this, which is just to say, well, that's sort of just how souls work. There's no account to be given. The problem with that, I mean, that could be correct, right? The problem with that is that the materialists can say the same thing. They can just say, well, how do we get intentionality or first-person experiences or whatever else out of physical states? We just say, well, that's just how it is. There's no explanation to be given. It's just a fact of the matter. So that's not it's not a very good answer, I think. It's not explanatory. But if all the substance dualists can do is say the same thing, then we're basically at a standstill, with one difference, that the substance dualist has an extra thing in their ontology that grants no extra explanatory power. So I say, well, if it's not doing anything in terms of providing explanatory power, then let's get rid of it. If we're just going to say, well, there's no account to be given as to how it does these things, well, then why postulate it? I think that you need to postulate entities. If the reason to postulate entities is because they provide explanatory power for understanding how the world works. And if it doesn't do that, I think when you push these accounts of substance dualism, they just say, well, that's just how it is. They can't explain it. Then I just don't think there's a reason to believe in it. It doesn't have explanatory force.
Consciousness, because remember my two basic point approach is consciousness is not physical. I am more than a brain and body. So we started with the body first. Let's go to the consciousness. Going back to Leibniz's law of identity, which is fundamental to understand these arguments, is again, if two things in question are not the same, have a different.
Again, Leibniz's law of identity and the indiscernibility of identicals are different things, I think, as well. So that would be, I don't know if that.
I think technically they are, although I'm not really sure what the exact difference is.
Yeah, I think one's like a more kind of like mathsy identity type thing, and one's to do with like metaphysics more or something. But I think
that seems right.
But people who are like really into philosophy of mind, like I've read some people sort of being quite angry about when people conflate them, because there are apparently some important distinctions for metaphysicians, and I think Eric may have just used the wrong one. For what he's trying to describe. But I mean, you could say that's nitpicking, but I think when someone's sort of trying to say, I'm an expert on this subject, and here's a bunch of complex stuff, and then makes a mistake like that, that's a bit telling. But yeah, maybe a bit uncharitable of me.
Properties, and they cannot be the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if there is no soul and consciousness is simply something physical, then whatever is true of my conscious states and properties are necessarily going to be true of my brain states and properties, because it's like saying water and H2O. I'm just using two different words to refer to the same thing, but we know that's not true. So take a state of my mind, my thoughts, and take a state of my brain. Let's say a neuron's firing brain state X. Now, my thoughts can be true or false, but no state or brain firing is true or false. My brain can weigh 3 pounds, but the thought that I'm talking to you doesn't weigh 3 pounds. While we may be having heavy, while we may be having heavy thoughts in this conversation, we're not going to go by neck braces after this discussion's over. So you can check another one there. My brain can be 7 inches long, but the smell of a rose or taste of banana is not 7 inches long. There's a dozen more examples we can go into, but the point is simply that if all the states and properties of my mind are these genuinely new mental states and properties that are not physical, and if all the states and properties of my brain are physical, then it follows that if consciousness exists, it can't be reducible or identical to something physical like the brain. Now, note how.
Yeah, so you see this again. So he says reducible or identical, but all he's argued for is an identity relationship, and that's why he's referring to Leibniz's law of identity and saying that, well, if they have different properties, then they can't be identical. I don't argue for an identity theory. That's not the only alternative that's available to naturalists. It's not the mainstream view. I mean, even there's probably more sophisticated views. I don't know too much about modern identity theory, but it is an older view for this reason, because I think there's more plausible options. And if Eric is to say that, it's necessarily the case that a soul exists because of these sorts of arguments, he needs to address more than just the identity view. And it's just not good enough to just slip in there or reducible to, almost as an afterthought. Well, you have to explain why the reduction in relations can't hold. Again, this seems to be saying that, well, hurricanes have wind speeds, and that they have an eye of the storm, and they have all of these other electrical and other properties, but particles of air don't have these same properties. So how is it that I can talk about so therefore a hurricane can't be the same as or reducible to the motion of air particles? But that's obviously false, right? Because we know that it is, unless you think hurricanes have some sort of immaterial essence or something like that. And these examples can be multiplied with things like language or economies or political systems, or what's the examples I'm going to give? Cells, like biological cells. All sorts of things like this have the same phenomena, where you have higher order complex phenomena that supervene or sit on top of lower order parts that give rise to those phenomena. And the same issue occurs where you have things that you can predicate of the higher order phenomena, but not the lower order phenomena. Like water is wet, but H2O molecules are not wet, as a simple example. And it doesn't follow from that the higher order thing is not reducible to the lower order things. And that's why it frustrates me when people like Eric just don't address this point.
Yeah, so there is a theory which I don't think many people hold to anymore, called type identity theory, right? Which would be to say, well, pain is the firing of C fibers, for example, right? That's just what pain is, and it makes that identity claim between a particular mental state and the physical firing of a type of physical thing. Now, there's one thing Eric might be doing here, which is like a multiple realizability objection, which is to say, well, pain is like multiply realizable, so you can have pain without the firing of C fibers, so that type identity is wrong. And then, like there's more complex, more modern versions of the theory, so like a token identity theorist, which is saying like there's a certain token called pain, and that is C fiber firings in humans, and I don't know, O fiber firings in octopuses or octopi.
Yeah, that's an important distinction. I'm glad you mentioned that.
And but that's a different thing to I think what Eric's saying here, he's trying to make this distinction between so a third person let's say maybe it's like an argument, but like a reductio ad absurdum kind of thing. So it's like, let's say naturalism is true. Well, then the third person description of a brain is all that there is to the situation. So what it's like to smell coffee or something is a complete description of that is like there's a 3 pounds wet brain with these fibers firing or whatever, and it's like, but there's nothing in that description that it's like to smell coffee. And he's saying so naturalism doesn't account for that. So if naturalism is true, we have this absurd kind of conclusion where there's something it's like to smell coffee, but there isn't something it's like to smell coffee because that isn't a part of that complete third person description. Now, maybe an eliminativist is going to say that they're going to an eliminative materialist is going to eliminate that consciousness or that qualia from the explanation, but that isn't the only option available. So someone might be like a neutral monist, right, where they say there's fundamentally one substance, but there's like two sides of the same coin, where what it is like to be that particular bit of the substance, it is the qualia, which and there's one way of describing that with particular tokens. But then for someone who isn't that thing and isn't experiencing the qualia, the third person description also applies, and the third person description also applies to that thing if they were to like look in a mirror or at an fMRI scan or whatever. But it's just like it's just two different ways of talking about, like I could, I don't know if you may not have had time. I sent you a link to like that free will lecture where he's talking about.
Yeah, I haven't watched that yet, but I will do.
But he talks about like explanations in that, and like that, like there's different ways that you can talk about like an explanation of why economics, of why like a model of a population exhibits certain features or whatever. So you could talk in terms of like, the particular matter that constitutes it or whatever, or you could talk in terms of like an evolutionary explanation, or you can talk in terms of like a mathematical model of what's going on. And there's different ways of talking about the same thing, but just because like those different ways of accounting for the same thing like seem to have some different features, it doesn't kind of like follow that they're therefore like they're talking about like different things. I don't know if there's anything further you want to say about that point, or anything I've just said.
Yeah, no, I think it's good to bring up the type token identity theory distinction, and I think, as you say, token identity theory is more popular these days, and that's a distinction actually that's relevant in philosophy of language too. Right. Another thing that I talk about in one of the first sections of my book, I believe. So the distinction between types and tokens, but also this idea of neutral monism, which is a very interesting position, that there's one thing that exists and it has sort of, I guess, like physical and non-physical or mind-like aspects to it, or something like that. It's a bit weird. I don't really understand it, but I think it's an interesting position. So there's a lot of avenues that one can take with respect to these issues about, let's say, identity through time, or understanding the nature of consciousness, or how mental properties relate to physical properties and so forth. But what Eric is doing is trying to present a very strong argument for the existence of the soul without engaging with really any of these. Like, he doesn't even identify identity theory. That's a confusing way to say it. He doesn't even mention identity theory as the position that he's responding to. And I just think that this is really disingenuous when he claims to have studied this for a long time and know what he's talking about here. Let's hear what the main contending views are and explain why yours is the best, rather than just make these blanket arguments that actually don't apply to many of the positions that one could hold. Yeah,
that's a good point, because it's like, I mean, I understand maybe when I'm saying some things, I could be accused of being uncharitable, but I think like if I were to explain, like competing explanations, let's say, well, the Cartesian dualist might say this about it. Whereas, this person might say this about it, but I'm still like giving an account of the different explanations, how these views are like passed up in the domain of discourse. Whereas Eric's sort of presenting it as if there's just these like dichotomous positions. There's like substance dualism, or everything else, which is some vague kind of naturalism that doesn't make sense, which encompasses, like type identity theory, token identity theory, reductive naturalism, eliminative materialism, behaviorism, functionalism, and all these different like views, which are, they have key distinctions, and they're very important to distinguish between them, because it could be that one of those is actually false while another one is true, and so.
However, there is a difference between the relationship of identity, A is A, versus a correlation or dependence relationship, or cause and effect relationship. So, yes, when you, if I have Alzheimer's, you hit me over the head, yes, that affects my mental states. And people will say, that proves that there is no soul, or that you're just talking about your brain. No, it doesn't. That doesn't establish identity. That merely establishes a correlation of cause and effect or dependence. But like, again, atheist philosopher Jaegwon Kim said, correlation.
But it's like, if we're talking about, okay, it just establishes a correlation. But if we're talking about like these things sharing different properties, I think if we were to make like some predictions that say whatever's going on with the mental is also going on with the matter, well, then we're like, if whatever from a third person description, we're going to say, okay, that the brain has been bonked, and then we can describe that in terms of like, like pneumatic force or whatever through it, and damage to the neurons or whatever goes on when someone's like knocked out or something. But you wouldn't expect, like, would you expect on Cartesian dualism to see a correlative change in the soul at the same time? Like, can you make those sort of predictions that would falsify the Cartesian dualist position? Whereas I think like you would predict, if there is a kind of identity going on, that you would see those kind of changes when there's the physical change in the sub. It's the same with like the split brain things that I guess we might come on to talk about and stuff. I don't know. I think you've got something to say about that.
Well, this was a very interesting statement here, because he said that so bonking someone on the head or psychoactive substances or whatever cause effects, have effects on the mind, but he said that doesn't prove identity, which I actually agree with. But he then said shows correlation.
Yeah.
I don't know if he said and dependency or dependency, one of those two. But the thing is, those are very different things. So dependency is a causal, or at least some type of causal relationship, I think, or something like that, more than a correlation at least, which can just mean two things that go together. And I think it's clear that it's not just a correlation, because we can reproduce these things experimentally in laboratories and reliably. So that it's more than a correlation, right? It's not just an accidental relationship. Oh, wait, I suppose it could be if you want to say that there's this parallel structure and God ensures that the one always follows with the other, then you can make that. I mean, some people have argued that, but it's a bit fringe and pretty silly, I think. I mean, what reason do you have for thinking that? Right. And that's not what Eric is either, because I'm pretty sure he's an interactionist, which is the more classical Cartesian view, which is that you have these two substances, physical and non-physical, and they interact with each other, meaning that there's causality going in both directions. So the mind causes or has causal effects on the body or the brain, let's say, and vice versa. Now, this is a huge problem because it leads to the interaction problem. We'll talk about this more in the last video, which is where Eric responds or kind of doesn't respond to it directly. So I'll put that to the side for the moment, other than that if you're going with interactionism, I think there are massive problems to address. But this view that the mind is dependent on the brain, interestingly, I completely agree with that. The only difference there is what we think the mind is. I think the mind is, as I said, a set of higher order phenomena that are produced by the underlying substrate like neurons and so forth interacting in the brain. And so I'm happy to say that the mind is dependent on the brain. In fact, that's what the physicalist says. Eric, it seems, kind of agrees with that in saying that the mind is dependent on the brain, but he can't say it's dependent in the same way because he thinks that the soul exists separately from the body and separately from the brain, but interacts with it. And so I think this gives rise to a question which is a little different from the interaction problem, which is just that sort of, why is it that souls need bodies? Like, what are they doing with bodies? Why don't they just do their own thing? If you're saying that the body causally affects the soul, but you also say that souls can exist without bodies, and this is where I think he's moving beyond the standard just philosophical substance dualism and more into Christian theological areas. How is that causal connection severed? Like, does God sort of just zap it so that the body can't, like when the body's decaying, presumably it's not still causally affecting the soul, right? Because you're dead then. But why not? I mean, what's actually happened? Again, you seem to just have to invent these ad hoc hypotheses about how these causal relationships work that don't have any sort of clear justification.
I think that something like that is what I was thinking in terms of like the predictability of each explanation. So like if we assume that Cartesian dualism is true, then the Cartesian dualist the Cartesian dualist is making various arguments for their position that, for example, like the thought is non-extended and isn't divisible and stuff like that, whereas like matter is. So like these are different properties that they would have. But then it's like, well, that would make the prediction then that, for example, if we like cut bits of the brain out, then we wouldn't expect like the thought to change, for example, because because there isn't any kind of identity of that sort going on, or you couldn't destroy, or you couldn't like, you couldn't hit the thought or whatever. Whereas if these are like two ways of describing the same thing, I can't make like the claim that this is like a straight up argument. But I think if these were two sides of describing the same thing, like the private experience of the brain and the third person description of the brain, then to say, it's been smacked or an area of it's been cut out or whatever, then you'd expect to see the kind of changes in thought that we do see. Whereas you don't see that. Whereas I don't think you'd predict that on Cartesian dualism. But yeah.
I think that at least a classical dualist position, a substance dualist position, is that mind, there are two substances, mind and brain, let's call them. And if they're an interactionist, as I think Eric is, they interact with each other to give rise to all of the phenomena that we see, like consciousness and memory and decision-making and so forth. And the way at least I've understood that is that neither alone is sufficient for that. You need both of them to interact. That's the whole point why it's dualism. Yeah. And I think that Eric, this is what I was saying before about this whole issue of the things that he needs to assert and how it all hangs together. Because Eric wants to say that volition and belief and perception and these other things are functions or some aspects of the soul, not of the brain. But it seems that they're also functions of the brain. So if the brain can do them, maybe with the help from the soul, but then also the soul can do them entirely by themselves because they're functions of the soul. There seems to be an overdetermination going on here, where it's like the soul entirely produces these things, but also the brain somehow contributes as well. I don't think that really makes any sense. How do you sort of attribute the causation or the origin of these sort of functions when it seems that the soul is sufficient by itself? How do you get the dualism back? Because it seems we're moving in the direction of idealism, actually. The body doesn't seem to have anything to do when you say that these things, the soul's sort of sufficient by itself.
And here's an internal critique theological objection as well. If we're going to talk about a good creator God who's, created a world for us to explore that's intelligible and isn't a deceiver and stuff like that, it's like, well, how are we going to explain when we develop false beliefs if God is in some way responsible for that interaction? Either he's wound the clocks up for you, so then God's directly the cause of our false beliefs and things, or the interaction is for you when our perceptions deceive us into false beliefs, and God's somehow like aligning what's going on there in the causation. Those are going to be problems. But in terms of the intelligibility of the world, where Christians, I don't know if Eric does, but might want to argue, the fact that the sciences work and stuff, this is all like evidence of a good God. But then if we've got like this world which actually is unexplorable because we can't figure out the brain, because like there's this really weird thing going on where you can't figure out, is the brain doing this or is the soul doing this? Like, well, that doesn't make sense with this God who set up the world to be I mean, it's not particularly strong, but I think it's
I think it's actually a really good point, because some apologists like to make the argument that God, I mean, how do you reconcile this with the teleological, like the fine-tuning argument? God likes to make a universe that functions through cause and effect. Well, if he does, then why would we expect there to be this whole very important aspect of reality where you have these things that are souls that have all these, an array of different causal powers over perception and desire and memory and volition, and again, I've forgotten one, distinct different causal powers that have seemingly no explanation. There's no how they work. They just sort of do that. We have no access to those things. We can never observe those things happening. They don't, they're not part of the physical world, so they're wholly separate from all of these other things. They're not privy to the same laws of sort of cause and effect or natural laws that other things are. That seems totally the opposite of how God likes to go about things. Why didn't he just make the whole universe that way if that's the way he likes to do it? And of course, the theist could say, well, he just did it that way. I mean, why does he have to have a reason? But then the fine-tuning argument, I think, falls apart, because it's like, well, you're just ad hoc saying that God likes to do it one way this way and then a different way the other way, which is you have no explanatory power to say why it does that. It's just as much a brute fact as the naturalist could just say anything else is a brute fact, right? Just has no further explanation. So this is what I mean. When theists introduce something into their ontology to explain something, but then you ask, well, how does it work? How does it give rise to these things that you say it does? And they say, oh, there's no explanation. It just does. I don't think that's an explanation. That's just a more complicated, it just does. So why not just stick with the naturalist, it just does?
Yeah.
Are not explanations. They're the very thing that need explaining. So there's a bunch of different illustrations or analogies to use. I usually refer to something like a guitar. If I'm the world's greatest guitar player, which I'm not, I don't even play guitar, and I have great talent, I use the guitar as an instrument to convey my talent. But if you pop a guitar string, I may not be able to play the music. But no one's going to say, therefore, it follows I am a guitar, just because there's a correlation, or that my talent is in the guitar, or even that the music is inside the guitar, even though affecting the instrument will affect the way the music sounds. I don't break up on a guitar and the note C falls.
Yeah, but can you have a change in the guitar music without a change in the guitar, Eric?
Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Another way to say this is that this analogy is massively flawed, because the whole idea of dualism is that, or interactionist dualism, which again I'm assuming is his position, is that there's causality going in both directions. The way so a guitar player in a guitar, the guitar player manipulates the guitar, and sort of the causality goes in that direction. You don't say that the guitar somehow affects the way that the guitar player is playing it. I mean, maybe if it breaks in some way that does, but I'd just say that's outside the analogy. But that seems to be completely different to the case where he wants to say that, if you drink alcohol, that's a psychoactive substance. It affects your brain, which in turn affects your soul or your mind. It seems that that's what he would have to say. Or like if you lose part of your brain or something like that, that's a causal effect going the opposite direction. So it's not just that the body is as a passive instrument. Your body has causal effects on your soul, and that's just doesn't fall under the analogy that he's making, where the guitar is purely a passive instrument that only is a conduit for the causal effect that's sort of prior to that. Now, maybe he actually wants to go whole hog and just say, no, actually, there are no causal effects from brain to soul. It's all the other way around. And then he could say, well, psychoactive substances just sort of damage the instrument, which kind of is what he says later. But I think that this has massive problems because it seems to be saying then that, like, for example, if I have brain damage and I lose my memory, it seems to be that, I mean, my memory can't be entirely in my brain, because then changes to my brain would change my memory, and my soul would have to sort of access that. So that would be causation going from brain to soul, right? So my memories have to be in my soul. But then why does it need my brain? If I damage my brain, why does the soul care? The memories are in the soul somehow. So there seems to be a dilemma here. If it's all in the soul, then why is the soul in any way inhibited by changes to the brain or body? That just doesn't seem to make sense. On the other hand, if it's not all in the soul, then how do you avoid saying that there's causation going in the other direction? So causal changes in the brain have causal effects on the soul because there's sort of aspects of the soul that, like, not all the memories are encoded there, for example, would be one way to look at that. Or perceptions require the body to transduce them to the soul or something like that. So I don't think you can have it both ways. Either there's causation in both directions, in which case this guitar analogy just falls apart because it's your body's not just a passive instrument, or there's causation only in one direction, in which case how can you account for the fact that the instrument matters at all? Because it seems that it's all in the soul. There's nothing else that the soul sort of needs.
Out, and you don't cut open a brain and see my thoughts or beliefs. A neuroscientist can know more about my brain than I do, but he cannot know more about my mental life than I do, because consciousness is not a physical thing. It's something that has what's called first-person private or privileged access. If you want to know about my brain, any third party can do that. If you want to know about my thoughts, you have to ask me, because thoughts aren't physical and they're not extended. If they were physical, then you just open up my brain and see them, but you don't.
So let me jump in with a couple of questions. So, and maybe you've already answered this, but it went over my head. Where is the soul? And you can give as short an answer as you want to that.
Yeah, so I would say it's a category fallacy to ask a question like that. It's kind of like saying, where's the number 2? How many number 2s can you fit in your pocket, and how heavy will your pants be? It's the soul. If immaterial, then it's not extended in space, and it has no weight or anything like that. Now, okay, I know that's. Go ahead, sure.
Well, but isn't my soul?
Are you wanting to come in?
Well, I mean, I think he's actually going to mention this, but let's just talk about it now. So this is not a good response, right? There may be okay responses to this question, but this is not a good one, because the number 2 is an abstract entity. Obviously, abstract entities don't have physical locations, but they're also not thought to have causal power or causal powers. There are some people I think who think they do, but that's pretty non-standard. Also, they're not substances. The number 2 is not. That's what it means for it to be abstract. Yeah. Abstract objects are not usually thought to be substances. So it's a very poor analogy because it's a fundamentally different type of thing. So what I think Eric should appeal to is something else that is a non-physical substance that has causal powers. Now, there's a problem here because there are no generally accepted examples of such things. And the only other one would probably be God or ghost or magic or something like that. But again, everyone is going to, many people are going to object or question whether such things exist. And I think that this is a fundamental problem appealing to a non-physical substance, is that, how do you even know such things exist or are possible? Because we don't observe them anywhere. There's no widely accepted examples of them. So I think it's a good question, because Eric wants to point to language and say, well, we think that they were the same through time, but we also think that we're in a location. We think that I'm in Australia. I'm not somewhere else. And Nathan, you're in the UK. Eric is in the US, right? But according to Eric, if you're a soul and souls don't have locations, you don't have a location. I mean, that seems to straightforwardly follow from what he said. You're identical to you are a soul. Souls don't have locations because they're non-physical. So isn't it a category error to ask where someone is? You can ask where their body is, but you can't ask where they are. Now, I guess the best he can say here is just, technically it's not correct to ask where someone is, but it's just sort of a verbal habit we have. That might be okay. But honestly, if we're going to say that, then why not just apply the same analysis to identity through time? Maybe just say, we say that we're the same person we were 10 years ago, but really that's just kind of a verbal shortcut. What we mean is we're nearly the same person, or we have this causal connection or something like that. Like, if it's good enough to have a semantic analysis that kind of says technically this phrase isn't accurate, but it's okay to use it, then why not apply it in this different case? This is relevant to what I argue when Craig uses philosophy of language arguments in the favor of the eighth theory of time, his presentism. Elsewhere, he actually says that, no, you can't read ontology off language because, we say all sorts of things like the sun rises when it's actually the earth rotating and, matter is solid, even though it's mostly empty space. But, often we think that it's okay to use this verbal language, even though it's like theoretically not true, because it expresses, it's an analogy, or it's just informal, or it's, what we mean, or something like that. So if you're going to go down that route, then I think we should seriously question this notion that we can apply this analysis to get an immaterial soul because of identity through time questions, and we want to say that we're identical through time, all these other issues. If he doesn't want to go down that road and we can read ontology off language, then I would like to ask Eric, why can't we? Why is it that we can't say that a person is located in a particular place? Because it seems that on a strict view,
you apply a spatial
exactly.
predicate to the subject.
Yeah, I think it's an inconsistency here that maybe he just hasn't thought of.
Yeah, I think this, there's an interesting point. I think this objection is raised by John Locke in the essay concerning human understanding as well, where he kind of talks about, like if I get the bus from Oxford to London, right, it's not like my soul gets left behind. Like, why is it that the soul is always spatially located, like near where the physical stuff is?
Yeah, actually, I think that's what they talk about. So maybe we'll,
okay.
I think let's hear the end of that.
Like usually hanging around my body, like, how far? I mean, now, and also I do want to ask seriously a question about like near-death experiences, because I'm curious if that research plays a role in this. I mean, I know Gary Habermas uses it a lot with kind of resurrection and evidences and things like that. But yeah, like how? I mean, okay, let me take another step back as another kind of. So I think that there are two people who would disagree with you mostly. One, of course, are like pure physicalists, right? People who believe that there is no soul. But other people who would not agree with your first phrase that I am a soul, I have a body. And this gets in, I think, ultimately into like resurrection questions, like new earth, new heavens, like resurrection of the body questions. Like, well, if we only have a body, but we're not a body, then what's resurrected? But before I get that, that's why I wanted to ask about like, where is the soul? Because it seems to like hang around. It's like my shadow, it's like wherever I am, it seems to be too. But then again, I said I, so of course the soul is always with me if that's what I am. So let me put it this way: where my soul usually is, it seems like my body is in close proximity. Coincidence? Is that a dumb question? You can tell me if it is.
He's going to tell you it's another category error.
Okay.
Can I just want to say one thing, because like this guy's a Christian, right? But it seems like, I don't know, like he just seems so much more sort of like pleasant and not insecure about like these questions and thinking about it. Like I'd be happy to like talk to him about and hear about his worldview. Whereas with Eric, it seems like it's like you're in a dogfight, and it's like, like all these if you're in it, you disagree with me, like you're stupid, there's something wrong with you, and I am right, and this is so like, and it's just painful. Like there's like emotional pain in this conversation, whereas this conversation is like, oh, let's learn something about each other's worldviews. That's the.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I'd like to hear more from Evan. That is, I think, a very good question. And I wish they hadn't given Eric this out of, they're going to say, sorry, he's going to say it's a category error, and then he just says it's a category error. Because I mean, category errors are real things, but I see that this concept appealed to more and more often, and I think it's mostly just a cheap out, because you have to explain why it's a category error. You can't just say that it is, and why you can't analyze it in a way that it isn't a category error. That's what I was sort of saying with respect to the analysis of language, like, because there are different ways to look at it, right? It's just, what I'm saying is either way seems problematic for Eric, and maybe he can come up with something else. But again, I think he needs to give an account here. To just say, oh no, that's a category error, it's basically saying you're not allowed to ask that question. That's pretty unsatisfactory.
Like, a category error might be like saying, how tall is the number 3, right, or something. And it seems that like intuitively there's something fishy about that sentence. But a sentence, like, because it just doesn't seem like meaningful. Like, I can't even make sense of what it means. But if I ask, like, where are you? Where am I? That seems meaningful, and it makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
In the same way that, like, how tall is the number 3 doesn't make sense to me. So, like, can we provide an account of why it is that I'm able to apply that spatial predicate to the subject of I, without just begging the question of like, well, actually, it doesn't make sense, or
Yeah, precisely. So maybe it's a category error under his view, but the point is, because it seems such a meaningful question and a very standard thing to talk about, we always talk about people's special locations, then I think he needs to give an account as to what's happening with this language. And there's different avenues he could take, but instead he just declares that he doesn't have to answer this question, which I don't think is satisfactory.
In a sense, it is, because even note, and these are good questions. Note even the notion of hanging around my body is still a something that's located within space, right? So I would say that your soul is causally active within your body, and you know where those lines are drawn is more of a a posteriori notion we come to, not something a priori. I mean, it's something we come.
One moment. So the soul being causally active in the body as an a priori notion, which would be something taking place within the mind, but this doesn't tell me why it's.
Oh, didn't he say it was an a posteriori notion?
Oh, a posteriori. Well, even so, I do not understand.
I actually don't know what that has to do with anything that he was saying.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't understand how this helps answer the question. Maybe, I mean, you could say, well, you've not played enough of it yet, but I feel like there's just like complicated words being thrown out there.
Yeah, that's what it came across to me. Oh, I'm at a tough spot here. Let's throw in some jargon. That's the uncharitable way of seeing that.
Yeah.
To after the fact. One way to think of it, and without getting into heresy, it's just an illustration for the sake
we
of
like
this
to stay away from
discussion.
heresy here on Theology and Air. Yeah.
We can say
Get
that
as close as you can without yeah.
that my soul
I don't
is
mind heresy. I'm happy with heresy.
God would be omnipresent to the universe. It's not a pantheism where God is.
Wait, hang on. The soul is omnipresent. Did he just say? What?
Rewind a bit.
Yeah.
We can say
get
that
as close as you can without yeah.
that my soul is omnipresent to my body, much like God would be omnipresent to the universe. It's not a pantheism.
But that doesn't tell us why it would stick around the body if, you know, like if the body's moving. That's just to say it is. Well, why is it around? That's like, why is the soul always around the body? Well, it is.
Yeah, I mean, so to say that the soul is causally active within the body, I think that's fine, but it raises further questions, and this is related to the issue, which is another major problem for substance dualism. By the way, we've been criticizing for 2 hours now. We haven't even really gotten to major objections to substance dualism. This is mainly Eric, I think, failing to make his case or being unclear. But another major objection, other than the interaction problem, is the problem of many minds. And this is the idea: is if there are substances called souls and substances called brains, physical substances, why is it that we have one soul to one brain, and that sort of there appears to be a other than in, I mean, Christians might say that you can have possession cases, but at least most of the time there seems to be a consistent connection between them until you die, and then somehow the soul like goes away or something. But why does that happen? What is the mechanism to ensure that? Why aren't there many souls to one brain, and why aren't there some brains that don't have souls? Or like, why don't souls skip from one brain to another? How does all of this fit together? I mean, again, and it seems that the best answer that can be given is, oh, that's just how it works. I mean, that's not an explanation. That's just another ad hoc assertion.
Because like if we pick apart what he's actually said there, well, one way of saying, we say God is omnipresent to the universe, so we say the soul is omnipresent to the body. But like, what does that description tell us? It just tells us that the soul is always in the body. But then it's like, well, are you describing like hylomorphism? Like, what are you saying here? That isn't. Yeah,
that actually seems more consistent with that. Again, I think hylomorphism, although I don't agree with hylomorphism, I think it's so much more plausible than this, because it gives an account for why you always have them together, because that's the only way it can work. That's the notion. There's not a notion of a separate substance that exists separately and independently of the physical world.
It's just a different way of describing. It's a different way of describing what the content of the question was. Was like, there's this data point that minds are always around bodies. Why is that the case? And he's gone, well, because, you know, minds are always around bodies, and just described it in a different way without really like telling us what's the actual explanation on dualism of why that is, like why.
But also he said the brain is omnipresent to the body, as if that there's one brain and one, the soul is omnipresent to the body. Yeah. As if there's one soul and one body, but there's many brains and many bodies. So how do they pick out each other? And I'm also interested in what facts distinguish one soul from another. This is another huge problem, I think, because if they're simple, then they seem to be like indiscernibility of identicals. If they have all properties in common, then they must be the same. But obviously they're not identical. So what differentiates them? But it can't be thoughts or perceptions or volitions, because those things are changeable, right? And the souls can't be made up of those parts, because then Eric would have the problem of it being an aggregate, which we already talked about. Where's V been? Normally she
She's been
Comes on
asleep.
earlier. Oh. Well, has she been asleep, or has her soul been asleep, or her brain been asleep? Well,
Who knows what the soul's been doing? Yeah.
Anyway, oh, I've lost my train of thought there. Yeah. So the issue of
many
how
souls in a body. Yeah.
yeah. So how you have the what facts account for differentiating one soul from another? Because it seems they have to be ultimately simple in order to avoid the problem of being aggregates or being changeable through time, which would create identity problems. So again, I think that there's many problems that are implied by the line he's taking here, which he just doesn't address.
My soul has been tasting truth. There you go.
Theism where God is in it per se, but he's causally active at every point in space. In a similar vein, and of course I'm talking to the Christians here, my soul is omnipresent to my body in that causal type of active power sense. It has the ability to act in my body because it's omnipresent to my body, much like God could act at any point in space, though he's not physically located in space himself.
It seems like maybe what he's saying here is like, if you're not going to accept my explanation, then there's a big problem for your belief in God or something. Rather than actually providing an explanation, it's like the threat of giving you inconsistency in your own worldview or something, which shouldn't. I don't know. Like maybe just go, yeah.
It has to be this way for my worldview to work. Leave me alone. I mean, he can say that, right? I'm not even entirely saying that's irrational, although it probably could be articulated better. But I mean, the naturalist can just say the same thing about the alleged problems with his worldview. Well, it just must be a brute fact that a certain brain states give rise to first-person experiential. That's just how it is. There's no further explanation to be given. That's equally, I think, as good as the sorts of things that Eric's been saying. I mean, I think that the naturalist can say more than that, or at least about most of these issues. But the point is, even if they can't, they seem to be on equal footing with Eric, except that their ontology is simpler, which is one of the main reasons I'm a naturalist.
So then what's the distinction between, just to really dumb it down here, if I have a thought that comes to me, and it's a pretty good, contemplative thought, I think, oh, that's good. And I stew on it for a while. Is that my soul doing that? Is that my brain doing that? Or is that another category fallacy?
So you're asking when you have a thought, who's or what's doing that? Is that the question?
Like, would I say that that's my soul that's produced that thought? Is that my brain that has just taken all the information that I've been fed up to this?
It's like, Sarah, this is too precise of a question.
Yeah, really good question.
Yeah.
Point and is percolating and sort of computing it and coming up with a conclusion.
So we definitely, so I'm a substance dualist and
we're going to get into that. Yeah.
Moreland calls this a Thomistic like dualism. He calls himself a peeping Thomist, and that's his joke, so don't count it as mine. But
sorry, the peeping Thomist. I thought he was ridiculing someone when he said this, but apparently someone calls themselves a peeping Thomist. So it's just why?
But again, I'm just thinking from this is my psychoanalysis point of view that I can't help, is there's a question here that he clearly doesn't actually have an answer to. And he just kind of starts off with going, well, I'm a substance dualist. What do I, a peeping Thomist. It's hang on, can you just tell us yeah, the thought happens in the soul or whatever? I could say yeah, the thought happens in the brain. That just seems, I don't know, maybe again, maybe I'm just being uncharitable or something, but it just seems like a weird way of going about. I'm watching Apologetics as someone who's not in the in-group, right? And I'm this whole thing just seems like sophistry and weirdness rather than actually exploring
sophistry and illusion. Perhaps maybe we should commit it to the flames.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
People know what I'm talking about. If you know what I'm talking about,
David Hume. Yeah.
It's a half a point.
Well, yeah. But so there's a deep integration between the body and soul, and he would say that the body is infused with the soul, kind of like sugar and water. You mix it, and so to kind of put perspective to the question, to me that's like asking, what taste do you taste, or does your tongue taste? Well, I taste by way of my tongue. So when you're thinking, those are your states and properties, which is a faculty of your mind, but that is possessed by you. You are the thinker. So hopefully that putting it in that perspective kind of helps. Same thing with spirit. The spirit is a faculty of my soul. It's not something, a separate substance, but it's the faculty through which I communicate with God. My mind is a faculty through which I have these 5 conscious states and properties, and so on and so forth. So yes, you are thinking, And it's a faculty of your mind, much like when you're tasting, but you're using your tongue to taste.
Okay, so you just made a distinction between.
I do not understand how that related to thought. I get what he said about the tongue helps you, you know, like by way of your tongue you think, okay, so, and then the qualia of what the tongue is tasting is in the soul or whatever. I understand that causal pathway, but he did not say where the thought is, I don't think. I don't
think this answers the question, because you see, the naturalist can just agree with pretty much everything he said. We taste by way of our tongues, we think by way of our brains. Well, yes, of course. I mean, everyone agrees with that. Yeah. That's not really relevant. The question, well, I mean, it's sort of relevant, but it doesn't answer the question. I think, let's put it this way. If Eric wants to say we think by way of our brain, is it follow that the soul by itself cannot think? So if the soul separates from the body, can it not think anymore? Can it not have these perceptions, volition? This seems to be a problem, because before he said those are faculties of the soul, it seems that I mean, this is a dilemma that I said before. Does the soul need the body to exercise those things? In which case there seems to be this two-way interaction issue here. In which case his analogy falls down, and you have to ask the questions about, like, well, is it the brain or the soul that's doing the thinking? Like, it seems that it's kind of in both some way, which is a bit weird. And you get these interaction problem questions. But then if it's not, and again, he seems to be in this answer leaning towards but now he's leaning the other way. He's saying that it seems to be the brain that's doing the thinking, and that the soul just kind of thinks using the brain. But then it seems to follow that it needs the brain to think. And therefore, if it's damaged, it can't think. And if it dies completely, then the soul can't think at all.
Which would suggest it's an essential property, you know, like the brain is an essential.
It means we can't exist without bodies. I think that's inconsistent with what he says elsewhere. So I think he's in a whole lot of trouble here about trying to explicate this relationship between the soul and the brain and the properties that these things give rise to.
Between souls and spirits, which is one of the questions I had, like 10 down my list, because people do use those terms interchangeably. Right? Oh, I have a soulmate. My spirit is drawn to him. My spirit talks to the Lord. But then we talk about having the Holy Spirit in us, and that's different. So maybe talk us through that a little bit. Souls and spirits. What's the difference?
Yeah. So I would just kind of reiterate what I said, that it's a faculty of your soul, and so it's pretty.
I would just reassert my statement about what I believe. Like
popular and I don't. Hopefully, this doesn't sound derogatory, condescending. In a lay crowd, who maybe people who haven't studied this, typically tend to take what's called a trichotomist position.
So yeah, you just haven't studied it. If you disagree with me, there's the second explanation.
I actually did find this interesting, though, because we criticized IP about this. Remember, he talked about mind and body, and then at some point, at least sometimes there was a soul there, and we were saying it seems more like I think trialism or whatever you call it. Yeah, but so I agree with Eric here that. That doesn't really make any sense, or at the very least, it's not dualism. So I think he's kind of right here in saying that that's not correct, or at least that's an even more odd view.
I agree. I just think it sort of reeks of insecurity to say, like, if you disagree with me, you just haven't thought about it as like part of the explanation.
Well, yeah, especially when you begin by saying, "I hope this isn't derogatory." I mean, why say that? Whenever you say, I hope this doesn't come across as derogatory, I feel like I said this on another one of my videos recently, but I can't remember which. But like, whenever you say that, it immediately, it sounds derogatory. Like, so if you have to say that, then maybe rephrase what you were going to say. Like, it's really strange. Again, it does seem quite insecure when you're saying it that way. Like, just say it in a way where it's not going to be derogatory. Like, I don't know.
And they say, no, you're a body, soul, spirit. And they're saying, like, there's three substances. And I say, well, I would say, no, the spirit is just a faculty of the soul. It's dualism, literally twoism. And I would just say that the spirit is a faculty of the soul. And you might say, oh, but the body talks about the spirit. It sure does. But it also talks about the heart. It also talks about the mind.
Did you mean to say the Bible talks about? You said the body talks about.
Yes, I meant to say Bible if I said body.
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm just making sure that I'm like picking up what you're laying down, because it's a lot. Continue.
Yeah. And it's kind of like, it's like saying, how many hands do you have? 2. Oh, and you have one body, 2 hands. Well, that's 3. No, I have one body that has 2 hands. So when we look at what we are.
But isn't the body a mereological aggregate?
Yeah, so if you lose a hand, is it still the same body? I think you actually said, well, again, if it's the tricycle, then it's not the same body. So do you acquire a different body if you lose a hand?
Exactly.
I am a soul. Yes, I have a faculty of spirit, and yes, I have a body. But these aren't 3 separate substances. There's only one captain of the ship, and whoever the captain is, that's you. So I'm going to say my soul, which means the other things are aspects or faculties of my soul, much like my spirit and my mind and so forth.
Man, oh man. Okay, to go back to something Evan was asking, he asked about sort of where is the soul located, and we talked about that. That's maybe a it's not a geographical kind of thing, but it's, if we are a soul and we have a body, then before there was a body, before there was an Eric Hernandez body, was your soul floating around in quote heaven? And then, you know, the corollary there is what's going to happen after your body dies.
So I take what's called a Traducian view of the soul, and again, these questions can get pretty deep really quick. So there are two views of the origin of the soul. One is a creationist view, and the other is a Traducianist view. And I'm going to oversimplify them just for the sake of time.
We always want you to oversimplify.
The creationist view, God looks down and he sees a sperm and egg meet, and he's like, yeah, looks about right. Looks like the right physical conditions are met. Hey, you know, Gabriel, zap that bad boy with a soul. So you have God continually creating souls when the right physical conditions are met. I hold to a Traducian view of the soul. And again, this is oversimplified. And it basically is a notion that I get my soul in some sense because of who my parents are. And this is a type of substance.
So this is interesting, considering what we were saying earlier about creation. When does the soul come into existence, or whatever? Just to link it back.
Yes, exactly. So I hadn't heard this view Traducianism before.
Me neither.
It's interesting. I actually can't decide which seems more ridiculous to me, that God is going around zapping souls into being exactly at the moment of conception and never a moment before or after for some reason, or this idea that somehow the soul substances of your parents mingle together and interact to causally produce a new soul.
Yeah,
which somehow is also associated with.
How does that?
Yeah, but somehow also all of that is associated with the physical process of the sperm and the egg coming together. Yeah. Again, for some reason. And how do we establish the distinction of different souls? And like, what is it that they combine? Is there some sort of like soul genetics that's happening here that means that? But that doesn't seem to work, because that would seem to say that the soul is an aggregate of some underlying properties.
Like, I mean, without having any spatial predicates, it just makes, I can't explain, like, why would two people having sex together, which is, okay, spatially they're close to each other, presumably, in this world, but, like, why would that be close?
I don't know what you're doing. I guess you could have in vitro fertilization.
Yeah. I don't know, but I don't.
How the heck does that work, right? So, I hadn't even thought about this. Okay, so a guy donates sperm, he dies, right? But his soul is like hanging around the sperm.
Yeah,
and then
Eric's explanation here. So Eric's explanation is that the souls have to be together to produce another soul. But if he's died and you've got the sperm and you combine it to make a fertilized zygote, and then you implant that in a world, like, what has gone on in soul world there? Like, is the soul, are there like bits of soul in each of the sperm because they have the, like, it just doesn't, I don't know.
I mean, probably theologians have talked about this, but I very much doubt they've come up with it, because, like, I mean, I just feel like the physical world, the physical material reality, which consists of very simple substances, which then combine in complex ways to give aggregates that have complex behaviors and properties, accounts for all of these issues, because that's how we get combinations and higher order things and with gradation. It's because things are combined in complex ways, right? When you start talking about souls that are immaterial substances, all of these issues just come because there just doesn't seem to be any, I guess, substrate or any way to instantiate these different properties. And so you just have to throw more and more on as, this is just how it works. And here's another causal power it has, without any reason or explanation for this. This is why I just reject this whole ontology of substance dualism and everything it's associated with. It just seems to be building up more and more complex edifice that doesn't have any explanatory power. It just seems so absurd to me.
Why are we encountering all these like bizarre things when we're talking about conception with Eric's explanation? Maybe because it's not tracking the actual like reality that we're trying to describe, right? His explanation is like that. His explanation doesn't represent reality, and so when we try and represent features of the real world we know about with it, we encounter this place where it just completely departs from what we see happening, which is that two people, come together to create a baby and give birth to it, rather than like souls coming together.
And why is it that we can provide very detailed, precise mechanistic accounts of how conception works at the biological level, but we can't say anything it seems meaningful, or very little meaningful, about how this whole transducian thing works? I would say it's because we have no epistemic access to any of these phenomena, and as such, I don't think there's any reason to believe in them.
Well, this is one of I think Gilbert Ryle or C.S. Peirce's like objections to Cartesian dualism in terms of like explanatory impotence is like you can't really say anything about what it is. You can just say what it isn't, and so it's like it's like a pretty poor, because you're like, oh well, it's not spatial, it's not physical, it's not, but you're like, well, what is it? Anyway, we should continue because we've only got 33 minutes in and we've been going for like 2 hours because we get like 10 every 10 seconds.
There's so much in here.
Yeah.
Substantial change. Now, why go there? There's biblical reasons and philosophical reasons. There's, I would say, a posteriori reasons. Let me give one of those first. So when you cut a starfish arm off, it has the ability to grow into a new starfish. Now, I think anything that's conscious and that's a first mover in that type of sense is going to have a soul. So I would say starfish.
Whoa. Let me stop you right there. Are you saying a starfish has a soul?
I am. You have starfish souls. So
okay,
yeah,
continue.
Yeah, no, we're there's can worms everywhere.
Sarah didn't like that. I like it. At least animals get heaven.
Yeah, this was really interesting what I heard about this. I mean, starfish as well. These are echinoderms. They're not even mammals. I wonder how far down it goes. I think later he says he doesn't know, which is fair enough, I guess. I mean, I don't know how far down consciousness goes.
Yeah, brilliant. Like, yeah.
Again, the problem is that from my point of view, personhood and consciousness and all these things are graded properties. So there doesn't really there's no issue for me here. I mean, there's empirical issues, but fundamentally there's but he thinks that souls are they're discrete units, right? So it has a soul or it doesn't have a soul. And so he's got to find a cutoff point somewhere. Unless souls have, but he's pretty clear that there's no sort of gradation there. There might be different types of souls, and that's already an interesting question. What differentiates a human soul from a chimp soul to a dog soul to a starfish soul? What is it about them that's different? Evidently, they have different causal powers, but in virtue of what do they have different causal powers? It just seems to be we're just throwing more brute facts that just don't have any explanation or sort of account of how they pertain. They don't pertain in virtue of anything. They're just brute facts. That's what I mean. They're contingent brute facts. So we're just throwing more onto our ontology. Oh yeah, by the way, there's these millions of different types of souls that have different causal properties, or causal powers rather, to each other. Why? Well, that's just the way they are. God made them that way because reasons, right? Like, gosh, it's just, I mean, do trees have souls? It seems there's no reason you'd stop at any particular point. So, what an ontology here. It's getting very crowded.
Yeah. And I don't think he's really given us good enough reasons as well for things like cars and stuff, for like why he isn't like describing like substance hylomorphism or something, like where it's like, oh, like cupness, and like you can remove the handle of the cup or whatever, and it's like, well, there must be like a distinct ontological substance of the cup, because like the cup can get a chip, but I still call it the cup or whatever. And
yeah, exactly. So there must be an essence of the cup that is separate from, well, not just separate from, a separate substance to the physical.
But why organisms, like why are organisms the things that get souls as opposed to like other mereological aggregate like things like the keyboard, like how many keys can the keyboard lose before it ceases to be the keyboard for Eric or whatever?
Yeah, and this just reeks to me of vitalism, the idea that there's some sort of immaterial essence or substance that gives a vital force that makes something alive. And then this was thrown out in the 19th century when we discovered biochemistry, to cut a long story short. And I feel like this is just exactly what substance dualists are doing about the brain, that they're throwing this immaterial substance there to sort of try to get around things that they think are mysterious, but actually I don't think it has any explanatory value. And I think that once neuroscience and cognitive science has made sufficient inroads, I think we've already pretty much there, but at some point we'll get to the point where it's just not even slightly tenable anymore. But it just reminds me so much of what he's saying now.
I know.
But
there's also starfish everywhere.
There you go. Yeah,
his arms get chopped off, and
and that's because biological matter is infused with soulish totipotentiality that has the ability to have some type of a substantial change when certain physical conditions are met. So Moreland would argue something like, when you get hydrogen and oxygen and you put them together.
What does that even mean?
That's my life motto now.
But if they're different, so if they're if they're ontologically independent substances, then like never the twain shall meet. Like what?
That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
What does it mean to say? Yeah,
biological matter is infused with soulish or with totipotential soulish potentiality. Well, that means it has causal powers to produce souls, I think, is what he's saying. that is pretty weird. I mean, and that's an explicit interaction, by the way, in the opposite direction from physical to soul, right? This is what I was talking about before. So he's explicitly endorsed that. So the whole violin thing is broken down because we've got, I mean, he's not only saying it interacts with it, he's saying that biological matter can produce souls. At least that seems to be what that comment meant. But don't the souls produce new souls? What does the biological matter have to do with it? Why are they always connected? Why can't a starfish soul just exist without a starfish body if starfish souls can produce souls? Or why can't... There seems to be an overdetermination here. He's like, new starfish come from old starfish, and new starfish souls come from old starfish souls, but they always like map one-to-one with each other. It seems this weird parallelism with interactionism as well that just doesn't seem to have any explanation.
Yeah.
Together. The reason there's new properties is because a new substance comes into existence. So he would say technically hydrogen and oxygen in some sense cease to exist and a new substance comes to be, namely water, but we call it H2O because we're reductionistic and whatnot. In a similar way...
Wait, yeah, that's not how chemistry works, by the way.
Yeah, he's not talking about like ontological substances here, because surely he'd want to say like that's just a rearrangement of matter, which is one am I misunderstanding what he said? Have I just lost track of what's going on?
I don't really know what he meant by that comment.
Yeah.
Sperm and egg meat, which have solar total potentiality, a new substance comes to be, namely meat. So a biblical reason too is because Scripture, and I'm just scratching the surface. Scripture teaches, let everything reproduce after its kind. And from the onset, Moreland says that Genesis is in some sense an apologetic against the pagans because, they said if you want your crops to grow, you do these, sexual rituals. And they said, no, God set it up from the beginning that everything is going to reproduce after its kind, meaning it already has within itself what it needs to reproduce. And that would include not just the physical, but the metaphysical. And so that being said,
how does that argument, isn't that an argument for physicalism? Everything produces after its kind because of the properties and causal powers that things have in virtue of their physical,
because of the causal closure of physics. And
yeah, exactly. That seems to be a very good biblical argument for physicalism. I don't understand how he gets to soulish totipotentiality from that. It's bizarre.
Yeah. Well, here's something. I mean, he, like you said, he's going to debate Chris Date on there, or I don't know, he probably did. Who's a Christian physicalist, but one of the things John Locke says as well, which was rather controversial in his time. And here's one for you Christians who think it's important, is if God so wished, couldn't he make it so as matter thinks, right? Like why commit yourself to this? Like,
didn't he say so that rocks think?
Yeah. Like if God wanted, he could make it that way. And it's like, why commit yourself to this kind of radically liberal ontology and like these set of like facts and explanations as to what's going on when you don't need to? Like it's not like this is the crux of being a Christian. You could just reinterpret what the Bible means by soul or whatever, but like have a view that's sort of in accordance with reality, dare I say. Like
I know I like to say cluttered ontology. There's so much stuff that Eric needs to postulate here, things that don't follow from anything else that he believes. So a physicalist has to postulate something like Oppie, for example, says that the laws of nature are necessary and the initial condition of the universe is necessary. Now, I don't necessarily, how can I say it without saying necessarily? It's not clear that I agree with that. But you could also say that they're just brute facts, those things. But the point is that's all the physicalist needs to postulate. Now, supernaturalists or like Christian apologists like to poke at atheists sometimes, like, oh, how can you account for the universe, or how can you account for the laws of nature or the initial conditions or whatever? And, maybe there's something to that. Maybe there's no explanation to be given. Maybe they're just brute facts or necessary or whatever. The problem, though, is that it seems that to me that theists, and especially substantialist theists, especially those who believe in a personal creator God and so forth, have to have just as much, but all in their ontology, plus all this other stuff. Like, well, God has to have made the universe with certain initial conditions. Why did he do that? Well, he just did. Why didn't he pick different initial conditions? Well, there's no reason. Why did he make a universe at all? Well, he just did, apparently. But also, why did he choose to incarnate as Jesus? Well, he just did. Why did he do this miracle? Well, he just did. No reason for that. Why do souls exist in this way? Well, they just do. Why do they have all of these different causal powers? Well, each one of them just does. They just have a power of of volition, and they just do have an ability to exercise it, to have memory and all these other things. And why do starfish have souls? Well, they just do. And why do apes have souls? Well, they just do. And why does transducism work so that souls have these powers to break? Oh, well, they just do. And I'm just imagining I'm in a tank and it's filling up with all of these different things that just exist. So I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm suffocating here. Your ontology is ridiculous. Like, why would I believe all of this stuff? It seems so unnecessary to me.
James, look, we've even got a convert.
Nice.
Even Eigenvector agrees if you're watching this, Eric. So, you know.
I mean, again, this isn't an argument against Christianity. This is just an argument against a very particular way of thinking about this and particular arguments for it. And I think one of the reasons I react strongly is because people like Eric and Craig and others argue that naturalists are so unreasonable and they don't have explanation to all these problems. But I feel like what they don't see is that the only way they can get these alleged explanatory power is just by postulating all this other stuff, which in turn doesn't have any explanation. And they have no better explanatory power, but a way more cluttered ontology. And that's the fundamental reason, lack of explanatory power plus more cluttered ontology, that I'm not a theist. And so I guess my question as a general question would be, why believe any of this stuff? Why not just get rid of it?
Is what drives the formation of my body, and the soul is ontologically prior to my body. So on my view, the existence of a...
I don't know if it's just, but I feel like I'm hearing like the same 3 or 4 sentences just like repeated over and over again as like assertions in responses to answers. Now, this could be my biases, right? Which is why I keep hearing that. But rather than like specific, rather than like fleshing out, I barely got 2 seconds. It's like, rather than fleshing out the explanation in terms of the questions that are coming in, it's like just reasserting like, well, I am my soul. So as I am my soul, I am my soul. I'm ontologically independent because I'm ontologically prior because I'm my soul, because I'm not a mere... It's like just reasserting like in different ways. I don't know.
A body presupposes the existence of a soul, because you're not going to have a soul without a body. It's actually the soul that drives the information of DNA to create my body. And the reason I have eyes is because my soul has the...
Did you hear that? The soul...
Yeah, that's a little gem that he threw in there that I don't think he really explains. The soul drives the information to create the DNA or something like that. That's an interesting view.
Where does that fit in? Like, like the transcription, like when it as a protein like zips along, where's the soul coming in this explanation of what's going on?
Maybe it's an evolutionary explanation that somewhere there were these mutations that would, but wouldn't God have driven them, not the soul? I don't understand.
Right. Well, I have no idea either.
It's like one of these gems where you're just like, whoa, I feel like we talked for 3 hours just about that there. Who knows what he means by that?
The capacity for sight and needs a body to be able to utilize these faculties and capacities, and creates a body with eyes. If you take my eyes out, yes, I go blind, but if you can replace them, I could still see, because it wasn't my eyes that sees, it was my soul that sees, that uses my eyes as an instrument while embodied.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand that as well as I can. So if it wasn't your mom and dad, but your mom and the milkman, okay, Eric Hernandez...
What is he drinking from? I didn't notice that. His pulls out this massive...
Everything about this is just so great, like from so many points. Like when we're talking about like the sociological, I don't want to if you do watch this, Eric, like it's all in jest. And I don't think he's too serious of a guy. Like I think he's able to kind of like take it and joke around. But it's like like the whole thing is like Hernandez Ministries or whatever on the shirt, like this massive drinking cup, like the soul influences DNA. You've got to say from like an outsider's point of view, I'm just like, what is happening? Like, I'm overwhelmed by like strange things. Like,
but like actually, it's your parents who, in a way, imparted not their souls into you, but explain that one more time.
So there was and again, this is it's quite technical here, of course. It's that these hypothetically,
it's quite technical here, of course. Yeah.
Well, I think Sarah and Evan are almost as confused as we are.
Stuff. I think this is one of the things, and maybe this is just like the agreeableness of my psychology or something, but I think when I was a Christian, because of conflict avoidance, right? If I was talking to someone like Eric and they were saying these things, part of my brain would be like, or part of my soul would be thinking, well, something doesn't quite add up about what he's saying. But it's like, you know, I've asked questions and he said the same thing now. So to avoid further discomfort, I'm just going to be like, yeah, okay, fair enough. But like, no, like if you're a Christian, like question these things, like come to like true beliefs about God and the mind or whatever. Not like, don't just accept what Eric's saying because.
Yeah, making something technical. I mean, some things are technical, right? But the point of the technicality is to try to elucidate, not just to make things complicated so that you can hit people over the head with them. And I think that's canonical bad apologetics there. He should be trying to make it simple, especially given the time span and the format that he's working in there. So that, I mean, yeah, there are complicated issues there, but I think he's pulling in way more jargon than he needs to and making things more complicated than they need to appear. Like that comment about the DNA, for example, it's why throw it, even if you can fully justify that and it makes sense, right? He can't do that in the space where he just throws it in. So just don't throw things in like that. You just got to confuse people and it just sounds silly.
Yeah, I completely agree. Right, let's see how he.
If you could chop off my fingers, hypothetically, you could make some type of a clone from that. And again, these are things we discover a posteriori after investigation.
Yeah, this is one of V's observations about bad apologetics, where she says, you know, like in Pokemon, how it's like you kind of go around and like collect different Pokemon to like battle people with.
Gotta catch them all.
Yeah, it's like I've got Kalam cosmological argument. I choose you. Like
like Cameron, what he's doing with the 86 arguments. Maybe he's collected them all.
Well, like it's like
upcoming video.
Well, I don't know if you watched his response to rationality rules as well, where like he just randomly mentions like the existential quantifier, and he doesn't talk about like why this is actually an objection. Like, because Stephen says, well, it could, you know, like as Aristotle argues in his first cause argument that it's 55 gods, and Cameron's like, well, by God, it's just, you know, it's some X, and he doesn't explain why this like gives us like the one and only one or anything like that. He doesn't logically decompose that, but it's like, yeah, I've got logic now. Like, hit logic, I choose you, and it's like some people aren't going to have that. It's not like being used to actually like precisify the questions or to, you know, like to help bring people along. It's just being used in like this kind of like weird insecure battle mode, you know,
debate mode.
Yeah, it's like all these things are like valuable tools, but the reason that they're valuable is like if we find these things interesting and we want to come to true beliefs, they can help us like describe things in a precise way. They shouldn't just be used like because someone else doesn't know them and so I can sound more sophisticated and like just be like, "Ha, you've not learned this yet." Like, this just frustrates me so much because then it like the whole like human ego primate psychology wise, the whole thing just does become this like ego battle then, rather than like a how do we like form more and more true beliefs and bring, you know, like articulate this to people where we bring them along as well and all that. Yeah,
it's a shame because I think this stuff is really interesting and important, but to see it used and abused in this way is frustrating.
Fact, in some sense, empirical investigation, that the biological tissue, living tissue, has this soulish totipotentiality because, again, think of sugar and water being mixed together. Now, note you said
hang on, I'm going to have to keep pausing it, but what did he just say there? So what's the explanation of why the physical being or the DNA or whatever has this soulish totipotentiality?
That's a term from genetics, which refers to the ability to, I mean, maybe it's used elsewhere, I don't know, but that's where I'm familiar with it. So a totipotent cell, stem cell, is able to produce any type of cell in the body.
Right.
So I don't know why he's using that word specifically. Maybe that's a term.
Do they say soulish in
soul-like? I assume he means by that.
But would you apply in like biology soulish to totipotentiality? I guess like it's not used in that way, right? It's like to do with a cell that can has the potential to become, you know, and it's specialized into any of these types.
Yeah,
of
any of the other lines,
but not like soulish totipotentiality. Like that's his description.
I assume that he's coined that term. I mean, maybe it's been used elsewhere. I don't know. feel free to correct me at any point if I'm wrong there, and he's borrowing that elsewhere. I've never heard that term elsewhere, but I mean, it seems odd because I thought his view was that souls give rise to souls, like souls come together and then they produce the transducing view. But now he's saying that's actually a property of biological matter that does that. And that's very confusing to me because it seems to, again, be overdetermined, which means that there's one thing that is causally sufficient for it, but also another thing that's causally sufficient for it. So that doesn't seem to make sense.
But then he says, but his explanation was because sugar and water. And like, again, I'm like, what? Like, but just thinking...
I think it means there's yeah, actually, I have no I got nothing. I don't know what he means by that.
So here's kind of a bit of a tangent, but still very much related. So if my mother, had not met my father and she was with someone else, it's not that Eric Hernandez would be a different person. It's that I literally would not exist. Gotcha. Now, what makes this interesting is that, and I hate to take away some sermon points, though it could still be used in some ways, but I don't know if you're like me, but you read on Facebook.
Like, I don't know, maybe you want to say, stop pausing it, Nathan, and keep going. But it's like, so he wants to use that argument from the indexicality of language, but that doesn't make sense with what he's just said, because it would be like, well, the token Eric Hernandez would still be applied to that different person. He's not like making these distinctions in like a clear way. Like, I think I get what he's saying. Like a different person wouldn't have been the same person. It wouldn't have been Eric Hernandez. And so like souls like make a better explanatory account of why it'd be a different person. But that's not consistent with how he wants to say, like, we can use I in different ways and to refer to different souls. It's like, well, we could use, like someone else can be called Eric Hernandez and not be the same soul Eric Hernandez. Like, anyway, like, I don't know, maybe I am just nitpicking at that point. It's like, just let it play, Nathan. You've not got through.
When people post these Christianese quotes and you're like, not really. There's one where people say, oh, God made you in this time for a reason. That's why he didn't make you, during the time of Noah. That's why he didn't make you at a different time. Why, in my view, he couldn't have, because you are necessarily a byproduct of your parents. And literally, metaphysically speaking, God could not have created me at a different point of time if the way in which I came into existence is in part because of my parents. Now that gets into that lends to Molinism. So I won't mention the name, but there's a very prominent speaker who's a friend of mine. If I named him, you would know him, who's also a Calvinist, but rejects Molinism.
Okay, you are using a lot of words that people don't know now. So, and I don't want to get into this debate, but just very briefly, do you want to say it, or do you want me to say kind of what those terms mean? Go ahead and just quickly say what the term means. Otherwise, whatever you say next, people are going to be like, what?
Gotcha. Okay. So Molinism is the view that God has what we call mental knowledge. He knows what would have happened had a different set of circumstance occurred. So if I would have had one more sister, God knows what my life would have played out differently. Now we can see this in movies. There's a whole bunch of movies like that, butterfly effect kind of thing. You change one thing, something else changes. God knows what would have happened had other circumstances occurred. On Calvinism it's you can Google that and find all kinds of stuff. But on Calvinism, what's related to this is on this view, God elects who is saved and who's not saved. He chooses that. And I'm trying to leave out the loaded language, if you will, but we'll just leave it at that. Now, this prominent friend of mine who's a Calvinist but rejects Molinism, I said, well, hold on, you hold to introducing view of the soul. Yes. Okay, but if that's the case, you wouldn't necessarily have to affirm Molinism, and here's why. In order for God to elect who's saved, he also has to elect who exists. And if the Traducian view of the soul is the way in which God creates people and brings them into existence, then he would necessarily have to have counterfactual knowledge of who he needs to meet with who in order to have what babies in order for these people to exist that he has already elected. So if Calvinism is true and the Traducian view of the soul is true, then necessarily I would say Molinism would have to be true as well.
And this is why I cannot drink the wine in front of you. Whew, okay, so that's my mom joke.
Let's comment on that. So first of all, he just shouldn't have gone into Molinism. There's no reason to bring that up. It's a complete tangent that's just confusing. Also, I don't understand his argument at all, because if God has foreknowledge of what will happen, surely that's all he needs to decide, because he knows who will exist, and then he just elects some of them. Now, I know Calvinists have this elaborate structure of the ordering of things, the logical order of things, so I have no idea how that relates to that. Maybe that relates to it in some way, but I don't actually know why God needs to know all counterfactuals of creaturely freedoms to decide who to elect, because he doesn't need to know all the possible people here who were elected, only those who he actually does elect. At least for this particular purpose. So I really don't understand that argument.
So I think
also, go ahead.
I don't know. I think it's something like, so he's saying for you to be you, and this seems almost trivially true, the the exact physical set of circumstances that bring you about need to be as they are for your soul to be the way it is, right? And then that relates to whether you're saved or not at the end of your life. So in order for God to be able to elect, he needs to be aware of the counterfactuals so he knows who he can elect. I don't know, maybe is it something, is that making sense? Or
Well, he's saying that Eric is saying that God needs to know the counterfactuals to know who will exist. But he doesn't. God only needs to know who will exist.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to know all of the possible people who would exist in different circumstances. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the reason that Craig, well, I don't know if it's the reason he believes it, but one application that Craig gives of Molinism is for specifying it's addressing the problem of the fate of the unevangelized by arguing that these people, there are people who wouldn't have accepted God in any possible world. And so it's just for God to send them to hell. Now, whether that follows is a different question. But the thing is, in order for God to know that, he would have to have this middle knowledge. That's an important distinction. God would need to know things not just that do happen, but that don't happen, but that would happen in alternate realities or alternate possibilities, I guess. But it doesn't seem to me that Eric is appealing to any actual middle knowledge to do this. He just seems to be appealing to knowledge of future events. In the actual world, not in hypothetical worlds. So that's why I don't understand why he needs middle knowledge to do this work.
Well, the key part in what Eric was saying was that like almost trivially true thing where he was like, like you wouldn't be you if it was otherwise, or something like that. But I think there's like something weird going on there. I've not thought about it. I've not quite put my finger on it. But there's something like, I don't know, like there's just something. It's like, well, like for example, he wants to say, well, you can still, like there seems to be actually degrees of freedom in terms of like, so the physical you could be very different. Like for example, I could have had an arm blown off in a war or something, and my soul would still be me, and I could still be saved. Or like I just think there's something wrong with a key premise, but I don't know if it's worth the time of like figuring out exactly what it is. In terms of how all these things link together.
Yeah, I don't really want to get into the whole issue of whether you would be the same or not, because this becomes a very elaborate rabbit hole in the whole issue of philosophy of proper names, and
right.
In what circumstances a name applies. Like, what could be different about Plato and he still be Plato? As a common example given, and like, could Plato have a different mother, or I think it's a bit of a it's quite a tricky issue. So I don't particularly want to go down that line. But what I want to say is that I think that it's quite a bold claim of Eric to say that God could not have created any person in a different set of circumstances, because that seems to be a very big restriction on God's power. So let me put it this way. If there is a fact of the matter about what it is for Eric to be Eric as opposed to someone else, and presumably that relates to his soul in some way, there's some state of affairs that makes his soul different to some other soul. I've asked before, what is that exactly? How a soul's different? But let's just suppose there's some fact of the matter in virtue of which one soul is not the same as another soul. And it seems that has to be true, because otherwise how do some people go to heaven and some to go to hell? That God damns a person to hell, not and it's a specific person,
not
so there has to be
soul.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like that must be true. There has to be an objective fact of the matter that differentiates one soul from another. But if that's true, then why can't God just actualize a particular soul into existence? I don't quite understand why God's prohibited from doing that, or unable to do that.
On Eric's view, I mean, if God can create the universe, which through causal processes brings about a soul later on ex nihilo, but God creates that universe, surely he could like create the universe at like a later stage in the creation ex nihilo, like where the physical, rather than just creating it at the Big Bang or whatever, and all these physical processes play out, which then lead to the soul being created. He could just create, like a universe where all the necessary and sufficient conditions that come together for the soul to be produced, like, are there. I think God could do that.
I just think he's introducing pretty strong restrictions on God. I don't know why God couldn't create an Eric-type soul in the prehistoric age, or in 1,000 years, or at any time if he wanted to. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, it doesn't seem to be a huge issue to me, but I think it's a bit implausible, a restriction on God's power for my taste. You want to say God's sovereign, but he's unable to create a person at a particular time. Yeah, it seems a bit strange.
Yeah, I agree. But I think this is, I don't know, if I were to offer a psychoanalysis of, again, with something I love doing because I know everything that's going on, is I think Eric, in terms of like the social dynamic of apologetics and the cliques and things that there are, Eric is like part of, like Eric Braxton and Leighton Flowers are part of like a particular group of like apologists with a particular theology where things like libertarian free will, for whatever reason, that is like really important to their theology. And so like it's one of the points that's like, if they have like this, I don't know, it's kind of rude to say hobby horse, but if they have like this really strong argument for soul, for example, then they want to be like, oh, and it links into this thing as well, which is really important to us, that we'll talk about sometimes, which is like Molinism, which is a really important aspect of our theology. It's kind of like, like Craig with certain arguments that he'll give for things, and then like, because the Kalam's really strong in his view, it's like this really important point of view of the God that he defends. So then when Craig's like talking about the applicability of mathematics or whatever, he'll just like find a connection between this thing and it'll be like, oh yeah, and this is really important for the Kalam as well. I think that's what's going on with why Eric is like finding Molinism and middle knowledge in like this argument for the soul and God.
Interesting.
I don't think it's that.
Before we continue, I remembered a term that I was trying to think of for the philosophy geeks to look up if they want to look more into this. So I think one way possibly to rescue Eric's argument is if he takes a particular view about philosophy of proper names, which is the view that proper names are what are called rigid designators. A rigid designator is something that picks out the same thing in all possible worlds in which the thing exists. So this is a very particular view in philosophy of language. I personally don't agree with it myself because it's a very rigid view of what a term does. In other words, it doesn't allow for sort of flexibility of aspects of that term changing, I think. But at any rate, if proper names are rigid designators, then I think it may follow that God can't create. Yeah, there we go. What book is that? Oh, an Introduction to Philosophy of Language. Yeah, excellent. Good stuff, philosophy of language. I think it's pretty fundamental. And apologists, I think, don't generally know enough about it. But because it comes up in surprisingly often when you're talking about these issues. Anyway, that's just something to look into for people who might be interested, part of that rabbit hole that I mentioned about philosophy of language, but I don't really want to get into that now.
We have a question from Facebook that I want to ask. But the question starts with a term that I want to make sure we kind of understand and have correct.
Leave me alone.
About if substance dualism is correct. So before we go on, let me see if I have this right. Substance dualism is this idea that human beings have both a physical body and an immaterial soul. Is that right? Did I freeze? I did freeze?
Well, I can hear you.
So you heard my question?
Yes, but go ahead and repeat that for me.
Okay, so my understanding of the term substance dualism is this idea that human beings have both a physical body and an immaterial soul. Is that a fair reductionist view? Okay, and then
I guess in a way like human beings, but imagine if she'd phrase the question to say, you have like a material being and an immaterial soul. I think that would have raised problems for like what Eric is arguing, because he wants to say, like you're not dependent in any sense on the material being. So like to make that like a sort of essential feature of the description would like be a funny like a funny little thing that I'd find it funny. It probably isn't funny to normal people.
The sort of opposite of that, maybe not the opposite, but a common viewpoint maybe would be, especially like in Christianity, this physicalism, the idea that human beings are merely physical, beings with with no immaterial substance like a soul. Is that correct? And they would probably say that what we call a soul is some kind of emergent property of the mind. Is that?
Yeah. So really quick.
Sarah's on fire.
So dualism is a very generic term, and I hold to substance dualism, but that would include what's also called property dualism.
Okay.
A property dualist says there is a duality of properties, physical and immaterial. So a lot of philosophers would agree that conscious states and properties are not physical, including agnostic, non-believing, non-Christian atheist philosophers. Thomas Nagel comes to mind, men like that. I would even say John Searle, although he defines things differently. But what they would say is, okay, yeah, you're physical, but somehow your brain produces these immaterial, what's called sui generis, new, weird kind of properties that we can't put our finger on.
I don't know if I didn't properly listen to whose view he said he's talking about now, if it was Chalmers, but like to say immaterial is
property dualists.
Yeah, but so to say immaterial isn't what a property, because they're going to say, well, it is material, right? It's just a different property of the one.
Property dualists do say that the properties are immaterial, although I don't entirely know what that means. Maybe immaterial is not the right word. Non-physical properties, I think. They're not things you can predicate of something that. No, that's not quite right. Yeah, they're not. I guess it's tricky to articulate what it means for a property to be non-physical. Yeah. This is one of the reasons I have trouble with property dualism. But I think one way to say it would be they're not things that we would predicate of entities in physical sciences. Could be one way to say.
Yes, this. Right. That's what I mean. Is to say, it seems to me that the way he's framing it is as if like they believe they have this inconsistency where they believe that like some kind of monism. Where the material world is like this one substance, but then they have this thing that isn't that, so they should be like substance dualists. That's my objection to how he's kind of like phrasing what they think, whereas they don't think that. They think that it's a property of the one substance, whereas he's phrasing it as if they actually believe that there's like a different substance, but they just like play semantic games to get out of it or something.
Well, notice the inconsistent standards here. He's objecting to property dualism on the basis that property dualists don't have a very good account for how physical substances can have non-physical properties. And he's saying, there's strange things. We don't know how it works. Well, how is that any different for saying that the substance is non-physical? How do non-physical entities have these strange properties? How can you account for that? Like everything he says seems to be exactly applicable to his worldview. Right. So this is an example of inconsistent standards. He's happy to say that these things just happen on his worldview. That's just how it is. But then when someone else says it, no, they have to explain how it works and it's all weird and it doesn't make sense. Well, how come that you don't have to explain that, but they do?
Mm-hmm. Now that's a property dualist. There's two properties, but just one possessor, and it's a physical thing, and you're a physical thing. Substance dualism goes further and says not only are there immaterial states and properties as well as physical states and properties, but there is an immaterial substance that possesses these conscious states and properties. So if someone is going to, even if someone's going to say, okay, yeah, but we could say that the brain produces these conscious states and properties, well, you're still a type of dualist. You're just maybe not a substance dualist.
Okay, interesting. Well, so maybe I was trying to simplify it too much, but let me ask this question from one of our viewers on Facebook, and you can take it away. It says, if substance dualism is correct, and you can't say the soul is spatially located, so the soul doesn't actually reside in the body, then if someone dies and their soul goes to heaven, how can we say that they are, quote, in heaven, since the soul can't be spatially located, being immaterial? I'm hoping you can still hear me, even though your video went away.
Yes. Sorry, I think my phone's dying, which is weird. Oh, it's not plugged in. I have it plugged in the charger, but not in the. Wow. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
This is a sermon illustration. If you don't have it in the power source, it doesn't matter how amazing it is. Anyway.
I wonder if your soul could be unplugged and it runs out of power too.
Question one more time, because sometimes I need to hear it twice, and maybe some of our listeners do too. It says, if substance dualism is correct, and you can't say the soul is spatially located, so the soul doesn't actually reside in the body, then if someone dies and their soul goes to heaven, how can we say that they are, quote, in heaven, since the soul can't be spatially located, being immaterial? Some of our listeners are smarter than I am. This is good.
So again, the whole goes to heaven thing, we're still using extended physical language. And yeah, it is a bit difficult to kind of wrap your mind around if you haven't kind of thought of these things in these ways. But it's so, for example, the Bible talks about God having a throne, right? But does God have a butt? Does he have legs? Does he need to sit? No, of course not, right? So do with that what you will, because I want to go into another tangent. But even when we say God's in.
Okay, I just want to comment on this because I agree. On the one hand, I do agree with Eric that, like, when let's say, if we adopt a Christian worldview and Jesus says, I'm the door, like, it doesn't mean Jesus is a door or whatever, or like, a man and woman become one flesh. Like, so this is an objection of course to you know, I don't know if you know G-Man, if you've ever had the pleasure, but like he will say to Christians who are defending evolution and stuff, you know, you're just not taking the Bible at its word. But then these Christians will like use his arguments against him and say, well, why don't you think Jesus is a door? Why don't you think, you know, man and woman become one flesh? And I agree, like, you know, we could say, well, there's analogical language, say, that might apply to God, or however, or we might say it's not, you know, like we can't use these terms univocally, or however. That's a whole other discussion. But the question for Eric is that it seems we can tell when these terms are being used in a particular sense, though. So when it says the soul goes to heaven, right? If we're gonna in that sentence say, well, the goes to part is like analogical or whatever, well, why isn't the heaven part analogical as well? Like, you know, like this is the internal
or
critique.
The soul
is how
part.
Yeah, exactly. Like how can we tell the difference though in these sort of quite unclear cases? As to where, you know, is it just because we know the truth, that, you know, because we're really certain of substance dualism, and we're really certain that there is like a physical heaven, and so like of course like it just follows from that the correct interpretation. But then like what if my presuppositions are different? What if before I come to that interpretation, you know, I just suppose physical, you know, like I'm Chris Date, I'm a Christian physicalist, right? So then I just suppose the whole thing is allegorical because it just fits with my presuppositions. Like how can we actually tell the difference, like which of these is true? I don't know if.
So I have a theological question about this. Don't Christians believe in the resurrection of the righteous at the end of history or something?
I think there's sort of a whole debate kind of around that, but yeah, like by and large, I think so. Yeah.
So people's bodies will be in heaven, right?
Yes. Yeah. Well,
so why didn't Eric just say that?
Yeah. Yeah, there are people who think like different things about this, because I think that I think Eric is thinking of like a platonic heaven, like where the soul goes there, and maybe it's like I think there's something called like the budding atom theory or something. I don't know if where like God's created like a different physical, you know, like he's you know, at the moment you die, like in God's, he knows like the exact physical constitution, so he can just like he just poofs that into existence in the physical heaven, and maybe the soul. I have no idea. I mean, Eric could think anything about any of this.
Yeah, it's not directly relevant to his argument for the existence of a soul. I thought it was an odd response.
Yeah.
So I was just interested.
That's right. That's a good point, because you could be a substance dualist, right, and say, well, God physically resurrects. But then there's this whole, you know, like if we're talking about like whose view is too ontologically liberal, and then we're going to get into this, like, why the hell is God like physically, you know, and then you get into all these questions maybe of like cannibalism and stuff like that as well for Eric, right? Like who's going to get the atoms if like a cannibal eats someone else, and like which the soul is the soul going to do you have two souls that can physically interact with the same bit of matter, or there's a whole like I'm just getting confused like formulating my questions because there's so much there's so much going on.
Because the ontology is getting cluttered again.
Yeah.
Well, is cluttered.
Heaven, we know that God's immaterial, but yet we're not going to think of it as some type of a physical location. At least we shouldn't. One time I was in a youth group, and there was this young lady, and she's like, why do we bow our heads when we pray? We should be looking up to God. And I guess I hadn't.
I do want to reply to is Craig I think you're defending Eric here where he probably doesn't deserve it, because to say we know what they mean, but we don't know what they mean, I think that's just a contradiction. You can't know and not know what they mean. You either do or you don't, right? That's my point. Like, I think I get what you're saying, like this is metaphysical, but I think if Eric has like a bad point, you should just be like, yeah, do you know what? Eric isn't right on this whole thing. And as a Christian, I'm going to like adopt a different point of view. Maybe like Chris Date's Christian physicalism or whatever, right? Or Evan, who's not been able to say much, maybe his like hylomorphism or something. That's my point of view on that. Rather than like I think it's like a sunk cost fallacy. to be like, I'm so invested in the position of Eric that no matter how many like contradictions are drawn out, no matter the explanatory impotence, no matter how many like extra things I'm positing to my ontology, I'm still so committed to this point of view that I'm never going to abandon it for anything else. I think that's like a like flaw in human reasoning, right? Where we're just so invested in a position that we're not going to like change as different facts come to light.
Oh, well, we see that in the third video that we look at where he looks at objections. It's, I think, very telling, but we'll get there.
Said enough prayers that day, and I was like, well, actually, and I kind of felt like I crushed her soul, if you will. And I said, well, it depends. If you know people in China and us here, we're on different parts of the globe, so which up is up, or is it east and west? So if we're looking down, maybe actually we are looking up, because the people in China, that's up. And anyways, so yeah, I think when we're using these physical languages, it limits our train of thought when it comes to these kind of things. So yeah, I don't.
And sorry to interrupt, but I think what it could both on that previous point I made, and sorry to interrupt you, James. Like, if Eric was like raising good points against what we were saying, you'd also not want us to just keep coming up with ad hoc explanations for like naturalism. You'd want us to be like driven to the conclusion that we were actually wrong and there's like a better explanation out there. So that just in terms of reasoning, do you want to come in and say what I interrupted you on?
Yeah, somewhat irrelevant point, but I feel the need to defend this little girl here who was saying we should look upwards. I mean, traditionally, a lot of people have looked towards the heavens to pray. So it's kind of makes sense. But also, I mean, there's a very obvious way to articulate that. The girl's referring to away from the center of the earth. That's what she means by up. Eric seems to have this idea where it's like the North Pole or the South Pole, something like that. But I mean, it's very natural just to it's away from the surface, from the center of the earth. Now, I mean, in itself, that doesn't matter so much. But I mean, it's sort of a nice little illustration of if you do a bit of effort, you can often try to understand what someone is saying and come up with a way to make it make sense, or at least with a lot of things you can do that, rather than just saying, "Ha, that's silly. Here's what I have to say." And why did Eric have to do that to this girl who was making this, I think, quite astute point? Is like, no, actually, well, is it China up or it's a little example. I think it's kind of telling of his approach there.
And I think that is probably what like ends up driving people away from Christianity as well. Like if you're in a group and it's like, well, because all truth is God's truth, whatever, we can honestly like explore these questions, and actually your questions are valuable and we can explore them together, then that's more likely, I think, to keep people in Christianity and intellectually virtuous to lead to true beliefs. Whereas like the like no, this is the right answer and I have it, and so
category
like,
error category error.
Yeah, that's going to make people think, hang on, like like this, like what Christianity is like just a bunch of used car salesmen like shoehorning me into that. I think that's what happens with that approach.
You just need to doubt your doubts.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that answered the question or not, or I don't know if you want to push back.
I'm trying to imagine what it's like to be your wife and get a fight with you. This is just like, well, that comes down to the principle. No, I'm kidding.
So I made a mistake when I first got married, and I did that at first. I learned really quick not to. I need to get a trophy for this. I'm self-proclaimed the only person to have stumped Dr. William Lane Craig. One time it was at a Texas Baptist conference, and during Q&A, I asked him two questions. One was philosophical, and I appreciated his answer. And then I said, now here's a tougher, harder question. I said, being an expert in philosophy and knowing how to argue and knowing how to point out logical fallacies, I said, what's the best way to argue with your spouse without kind of giving into that? And I said, I'm asking for a friend, not for me. That was the only time I saw him laugh and not answer the question. So
that's cute. I love it.
We did talk later, and he gave me some great advice, but yeah.
He's not going to
go
give
back
Oh,
go ahead.
I want to say on this, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a Reasonable Faith article where William Lane Craig's dishing out some relationship advice, where he basically describes like raping your wife, and I'm not exaggerating.
Oh, I think you sent that to me, or at least it was about a similar point.
Yeah, where he says like like if a wife doesn't want to have sex with a husband, then these are like these are rebellious attitudes in her, and she's like using sex as a weapon against her husband, and so like submission to Christ means like giving him what he wants, and then you like figure out what's wrong with the relationship and why you don't want sex later. And I'm like, wow, like I would never have seen that when I was in Christianity, but now I'm on the outside. Like that is like actually toxic. Like, like William Lane Craig is really intelligent and stuff, but that doesn't mean that like he therefore has you know, like really good advice to do with relationships and stuff like that, just because he's like that's awful.
Yeah, I mean, maybe us atheists should be becoming Christians so that we can have all of these ways of controlling, you know, people in our lives. Like the whole sin argument, like it's just, I think it's dumb. I wouldn't make these arguments, right? But the point is that theists do make them, or at least some Christians make them about atheists. And so it's like, you know, hold up the mirror and see the beam in your own eye kind of thing. Like you could make these arguments along a number of ways. And I think that William Lane Craig says a lot of horrible things, which is one of the reasons I try not to read anything that he says that's not apologetic stuff, because it just makes me even more annoyed, like when he talks about politics or anything else. Yeah,
or the virus. That's one to do. The virus that definitely came from a weapons facility.
Yeah, what was he's just, I'm worried about his intellect. I mean, maybe he's gone downhill. Like seriously. What? Anyway.
Well, I think it's part of like, you know, like the world's under the power of Satan, right? And like there's patterns and picking it, like pareidolia kind of. I think it's something to do with like conspiracy theories and all that. Conspiratorial.
By the way, though, this is why this stuff matters, right? Because people look up to William Lane Craig and they use his philosophy to undergird their own beliefs. And then you get people believing these things about relationships, believing these things about the virus, believing these things about Trump. Certain political figures that Trump, that Craig has talked about. And we see what happens. And so that's one of the reasons why I do this sort of stuff, because I actually think these ideas matter.
Yeah, that's a good point. Right.
No, go ahead.
Let's go back to a couple of these sort of like, maybe someone might call it like a kindergarten level question. You said something about starfish, and I have always understood that the sort of traditional Christian theology said that humans had souls, but that animals and plants and things didn't. So how are you?
Let me know if you want to pause, by the way. I'm just going to take my cam off because I don't want to be rude eating food on. Are
you eating food, or is your body eating food?
How are you coming to the conclusion that animals do, and do you think plants do also?
Yeah, so people who say that, I say poppycock. I would ask them how they came to that conclusion. But so I see these aren't kindergarten questions. They're still great questions. So without getting into the technical details, because there's always room to disagree, and I have answers to the objections, but just at a surface level, if you look at the Hebrew, when it says God created, you know, these land animals, it says he created the nefesh creatures, which literally means soul creatures. So even in the Hebrew, that word is used as soul, and I know people can interpret that different. I have a debate with Chris Date coming up in November, and I know he would disagree with this, with the way I'm using it here, but it does talk about animals as soul creatures. Moreover, from a philosophical side, going back to consciousness, given that you have these immaterial states and properties that need to be possessed, that I would say by an immaterial substance, anything that's conscious is going to have a soul. So you can use like almost like a two-part step with identifying whether or not something has a soul. The easiest way is if it's conscious, I would say automatically free pass, this bad boy has a soul. If it's a substance that is ontologically prior to its parts and is a type of first mover, I would say we have reason to believe that there might be a soul there, and maybe we can look for other features. Do plants have a soul? Aristotle would say so, but he would also define things a little bit differently. But if by soul you mean a life principle, which is, I believe, a type of phrase he used, then you could say yes, they do. Some people would argue they do, they don't. I'm okay with leaving that in a gray area and saying, even if I don't know where I draw the line, I can say for sure on this end of the spectrum, yes. A rock, no. As we get closer to the middle, it may be a little fuzzy, but I think we've got enough parameters to keep looking here into these kind of questions.
So if you're talking about an animal being conscious, I don't know exactly how we're deducing if an animal is conscious, because I would think that consciousness would sort of be its own, like you have self-awareness of your own consciousness. We can't look at a slug and I'm just wondering how far down we go, like bacteria, amoebas, like are they conscious? Are they self-aware of themselves? You might say, yeah, it's easy to say like a dog or a cat or an elephant, but when you get down to some of those other animals, it's really hard for me to wrap my mind around. Maybe I'm just being a brat, but
no. It's a fair point, and I'm fine with in these instances saying I don't know. Maybe there might be some more a posteriori investigation we could do into this, but again with those parameters, I think it's like asking how many chicken nuggets should I eat to get full? Well, I can X out 1,000 and I can X out 1, and I can just kind of keep going and see where I find myself. Nevertheless, now regarding consciousness, now I would also say there are different levels and hierarchies of consciousness. Let me go back to the Traducian view of the soul, where it is a soul that forms my body.
I'm just going to come in where he said, I can X out 1,000 and I can X out 1, because has he spoken with any panpsychists, right?
Yeah, well, he said a rock does not have a soul, and I was thinking, well, I mean, couldn't God have made rock souls if he wanted to? I mean, rocks give rise to new rocks. I mean, there's a process there, so it's not clear that that's true. I mean, I'm obviously not saying I think that rocks have souls, but it's not clear on his view how you can rule that out. I mean, maybe he would say, okay, maybe they do have souls, but again, we just have this really cluttered ontology where now everything might have souls, and God makes all of these after their own kind. They're all different somehow, but somehow have. I mean, we can call them all souls, so there must be something similar about them in virtue of by which we can use the same words. So, but he's just got no account to give of what this means or what we're describing or how these causal properties function. No, physicalists don't have these problems, I think, because again, the physical world arises out of complicated interactions of simple entities or relatively simple entities, and we can describe those interactions and the way they give rise to those properties and the phenomena in question. That's where the explanatory depth comes from. But I just don't see how Eric has any of that sort of ability when he's talking about souls or other immaterial substances. It's just all speculation and postulating that, well, this must work and this is how it works and so forth.
Yeah. Was it, I can't remember, was Thales of Miletus, was his view that everything is full of souls or everything is full of gods? I can't remember. I was going to try and make a joke, but I couldn't remember which one of those it was. And
Wasn't there one guy said everything is water? I forget who that was.
Yeah, well, I think that was Thales as well. Like, I think he thought that, like, he was like a monist, metaphysically, and water's like the fundamental substance. But I think he thought like everything was full of souls or gods or something. And I wonder if this is like a kind of like consequence of something like Eric's view, but I can't remember what he thought well enough to strawman Eric here, so I'm not going to.
I think there are some empirical a posteriori things we can look at, given the notion of the soul, that I think would help aid us in our understanding of these things. And here's what I mean by that. So first and foremost, a thought, belief, sensation, desire, act of will. 5 states of consciousness. If my dog has any of those 5, he's conscious. And
thought, belief, sensation, desire, act of will. There we go. Remember.
And I think we do find that our dogs have thoughts and beliefs. They have sensations. They have desires. So that's consciousness. Now, to I guess just kind of cut it really quick down the middle to make a divide. So I can have thoughts. My dog can have thoughts. But I can have thoughts about my thoughts and beliefs about my beliefs, whereas my dog only has thoughts, but doesn't have thoughts about his thoughts.
How do you know?
My dog, well, great question too, because we don't find evidence that we would expect to see. So for example, and this goes into another interesting question of consciousness not being physical. Okay, let's say we both look at, we both look at this, and I say red, this is red, and you say, I agree. But how do I know that you're seeing red and not what I call blue? Well, I don't know. I just assume you do, because for all I know, maybe you do see blue, but you've been told to call this red.
I've named it red, correct? Yeah.
I had a friend, well, he's still alive. I just don't talk anymore. That's not a word. Who was colorblind, and he couldn't see red or green. Red and green.
So I don't know if we've talked about this before, but I
thought, why don't you give your qualia inversion argument rebuttal? I think it's very good.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, did we talk about this in the IP thing though? I can't.
I think you mentioned it, but I don't know if you went into as much detail. I forget.
Well, it's on it's something the Churchlands raise quite often. So the idea of qualia inversion is that, well, for example, if like Eric is saying, you're able, we can both look at, he had like a red Coke can, I don't know, I'll say like this stripe on the mug. We both look at that, but what it's like for me is like different from what it's like for you. Like what my green is like is what you're experiencing when you look at that red or whatever. If we're able to invert qualia in this way, then that's an idea that would tend towards the explanation that like whatever's going on when we experience things in that way is not to do with like the physical whatever. But the problem is for that is that color isn't like invertible in that way. There's something called like a Munsell color solid. Let me see if I can Stanford and what's it called? Inverted qualia. I'll bring that up.
So the argument that Eric is using is called the inverted qualia argument. I mean, I don't think, even if it were true, I don't think it's a necessarily good argument. But I think it's rested on a faulty premise that you can't invert, or you certainly can't invert colors like this, and Nathan's going to explain why. Some people have postulated other ways to make the argument work without appealing to colors specifically, but Eric used the color example, which is sort of the traditional example.
So here's like a representation of what we're saying. So here's like, say, what I see, and then like you know, like, so to refer to this point on the spectrum for you, that's what it's like, you know, like it's like this color. And then so here's a Munsell color solid here, and you can see that so one of the ways that the Churchlands have argued against this is to say, well, actually that would be impossible because you can't invert the color spectrum in that same way. Now, I think there's also another argument. Well, there's two other arguments I'm aware of. One is to do with like different shades of blue, which is interesting because of something Hume says about his copy theory from sense impressions, but I can't remember about that. And the other one is to do with one of the Churchlands points is to do with like the types of cones and rods and things in the back of our eye, which would also exclude this type of spectrum inversion. But I can't remember exactly what it is. But yeah, basically the thought experiment is just that, a thought experiment. Like, you couldn't actually do it is the butt of the objection.
Well, not with colors.
Yeah, not with
possibly
colors.
Not with anything, but definitely not
maybe
with colors, because the spectrum is not invertible, because you can't have a one-to-one correspondence between sort of points on like different sides of it, because it's asymmetric. So if you did invert it, there would be testable behavioral predictions that you could make.
So if it were this point here, that or the red, which is like this point here, you can see how if we like sort of inverted it to any point, because of the asymmetry of the way that like the color solid is, it wouldn't actually quite work, because then I don't know, like for me to so let's say me and James, I'm invert and James is non-vert, right? So we're talking about like shades of red or something. Well, James would have like I don't know, 10 shades of red that he can describe, but I would have like 50 shades of red if we inverted it. And so like we'd actually be able to, we would produce like different observations if we actually like were inverted in that way, but we don't produce different observations. So the inverted spectrum doesn't work. There's a bad way. I've not thought about this in a while, so I can't quite remember the exact like syllogistic formulation or whatever. But
yeah, so there's three different. There's sort of like a three-dimensional axis that you can describe color on, and it corresponds ultimately to the three different cones that we have that detect different parts of the spectrum. But one way to describe it is like, what is it? It's hue, saturation, and something else. I've forgotten what the other one is. But the point is that not all, if you think of that as like a three-dimensional space, not all regions of that space are accessible to human color vision. So some colors, some hues we see as more, there's a greater range of saturation. Brightness, that's the other one. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. So hue, saturation, and brightness. Yeah. So not all possible combinations of those are actually actualized in human vision. And so it's not an invertible, luminance, I think is another word for brightness. So it's not an invertible space, essentially. That's the loose way to describe it. You can have a look at that article if you want more. But again, the point here is that Eric's raised this as an objection to the idea that, I guess, qualia can be physical. I don't even think it works on those terms, because it's not clear to me that the possibility of inversion implies that it has to be non-physical, but it's rested on a faulty premise, because we know that at least color perception is not invertible in this way. Now, maybe other perceptions are, but I think at the moment it's an open question whether this argument can be made to work.
Yeah, I guess I think that all of these essentially, all of these like thought experiment type arguments tend to basically be a kind of like conceivability argument. So it just essentially comes down to whether your intuition is that the mental is different from the physical, right? So like the philosophical zombies argument or whatever, like the key premise is that philosophical zombies are conceivable Therefore, it's the same with like the inverted. It's like the inverted spectrum is conceivable, and it's basically the same idea as like one of Descartes' arguments. Like I can conceive of the mental without the physical. Therefore, they're different things, but they have different properties.
I don't regard those as good arguments. Craig, interestingly, loves those sorts of arguments because he really trusts his intuition about these sorts of things, and he appeals to it all the time. But I just don't. We've talked about this before. I don't see the reason to trust conceivability sorts of arguments about things.
Green appeared as yellow. And the way I found out was because we were looking at this poster of Skittles. It was one of those inspirational posters. And I'm like, oh, look, the red Skittles say hope and like the green Skittles say love or something like that. And he's like, I don't see anything. I'm like, they're right there. I'm like, wait, are you blind? And he's like, well, kind of. and so now this blows my mind because you think of like, you know, blood, grass. I mean, it's like a Dr. Seuss world. You know, he sees a shade of yellow. Now I say that to say, the only reason I assume that you have mental states like I do is because like if I get stabbed with a needle, you know, a syringe, I say, ouch. And when I see that happen to you, you say, ouch. So I attribute the same mental states, the same quality that I experience to you. I think the same is analogous and applies to animals. As analogous as animals are to me, I can attribute that level of consciousness. Now, to what degree of accuracy? I don't know, but I think it's sufficient to be able to at least lay out some parameters and say, yeah, it seems like my dog has thought.
Just to respond to something Craig said, where he said all thought experiments are like that. The question is whether they illuminate the problem or not. They're all like that in the sense that all thought experiments are, you know, are thought. They're not like empirical investigation. But the difference is whether like our thought experiments are actually informed by the facts, like of what actually is possible or not. Because otherwise we can like conceive of things which aren't possible. And then we're like, well, I think that's possible. But it actually turns out that because we're not aware of all the relevant facts, that we're like conceiving something that's fundamentally flawed, right? So the Hesperus and Phosphorus example, like, you know, like you might be like, well, I can think of a world where like the morning star rises but the evening star doesn't set or something. So like, you know, like there's people.
Yeah, that's a really good example.
Yeah, there's people on Earth and they see the morning star coming up, but they don't see but actually it turns out that Hesperus is Phosphorus. It's the same object, right? Referred to by two different names. And so what we've like conceived of, because we're not aware of all the facts, like the truth makers, the things that make that thought experiment like work, would be like the fact that the Earth is in space orbiting the sun in this way, and like there's this other thing called Venus which is going around in a different orbit and it comes up in the sky from a certain position. We're just not aware of all the relevant facts to inform the thought experiment. And I think that that's what's going on in this case, where we have like a faulty conception because we're not informed by the relevant facts about how like color actually works.
Yeah, and just to follow up from that, so what I was talking about specifically was conceivability arguments, not thought experiments. The thought experiment's more like a setup or a question rather than an argument. You can use thought experiments for all sorts of purposes in philosophy, and I think, yeah, one has to be cautious for some of the reasons Nathan said about how we apply thought experiments, but I don't have an in general point against them. But I'm very suspicious of conceivability arguments for something existing or things being distinct or something like that. Just because we can think of it that way, therefore it must be at least possible that is the case, or that in fact it is the case. I don't think that that's a very good argument in almost all cases, at least.
Thoughts and beliefs, but I don't see my dog, you know, reading Descartes or anything like that, or trying to reflect on his moral attributes or having beliefs about his beliefs. You know, the problem with people these days overall, and I would even say especially in the church, it's not that we lack thinking. It's that we lack thinking about our thinking. And it's that higher order level of consciousness and capacities that really make us distinct from these lower level conscious creatures.
Did you just call some Christian dogs? I think that's what just happened. I'm kidding.
No, that was
Evan,
Jesus
did you have
said, I can't give the bread to the dog. So.
Yeah, well, that's true. Did you have a question, Evan? Because I have like 4,000 left.
Just responding to that point there, everything that Eric was just saying about the different faculties of animals versus, well, dogs versus humans and so forth. I mean, I'm fine with all of that. The issue is I feel like that makes more sense under a materialistic worldview, because then you have this gradation of consciousness and faculty that's based on a gradation of physical brain and body states and the faculties that they have. Whereas what Eric has to say is that that's actually not the reason, or it's not the full reason or the ultimate reason. It's actually because of these discrete different sets of souls or types of souls that exist. Because he said that each animal produces after its kind, and he said souls are like that as well. So this whole gradation thing doesn't really work. What he has to say is God just decided to make these different souls, which somehow have these different causal properties. Instead of appealing to, I think, a very simple evolutionary argument as to why we have this gradation and the fact that the physical similarities exist, but then that minor differences give rise to different properties. I mean, I guess Eric can appeal to that, but then we get this overdetermination problem again. Why is that not a sufficient explanation for these sort of gradation of functions or properties of different animals? Why do we need to add different types of souls onto that?
Yeah, I wonder if I guess Eric's explanation, I forgot what it was. It like the Valentinian, what was the thing of souls? For some reason in my head, I've got like Valentinian Teutonic, which weren't the words, view of how the soul gets produced.
Do you mean the what is it? Biological matter has.
Well, he said
soulish totipotentiality property, yeah, or something like that.
But his view of like how they were created, like the two
transducing
souls. Yeah, that might have been it. Yeah, I think that was it. So maybe on his view, it would be impossible. What I'm going to say, but I was like, like, could you have like a dog soul link up with like the human matter, right? And because like you have more or less intelligent people, and so it's like could you have like a dog soul that's so great that that dog has like faculties that rival like a really not great human soul that links up with like
it's not obvious why that wouldn't work other than him just saying they don't possess the necessary causal powers. And this just seems more because again, the physicalist doesn't have to do that because you can give a mechanistic account or I mean, we don't have all mechanistic accounts, but at least there's good reason to think that there are mechanistic reasons why, like a human can't reproduce with a dog, for example. You can give a reason as to why the pieces don't match up, so to speak, like at a molecular level ultimately. But it seems that Eric just has to say that they don't possess the relevant causal properties or something like that, which is just another postulate that is non-explanatory.
They just have dog souls just have an antipathy for human bodies.
Yeah, like it's basically it.
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay.
So I'm curious when we say that people are made in God's image, right? Well, the Bible says they're made in God's image. Does the soul have anything to do with that, or would you say that's a different category?
Yeah, great question. So this is something I haven't looked too deeply into myself, but there are different views of what it means to be the imago Dei, the image of God. I think it is something ontological about us. Some people say,
can you define what that word means? Because you've used it several times, and I mean I know what it means, but I don't know that everybody does. Ontological.
Yes. So ontology deals with things like the grounding for. So my thoughts would not exist if I didn't exist. So okay. I am the ontological basis for which Eric Hernandez's thoughts exist. If I didn't exist, my thoughts would exist. So ontologically speaking, I am what grounds my thoughts.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's a good question.
Just to be rude, I don't think that's a very good explanation of ontology is the philosophical study of existence. That's why it has an ology on the end, because it's the study of something. So usually when you say ontological, you just mean relating to the existence of something. Now, often you mean that in a fundamental sense, but it doesn't have to be. So I think Eric's saying it's about grounding, but it's not necessarily that at all. I mean, it could be, but it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, I think I think the Greek word is like to do with being or something, right? Like ontos. Let me see. Ontos is being or that which is, and logia or logos obviously is like reason or whatever. So it's like the reasons of what's being or whatever maybe. But I guess a better way of talking about it, of explaining what it is, might be like what exists, right? Like what there is. Rather than like what grounds things, because that's more to do with like
that's more about reduction.
Yeah, that's like a subset of ontology, maybe.
It's an aspect of it or a facet of it, but it's not what it is. Yeah, but also to say that humans are made in the image of God, to answer that, what that means by saying it's something ontological is almost totally meaningless. Let's say, well, it's something about what exists. Well, thanks, Eric. That was very insightful. I'm shocked that it's about something that exists. Like, really?
Yeah, right. That's true. Like, it's kind of like I think what some atheists refer to as like a deipity, where like the problem is that it does have like a technical usage. Like ontology is a word, but the problem is because it's not used in like common parlance, you can like get away with it kind of like you can kind of get away with like using these terms to like sound like you said something really profound when you didn't. Like you just said like you just kind of like restated what you think or something. Like you know,
Yeah, so an example.
It's a question.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I was just gonna say.
You go. Yeah.
Oh dear, we could do an infinite sequence of interrupting each other. What I was going to say is just to give an example of when you might use the word ontological, because I use it sometimes. It would be if you're distinguishing it from something else. So you could say that something might be ontologically possible, but not epistemically possible, or maybe the other way around. Like epistemic, because epistemology relates to study of knowledge, so epistemic relates to things that we know, and ontological relates to things that exist. And those are different. Obviously, we can think things that exist that don't, or things might exist that we don't know about. So they're two sort of different, I guess, avenues of looking at things. And so you might want to distinguish whether you're talking about ontological or epistemic. Are you still there, Nathan? I hope I'm not talking to myself.
No, I'm back. But
wait, what? There's two of you.
Yeah, I know. Right. Oh.
Have you exercised your soulish, what is it again? Toty potentiality?
Soulish toty
Split into two?
Yeah, I have no idea. And this is a bit weird as well, because it's kind of like I don't have... I'm just going to leave and rejoin, which I hope doesn't end the broadcast, but because there's like two of me and I want to be able to remove that one. But you keep going, hopefully.
I can only see one of you now, but anyway.
Well, but yeah.
Totally. Nathan duplicated and I've lost track of what I was saying. Oh yeah, I was just giving an example of the difference between ontological and epistemic. So that's just an example of when you might use the word ontological to distinguish the sort of the sort of thing that you're talking about. It's like metaphysical, perhaps. You're talking about the very abstract considerations of existence, for example. So anyway, to use it in this context, I just don't see how it was relevant, because Nathan's soul, yeah, that must have been it. We had the body and we had the soul. It all makes sense now. Yeah, so to say that the manner in which humans are made in the image of God is something ontological is, I mean, what else could it possibly be? Obviously, it's something about existence. It just doesn't seem a word that's relevant here. And again, it just strikes me as the sort of thing where he's just dropping a word that sounds technical to make it seem more profound or something than it is. Why say that?
Something. It's like
add anything.
Should we go on to the next video at this point?
Hang on. What timestamp are we at?
55.
I'm just seeing what else there was.
So can you prove?
Yeah, there was a question about can souls be destroyed. Eric says yes, but God won't do it. I mean, okay, sure. I'm not that interested in that. Oh, actually, there was a thing that I wanted to respond to, which is around 101, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That part there, if we can jump to that.
Yeah, let's do it.
His part.
Oh, that's good. I like that. All right. My last question. I mean, I could go on for a while. I have several that I have not crossed out on my little list, but why does it matter? Like, and I'm using the word matter, not the way that we've been talking about matter. Why does it matter if we have a soul? Who has souls? How they operate? What's the sort of end game here? Like, if someone says, "Well, I don't believe in souls," so like, to what end are we even having this conversation?
I don't believe in souls.
We can get into this.
Yeah, I guess the question here, I actually think how I would frame the question in terms of Christian worldview is like, is this a thing you go to hell for getting wrong? Like, to be frank about it, like from internally within the Christian worldview, it's like, yeah, this isn't a belief that's necessary for salvation. Okay, it's not salvific, but well, why is it important then to get bogged down in all this minutia? Maybe he'd say because we want to have like more true beliefs or something. But let's let him. I'll let him talk.
And the other scheduled thing we're going to do on the quote proving the soul, and where I can get into the arguments and lay them out better on the soul. You can go to my YouTube channel, shameless plug, YouTube/Eric Hernandez. Excuse me. So I think the aside from, I would say the Bible teaches and presupposes something like substance dualism. I would even say that the intellectual
the Bible presupposes substance dualism. How ignorant is that of ancient Near Eastern cultures? Like,
yeah, I definitely do not think Old Testament authors had anything like substance dualism in mind. This is a Greek philosophical idea, I think, fundamentally, which has then been refined through modern, Cartesian and then subsequent understandings. But I don't think it's I mean, Jews didn't even have a very clear conception of, I think, soul or an afterlife. Certainly earlier on. I'm no expert on that, but it's by no means clear that that's true. Certainly of the Old Testament, and then it's an interesting thing to say, I think.
Price tags you're going to have to pay to denying the soul are just so incredible that I think this is one of the reasons I mentioned. I think I am more certain that I have a soul than I have a body. When I wake up, let's say I wake up in the middle of the night. For all I know, I could be waking up in a bathtub full of ice, and there are some pieces of my body missing. Mm-hmm. So I can wake up thinking my entire body's there, and yet come to find it's not. But when I wake up, I immediately know which thoughts are mine. And it's not like I can confuse that. So I can be mistaken about which body parts are mine, but I can never be mistaken about which thoughts or mental states are mine.
Or so you think.
Well, I would say a property of consciousness is that it's incorrigible, meaning you can never be wrong about it. When you go to an eye doctor and they say, cover the eye, what do you see? And you say, I see an 8. He's not like, this guy's an idiot, it's a 3. He assumes that you know your mental states enough to convey what you see, even if what you see is not a reflection of reality.
Yeah.
So even when I drink,
Eric, I can give you some really weird experiences on LSD if
Yeah, I think there are a lot of counterexamples to what he's saying. Incorrigibility of sense perceptions is an interesting one, but so incorrigibility means inability to doubt, right? But I don't even want to get into that rabbit hole, because there's a difference between a sort of a raw perception and your interpretation of that, and really those get mixed up a lot.
And me thinking I am thinking right now, it's true in the Cartesian argument or the Augustinian argument. Like, while I am thinking this, I can't be wrong that I'm thinking this sort of thing. While that's the focus of attention, but it's like that is when that isn't the focus of attention. Well, firstly, you don't pop out of existence, right? But like your attention can be directed not towards that. Like the content of thought isn't always like my existence. Like the attention can be directed to like all sorts of other things, and it can be wrong about that.
But I mean, plenty of people even deny the cogito. So I mean, certainly a lot of Buddhists, I think, deny this because the doctrine of no self, right? So I mean, there's thought, obviously, but just because there's thought and you're thinking that you exist, that doesn't mean that there's actually an I. That's an illusion, according to many Buddhists. So
and Hume,
I think that you can be mistaken about things like that. At least potentially you can be mistaken. But also, I wanted to raise the phenomena of thought insertion, because Eric mentioned that you can't be mistaken about which thoughts are yours, but you absolutely can. So the thought insertion is a phenomena. It's a type of delusion that's experienced typically by those who are experiencing something like schizophrenia, but not exclusively to that, or it's a result of perhaps substance abuse or other things. And it's where you think that someone else is putting thoughts into your mind. So, I mean, it's not really understood how it works, but it seems that there's some sort of property of the brain where you just like we have a sense of ownership of our body, which can actually be which can cease to work in some circumstances. So there's phantom limb syndrome and other things like this, illusions that can be reduced. But there's a similar thing that we have ownership of our thoughts, or a sense of ownership of our thoughts, and this can fail in certain circumstances. So we have these ideas that are in our minds, but we feel like they've been put there and that they're foreign in some way. So very interesting phenomena if people are interested. But again, I think that it's telling that Eric just makes these bold assertions that, we can't be mistaken about what thoughts are ours. And when I heard that, I was like, well, hang on, no, there are people who, and I was like, well, what's that called again? And I'm like, yeah, it's thought insertion, right? So absolutely we can be mistaken about that. So I don't know where he gets these ideas from, that we can just be certain about all these things. But if you put that aside, sorry, you wanted to comment on that?
No, it's okay. I'm still looking for something. There's a story in this book of a few of the people of like this book which I've told you about before, Making Up the Mind. He's got a few quotes from people's diaries who have those sorts of experiences. So like a guy talking about like feeling like there was this thing telling him to like take off his trousers and stuff like that, and it like wasn't him. And then it turns out like he has like a brain tumor or something, and other sort of weird stories. I was going to see if I could find it and quote from it, but I don't know if I'll. I don't know if I'll be able to find. I heard a voice as I fancied, as it were, just behind me, saying, yet more humble," with some continuance. In compliance with it, I proceeded to pluck down my stockings and then my hose and my doublet. And as I was thus unclothing myself, I had a strong internal impression that all was well done, and a full compliance with the design of the voice. And this is from the life of the Reverend Mr. George Tross in 1714. Yeah, and it says, with hindsight, he knew that the voices weren't real, but at the time of his illness, he completely believed in their reality. So
yeah, it's really scary stuff. But I mean, I think that these sorts of cases can give us very interesting insights about the nature of, you know, consciousness and beliefs and so forth. And we can be mistaken about these things. And even aside from all of that, I don't know how any of this is an argument for the existence of a soul. It just seems to be an argument for the existence of a mind in some way, or a first-person experience, perhaps. But how do you establish that an immaterial soul exists? Eric is saying he's more certain that he has a soul than even that he has a body, but I just don't understand. How do you look in the mirror and you see your soul? Like, how do you know that you have a soul? How do you know that you're not just that your mind is not just a product of the brain? Like, you have to make these abstract arguments to get there. You don't just perceive that. What perception allows you to determine that you have a soul? I don't understand how Eric gets to the existence of a different type of substance from just his first person experience.
Yeah, and then and that is also, I think, Hume's criticism of the Cartesian doctrine as well. So in his abstract of a treatise concerning human nature, Hume says, Descartes asserts that the soul, as far as we can conceive it, is nothing but a system or train of different perceptions, those of heat and cold, love and anger, thoughts and sensations, all united together. Sorry, not Descartes asserts at the start of that sentence, all united together, but without any perfect simplicity or identity. Descartes maintained that thought was the essence of the mind, not this thought or that thought, but thought in general. This seems to be absolutely unintelligible, since everything that exists is particular, and therefore it must be our several particular perceptions that compose the mind. I say compose the mind, not belong to it. The mind is not a substance in which the perceptions inhere. That notion is as unintelligible as the Cartesian. That thought or perception in general is the essence of the mind. We have no idea of substance of any kind, since we have no idea but what is derived from some impression. And we have no impression of any substance, either material or spiritual. We know nothing but particular qualities and perceptions. As our idea of any body, a peach, for instance, is only that of a particular taste, color, figure, size, consistent, etc. So our idea of any mind is only that of particular perceptions, without the notion of anything we call substance, either simple or compound.
Hume laying it down as always. Couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, exactly. This is why I think Hume's empiricism is so powerful, because he takes this idea, this fundamental idea of like just looking at what we perceive and what we can observe empirically, and then asking, like, what reason is there to think there's something beyond that? And I think that it's and also an underlying skepticism, I think, about this sort of metaphysical speculations, which allows him to get some really great insights about all sorts of things there. So yeah, Hume is as I said before, my favorite philosopher. I just wanted to read another quote from Hume that Nathan reminded me of. I think this is probably in a similar section to that, but this is more about the self rather than substances. But so the quote is, when I enter most intimately into what I call myself, I always stumble on some particular perception or other of heat or cold, light or shade, love or hatred, pain or pleasure. I can never capture myself at any time without a perception, and can never observe anything but the perception. End quote. So this is a sort of an articulation of what's sometimes called the bundle theory of identity. That what it is to be you is this bundle of, perceptions and thoughts and so forth, and there's nothing beyond that. There's no like substance beyond that. And this would be an objection to Eric's view that there's some sort of substance that is a soul, which is you. I would just say, well, no, I don't see the reason to think that, and I think that you're just this bundle of sort of psychological states.
Yeah, we confuse similarity over time for identity of some.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Right. Is there anything else in this video?
There was a little bit about free will.
Free will at 104.
He's got free will on the brain. Where was it?
Oh,
yeah, so he just talked about mental states are incorrigible. Yeah, let's just finish out on the free will thing.
Yeah, sure. So that's 104.
Something what I mentioned I wanted to touch on. So if there is no soul, there is no free will. And I think free will is important for
that's not necessarily true, is it? If there is no soul, there's no free will. But I don't know. Let's let him. He can. Let's see if he can go 5 seconds without saying something I object to.
A vast amount of reasons, but here's something to consider. So people with like OCD, anxiety, depression, what they have is they have a chemical imbalance that is causally determined by their brain and body chemistry that is induced on them. People who have anxiety and depression don't will to be depressed. They don't will to have anxiety. It's something imposed on them by their brain and body. It's like when I wake up from a nightmare. I had a nightmare, a really weird nightmare a long time ago when I was like a teenager, of Lamb Chop coming to my door, you know, that little puppet. I don't know why it freaked me out. But anyways, I remember waking up. And I've never been afraid of Lamb Chop. Like it was a weird dream, but I woke up and I still had this feeling of fear in me, even though I knew I was home. I knew I was safe. I knew Lamb Chop's not real. And it you know, as an amateur philosopher, if you will, you know, in those kind of moments, it's fun to step back and just analyze and observe yourself. And I noticed I still had these feelings of fear, even though I knew everything was okay. And it was the chemicals passing through my body. Once they passed, I was good. People with anxiety, depression, OCD have these chemicals induced on them beyond their control. However, Jeffrey Schwartz, who's one of the leading neuroscientists, I think he teaches at UC Berkeley, who was not a believer, is now a believer and believes in the soul, which is funny because people say you believe in the soul because you don't understand the neuroscience. Now, I can give you some Nobel Prize neuroscientists and some of the world's leading neuroscientists who believe in the soul. That's another topic. But he utilizes what's called cognitive behavioral therapy. And what we know about what's called neuroplasticity, and here's what I'm getting at. Jeffrey Schwartz did this study. He has a book, I think, called You Are Not Your Brain, where he gives a 4-step process. And basically, someone with anxiety is going to have these feelings of anxiousness that is imposed on them by their brain, which creates a habitual way of thinking. So this is something that is physically induced. You could put things on my head and brain and make me think or feel things. What Jeffrey Schwartz, and I'm just giving a brief version here, he teaches his patients to learn to think and go against the habitual thoughts that are induced.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Will, but it's like, so on Eric's view of libertarian free will, where we have to be like, not only do we choose to act in accordance with our desires, but we're also the cause of our desires or something. How did we ever get depressed in the first place without choosing it?
Well, he said it's imposed on us by our brain, according to him.
Yeah,
which is another piece of evidence in favor of him advocating an interactionist view where there's causality going in both directions, including from the brain to the soul, which raises the question, what is the brain doing to the soul to make it depressed? How does the soul get depressed? That's a very interesting, it's a bit strange to think about what that could possibly mean. But I want to allow him to finish out here because I feel like he's digging himself deeper.
Feelings that are induced by your brain. So he takes a brain scan of these people and looks at the chemical composition of the brain. He has them go through this cognitive behavioral therapy process. And I forget if it was a month or a few months, or I don't know how much long later. After having them go through these and exercising this daily, he takes another brain scan and sees that they have, in a sense, rewired the chemistry of their brain by thinking differently and going against the causal biological inputs of their brain. Why is this important? And neuroplasticity shows us that, yes, we can stretch and almost rewire our neurons. Well, because this would necessitate that you are more than a brain and body in order to go against the habitual ways of thinking that your brain and body induces upon you. Now,
hang on. So here's his argument then. Let me just try and articulate what I think he said. So he's saying your brain has become depressed and it has it exerts on you a depression, right? So if you are just your brain, then you can't change that because that would be you. So there must be something beyond your brain to be able to cause a change to that depression. There has to be something other. So a key hidden premise maybe that he's not elucidated is that the entirety of your brain is whatever is the depression at one point or something like that, or that, you know, like there's no other features of the brain that
he's treating so this is one of the reasons this annoys me is because there's already enough stigma and misunderstanding about mental illness, and views like this add to this. I'm not saying he's directly stigmatizing mental illness here, but he's certainly, I think, presenting some gross misunderstandings of its nature. So I think that implicitly here he's talking about the brain as if it's a single whole a single simple entity. And so if the brain is depressed, then it's depressed, and it sort of can't do anything else, which is not how the brain works at all. Brain is extremely complicated, and there's many different facets of it, and it performs different functions, and we don't fully understand that, but we can say some things about it. So this idea that of neuroplasticity that he talks about, which just means that our brain changes over time in response to experience, is exactly what you would predict if you're a materialist physicalist, of course, because any changes to our experience, any memory that you form, any change to whatever has to be reflected in physical changes to your brain. Now, they might be small, they might be large, depends on exactly what the change is, but it has to be there somewhere. Now, and he seems to think that showing that when we engage in cognitive behavioral therapy, we can find detectable physical changes in the brain. Somehow that's evidence for a non-material substance. Eric, that's evidence for that's all physical. What would be really good is if we could see changes to someone's, say, depressive state with no evidence whatever of any underlying physical difference. That would be evidence that there's something non-physical going on, assuming we could detect the physical differences accurately enough. Of course, you could always argue, well, we haven't found it yet. But if we got really precise in the measurements and we still couldn't find any physical difference, despite having, one being depressed and then afterwards not being depressed, I think that would be potential evidence in favor of some sort of dualist view. But somehow Eric thinks that showing that there's a physical difference to correspond to a changing behavior or a depressive versus non-depressive state is evidence for something outside the physical. It's completely bas acquid, as they say. It just makes no sense at all. How does the non-material soul have anything to do with this? It's all physical. You've just shown that it's all physical. You engage in therapy, that changes your brain, which affects whether you're feeling depressed.
Yeah, I agree. I don't even. It's not particularly clear how. I mean, well, I guess how he thinks it. I can understand how he thinks it leads to that, right? But it's just like when someone's thinking like this, it's like how do you break them out of that? Like, like to me from where I'm standing, it's so apparent that that's like a bad explanation of what's going on. But it's like. I bet if like you told him this, there'd be all sorts of rationalizations and things and it's like what? Come on, can you just see it? Like, to
respond to the Hugo Revolutionary Guard, which is an interesting name. So under a physicalist worldview, everything is deterministic. I mean, maybe there's some randomness there, but it's also not really relevant to this point. That's just not relevant to the question of mental illness because we're not predetermined to anything because we can, I believe in free will. I don't even know if that's relevant to answering this question, but I'm a compatibilist about free will. But putting that aside, our mental states are responsive to our executive functions. So if I choose to, and through the help of a therapist, for example, to introspect about my unhelpful thoughts or obsessions or compulsive behaviors and things like that, and then bring that to mind and then learn new behaviors to respond to those. That's what they do in cognitive behavioral therapy. Then that's an aspect or manifestation of my brain. So mental functions, which are determined by my brain, but then has a feedback effect on my brain because the executive functioning of your brain affects your behaviors, which then in turn affects how you feel about yourself and affects neurotransmitter levels. And so it's all a very complex system, which has different parts interacting. So again, I think that this question almost seems to be implying the sort of view about the monolithic view of the brain that it seems that Eric has, where it's like a single simple thing that just follows along one step following from the other. I mean, in some sense that's true because it's a physical state that gives rise to the next physical state, but that doesn't mean that we don't have some sort of input or there's no external inputs effects on the process. For example, we can change the way we think by thinking about how we think and then changing our behaviors, and then that has feedback effects on the way that our brain works. It's all very interesting about how this fits together. I've done a little bit of research in terms of how depression works and how the different aspects to that fit together. And we don't understand it fully, but I think that it's super interesting looking into this and the multifaceted levels of explanation as you go up and down the sort of causal hierarchy. But there's no real mystery here that the way we think and the way we behave affects our brains on the physicalist worldview, and it's not sort of a predetermined fate in that sense.
I think maybe we'll have to do another separate episode. I mean, we addressed free will quite substantially, right, in that other video on worldviews with Brexton. But I think that we're using free in different senses. So I think the way that what me and James mean by free is just that if our desires had been different, we would have been able to make that different choice and do what we wanted to do and stuff. Whereas maybe what you mean by free is that like we're somehow in control of those desires as well, or we're the chooser of those desires.
Well, some people phrase it as an uncaused causa, which, I don't believe in uncaused causes. So you can't really be a physicalist and believe in libertarian free will, but I mean, compatibilism is also a thing. I prefer a reasons responsive view of compatibilism, which says that that we choose freely if our choices are made responsively to the sort of relevant reasons for acting for and against, or in one way versus another way. But yeah, we've talked about that in previous episodes, and we'll probably talk about it in the future. I don't even know if it was directly relevant to that point. It's just some of the language there about like predetermined or something seemed to be leaning towards free will direction. So that's why I mentioned that. But I don't actually know if I even have to appeal to that in order to make the point that it's just not the case.
I don't think you do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, or it could be the case, for example, so it could be the case that you're depressed, right? But you live in a society with really good mental health system. So like people observe that, recommend you for treatment or whatever through work, whatever. You go along to that treatment, and then that causes physical changes in your brain, all necessarily determined, but it still causes changes in your chemistry.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's like hope if you suffer with this thing.
Yeah, the point I'm making is fundamentally about the causal interaction between our actions, our thoughts, and the environment we interact with, and that it's not like our brain just kind of does its own thing and somehow these external effects bounce off it and just don't influence it. That's the core of it, I think. I see we're getting more questions about free will. I just want to say, refer to the video we did on this. We talked about it for hours. I think we don't want to get distracted here because it's a little relevant because Eric was talking about this, but I mainly wanted to comment on this point because he seemed very confused about the way that neuroplasticity and brain function relates to the effect of the soul, where I feel like everything he said is evidence for physicalism about the mind, not substance dualism. So anyway, I think we can leave that there and maybe move on to the next video now. And I got a recommended starting point there, which we can jump to, because a lot of the first part of it is... No, that's when they actually start talking about...
Okay.
I recommend starting at 51:45 because everything prior to that is basically just repetition of what we just talked about. So this video here is Eric presenting his case for the soul in more detail. And here he expounds on some of his arguments for the existence of the soul. So that's why I'm skipping forward a bit to avoid some of the repetition. There's still a little bit of repetition, but he makes some substantive new points here.
Yeah. I mean, just on Hugo's still kind of caught up on that point. I think we can probably address this right at like a separate point in time or something. But I think you'd have a hard time like arguing that. Like, why is it that in a deterministic world, if you tell someone that with therapy it will change their brain so as they can get better, that they would get more depressed? Like, I don't know how you go about defending.
I mean, what does libertarian free will offer them that's different? What do they just like decide not to be depressed, just to exert libertarian? Like, that's not how it works. I don't actually understand how it's even relevant.
And I'm someone who like does have depression and was diagnosed with it, like a while ago. And I don't think the idea that I can choose not to be depressed with my libertarian free will like makes any difference, because it's like, what am I supposed to do when I'm like feeling really bad? Like, oh, I'm just not trying hard enough. Oh, it's your fault, Nathan. Like, that doesn't help. Like,
Yeah, it's a bit strange. Yeah, but let's move on from that point.
Let's go. Yeah.
The argument from first-person introspective or private access, what it's called. And it's basically the idea that if consciousness were physical, then you should be able to know everything about my conscious life by just looking at me physically. So as a third-party observer, you should be able to know what I'm thinking if consciousness were physical. But you can't. Now, I brought this up with Tom Jump, and he said, well, no, because I can't see every cell and atom, whatever. I said, well, let's just grant, hypothetically, you could. How would that change? Again, the way Moreland puts it, and I'll sing Moreland's praises all day, which he's actually going to be speaking for one of our conferences in November, which I'm nervous and excited about because Leighton wants me to speak at that one. I'm like, everything I say is going to be from him, so he's going to probably sue me for just copying what he says. But, okay, so a neuroscientist can know more about my brain than I do, but he could never know more about my mind and mental life than I do. When you look at my brain, you're not going to see my thoughts. You'll see neurons firing, but neurons firing are not the same thing as my thoughts. If it were physical, though, you should be able to look at my brain, know what I'm thinking. Now, before we get into some objections that usually come up, the point here is that when you look at me, let's say you look at me and you see something fall on my toe and I say, ow, you assume I'm in pain. Well, what's pain? Mm-hmm. How do you describe pain? It hurts. Well, right. That's kind of a synonym. Well, you're describing mental state. You're describing sensations. How do you know what a sensation is? Well, you experience it. Okay, well, how do I know what you're experiencing? I don't. Why? Because consciousness is first person. It's private access. Only you know what experience you're experiencing. That's called qualia or quale. Every mental state is going to have a specific mental texture to it. In other words, here's a thought experiment for the listeners. How do you know the difference between pain and pleasure? Think about that for a second. How do you know the difference between pain and pleasure? Well, because of what they feel like. Right. Well, in other words, if consciousness were physical, I was talking to David Smalley once, an atheist who also debated, also one of my favorite debates. It's on my channel. We're talking one time, and he was saying, and I said, well, pain is not physical. It's in the mind, not the soul. It can be caused by things in the body, but again, that's just a cause-effect relationship. It's not identity. And I said, well, do you think consciousness is physical? Yeah. He said, of course. That pain is physical. He said, of course it is. I said, well, how do you know you're in pain? He says, I just feel it. I said, oh, so you don't walk around with a brain scanner all day, and you don't like something, you don't have a weight fall on your toe, and you say time out, and you open up your computer and say, oh, look, oh, I'm in brain state X. That means I'm in pain. Okay, ow. No, you're in pain because of the mental experience, the qualia that you have. Now, that's another thing is your qualia. First of all, it's first person introspective. You don't know what I'm feeling. You assume what I'm feeling. But here's another thought experiment. For all you know, when a weight falls on my toe and I say, ow, I could be experiencing the mental state of the taste of strawberry. And when I experience the taste of strawberry, I say, ow. But you could never know that. Why? Because consciousness is not physical. And that gets into what's called the problem of their minds. But the point here is simple. The point is not, okay, is everybody else conscious or not? The point is, if consciousness were physical, we should be able to know these things. Now, a common objection I get to this is people saying, okay, wait, but there is technology now that you can look at a brain and tell what a person's thinking, or you can do a brain scan and you can get, you can from that derive some kind of an image of what they may be thinking. And I say yes and amen. Yeah. But how did we get that information? Well, here's the complicated experiment that they did. Let's say we now know that when someone is asleep and there's rapid eye movement, that means they're in a deep, like REM sleep, and it means that they're dreaming. How do we know that rapid eye movement equates to or equals the correlation of dreaming? Well, because the complicated experiments that scientists did was they put these brain things on a patient, they told them to take a nap, and they stood there with a clipboard. It must have been really awkward. And when the person finally went to sleep and he said, what's going on? His eyes are moving. What's going on in his brain? This is going on. Okay, take a picture of that and let's call that brain state X. Okay, excuse me, sir. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, I was dreaming. Oh, about what? About puppies. Okay, let's try that again. Go back to sleep. You do that a number of times with a few hundred people, and after a while, you're going to find the correlation of what brain states happen with certain thoughts and mental experiences. But here's the point. If consciousness were physical, you wouldn't have to ask the person what mental state they're in or what they're thinking. You would just be able to see it. But given that it's not physical, you have to ask the person. So how is it that in some cases we can look at a person's brain and know what they're thinking? Because we had to ask them in the first place, and we assume everybody else is thinking the same thing. But once again, here's another thing to think about. I had a friend who I worked with. He could not see the colors green or red. It's a certain type of color blindness, and there's a variation of color blindness where there's some colors you can't see. And it's crazy because the way I found out, there was this I worked at a school, and there was this poster of like Skittles, and they had like all the yellow Skittles said a certain word, and all the blue Skittles said a certain word. And when I looked at it, I'm like, oh, I never noticed that this poster had words on it. He said, what do you mean? He goes, let me see. And he looked at it, he goes, I don't see any words. I go, you don't see that there? And this color and this color? He goes, what colors? He said, you mean the yellow ones? I said, no, there's no yellow. Like, what are you talking about? And then he says, oh, he goes, well, I'm colorblind with the, and it blew my mind. And then from that day on, every day I'd see him, I said, hey, so what does blood look like to you? Hey, what do trees look like? Hey, how do you know what stop, when the stoplight is green or, I said, I had all these questions, but the point was, he and I can both look at the exact same object, but have different mental experiences. I could not have looked at his brain and knew that. He had to tell me. Now, someone could argue, well, we know that if you're missing certain parts of the eye, we know that you'll be colorblind. But again, how did we know that? We had to ask the person. We had to ask him. If I go to the eye doctor and he says, hey, read this letter for me. I say, oh, that's the letter B. And he says, no, what an idiot. That's the letter 8, actually. No, he doesn't say that. He believes me because although he can look at my eyes and even if he needs to look at my brain, he doesn't know what I'm mentally experiencing because again, consciousness is not physical. Awesome.
let's pause that there, because that's sort of his first argument. So I take what he's doing here to be presenting a fairly standard argument for some form of dualism, which is the knowledge argument, although I don't think he's doing it very well. So a standard presentation of this is to talk about Mary, who is a neuroscientist who knows all physical facts about color perception, or color and color perception. And then,
room.
Sorry? But who's grown up in a black and white room and has never seen color before. And so when she goes outside of this room, at some point, and sees a red rose, the question is, does she learn anything new? Or at least that's one way to ask the question. There's slightly different variants, of course. So this argument, for those who say that she would learn something new that she sort of didn't know before, even though she knew all the physical facts, that's taken to be evidence for the existence of some sort of non-physical fact about what it is like to perceive something, or to perceive a color in this case. And then that's used, that doesn't directly get you to substance dualism. It's I think more directly, it maybe gets you to property dualism. Well, there's actually something called predicate dualism, which is actually just a point about language. And then you try to maybe get to property dualism and then maybe to substance dualism. But anyway, we didn't get into all the complexities there. So if you're interested, this is called the knowledge argument. I think that Eric was presenting it badly because he was mixing it up with this notion of first person access, which is relevant, but it's somewhat a different point. So actually, here's a case where I can draw upon the distinction between ontological and epistemic. So it seemed that a lot of Eric's arguments were epistemic in nature. He was saying that we should be able to know what someone is thinking using a brain scan or something, if consciousness or thoughts or whatever were just physical. That's really an epistemic argument. The knowledge argument is usually taken, from my understanding, to be an ontological argument. It's an argument about the nature of reality. It's not about what we can know so much as about what sort of facts are there. That is, if Mary knows all physical facts, will she learn something new that's beyond physical facts when she goes outside and sees a rose? That's the point of the argument. It's not about like what we can know about other people's thoughts per se. And so that's why I think that Eric's not doing so good a job of articulating this, because I think that's a confusion. It doesn't really matter whether we can read people's thoughts or not. Like, there's lots of things about the physical world that we don't know. It doesn't follow that there's no fact of the matter there. Is that making sense so far? What I'm saying about that?
Maybe one way of describing the distinction. So like with the example that he gave of, like waking people up at different points in like the sleep cycle, for example, to figure out what they are and to like classify them by asking people what they're dreaming at those points. So he's saying, well, we couldn't a priori distinguish what was actually going on. Therefore, like physicalism is false, but it doesn't follow from physicalism being true that we would a priori know what a third person description of those physical facts would correlate to in private experience. Like the point is that then when we find that out a posteriori, because it seems that the identity claim holds, we can then actually we can then make predictions that when I see this brainwave in someone else, that is going to correlate to this particular part of the sleep cycle or this thought or whatever, which is why we can make, machine learning algorithms and things that can take a brain image.
That's something we're going to have to learn about how those correlations work. There's no reason we would just know that. I mean, any worldview, really. It's a very strange, that's what I was saying. He's making an epistemic argument about our knowledge, which is really just irrelevant to the point. I mean, it's important here. The knowledge argument is about knowledge, but it's about the nature of the things that are known, I think, fundamentally. It's about, is it physical knowledge or is there something beyond the physical? It's not about what we can know about what someone else is thinking based on a brain scan or that sort of thing. So it's sort of a subtle point, which I think he's missing here. Just on the face of it, I mean, I don't think the knowledge argument's a very good one, because basically some people have the intuition that Mary will learn something that's beyond physical facts, and other people will say, well, no, she won't. And it's hard to reconcile that, because we can't really run that experiment.
It's one of those, again, where I think it just relies on your it's basically like, do you presuppose that dualism is true or not? And that informs the conclusion you come to, which comes back to Oppie's sort of criticism of how we discuss and debate these things.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And just to comment about a couple of the other things that Eric said. So, so it doesn't follow from the fact that if consciousness were physical, therefore we should be able to know what someone is thinking. That's an epistemic, but we might have no ability to do that, but it doesn't follow that it would follow, nothing about the nature of consciousness would follow, just that we would have imperfect access to it. So it's a very bad way to make the argument. Also, he made another point, which is that a neuroscientist could never know more about my mind than me. Now, that's not a claim about what we should be able to do. It's a claim about what we could ever do. So it's a stronger claim, I think. Well, a more specific claim, I guess. And I guess I would just reject that. I would ask, well, why should that be the case? Why would we think that some hypothetical completed neuroscience could not know more about your mind than you? I could imagine that the neuroscientist has scanned your brain to a subatomic level. Obviously, that would take hundreds of years to get computers that could do that, and has run a simulation, which interestingly I think would also be you, but putting that to the side, or a copy of you if you prefer. But then they could read these properties of the simulation and then predict what you would think, and even access your beliefs in a way that you know, because we don't have imperfect access to our beliefs and memories and things like that. And sometimes you forget something, or you can't think of a word, or someone points something out and you're like, yeah, that's a good point, I hadn't thought of that, sort of thing. So I think that, you know, there's cases where we have imperfect access to our own minds and perceptions that hypothetically, if someone had more knowledge about all that than you, then they could have better insight to your mind than you did. You know, you go to a therapist and they point things out in your life that, like, oh, I hadn't thought of that before. Like, how could I have missed that? It's sort of so obvious when you point it out. So even other people can sometimes have these insights if they know you well enough and are insightful. But this idea that if I have a hypothetical completed neuroscience with the neuroscientist with a highly detailed simulation of your brain, I think they could absolutely know more about your mind than you do, because you don't have perfect introspective access to your mind, but this hypothetical neuroscientist does. Now, I'm not saying that that's an argument for physicalism, because I haven't given you a reason to think that that's true. All I'm saying is I believe that it's false to say that a neuroscientist couldn't know more about your mind than you could. And Eric just asserting that is just an instance of him not offering an argument that's persuasive to me, because I'm just going to reject that premise that as a physicalist, that a neuroscientist could never in principle know more about your mind than you did. I don't know if you personally would agree with that, Nathan, but all I'm saying here is that it's not incumbent on me to agree with Eric on that point, because as a physicalist, I would just say, well, no, in principle, he could know more, or that the scientist could know more about that.
Yeah, I actually do agree. It's like, it's almost like a moral outrage that I think it's like relying on this emotional response, like that it would seem really unnatural or something for someone else to be able to tell me more about myself. But I think, well, I mean, the sciences haven't been around that long, but it's like, say if, I don't know, like I've had ACL reconstructions, right? And like, was I meant to a priori know how to like fix my knee better than the surgeon because it's my body or something like that? Like, no, it just doesn't like follow.
How could a surgeon know more about your knee than you do?
Yeah,
it's part of you.
Yeah,
you can feel it, you can move it yourself. Yeah, I mean, it's the same argument from my point of view. A brain might be more complicated than a knee, but fundamentally, it's kind of the same thing, I think. And again, I just want to emphasize I haven't offered an argument for believing that. All I'm saying is that belief, I think, follows from my positions, and therefore I'm just going to reject Eric when he just makes these assertions. So what he's going to need to do, if he's to persuade people like me, is offer reasons why I should think a neuroscientist could never in principle know more about my mind than I could, rather than just asserting it. So he can just assert it if that's what he believes, but it's not a persuasive argument. And that's relevant because that's supposed to be what he's doing. This is supposed to be what this video is. He's supposed to be giving arguments for substance dualism. And if they rely on premises that I just have no reason to accept as a physicalist about the mind, then it's not a good argument.
Let's continue. Is there another time
move on
to jump to, actually, or just keep playing?
Just keep going. He makes a few interesting points.
Yep.
Thank you. There's a couple more questions I'm going to squeeze in. I'm going to prioritize these guys for those of you asking the question. So I might, because I sort of have an idea of where Eric's going, I may push them back towards the end, some of them. But Andrew asked one that I was wondering about, because I think I got 6, and I think he was just asking, Eric, the 5 things of states of beliefs?
I'm sorry?
States of consciousness?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those again? Sorry.
Sure. Thoughts, beliefs, desires, sensations, and acts of will, or you can call it volition.
That's why I had 6. I put volition as a 6th one. Okay. So those are states of consciousness, guys. Could you maybe maybe the question might be for a little bit of expounding on the states of consciousness, perhaps? I'm not sure how much that needs.
Say that again?
Andrew might be asking for a further explanation to the states of consciousness, or did you already forgive me here? I mean, I guess that's pretty straightforward, yes?
Well, again, to define consciousness, you define it ostensibly.
Right. You point at then.
You point out or you give an example of. So say you met a person who's never tasted chocolate before. I once met a person who never tasted Nutella. He never had it, I'm like, dude, you never had Nutella? Okay, so now let's say he not only never had Nutella, let's say he's never had chocolate. How do I describe that to him? It's sweet, maybe. Okay, well, that he would have to first know what something sweet tasted like. It's creamy. He would have, in other words, in order to describe a sensation he's never experienced, I have to point to sensations he has experienced. Right. But even then, he has maybe never experienced all these sensations together to know what I'm talking about. He would have to experience it. So, what's a thought? If you want to put in a philosophical statement, it would be propositional content that you reflect on.
There you go.
But someone may not even know what I'm saying. But my 10-year-old, and even when she was 4, if I ask her what a thought is, she say, "Yeah, I know what a thought is." If I say, "Do you understand what a propositional content that you're reflecting on is?" No, I have no idea that is, but I know what a thought is, right? So these are things that we all experience, and that's the thing about consciousness. Of course, we know what consciousness is because we experience it every single day. Now, you may not be able to articulate it, but again, I think that's because consciousness is not one of those kind of things that you necessarily articulate. It's one of those things you cite examples of. Again, I can't explain chocolate to someone who has never tasted chocolate before. I can't describe the color purple to someone who was born colorblind. I once heard, and just a side note, I once heard someone say, for us here on earth to try to grasp and understand heaven, if God were to try and explain heaven to us, it would be like trying to describe colors to someone who's blind. It's just that beyond what we can even think of it. I've heard great things about it. Can't wait to go. But
doesn't that mean, I suppose Eric is saying, what it's like to be in heaven, but on the most uncharitable interpretation of what he's saying, it's like, well, then how can he even talk about heaven? Because it's like I can't say anything about the thing that I'm saying something about. But I suppose it's like proposition and acquaintance knowledge or something he'd want to maybe distinguish between.
It's like the door-to-door salesman. Look, I can't tell you anything about this heaven thing, but I'll tell you one thing. It's great. You definitely want it. Sign up here.
Yeah. That's right. If I can't tell you what it's like, but yeah, that's the thing. If he can't tell you what it's like, how does he know that it's actually good? Yeah, I guess you could say, the testimony of God is good enough to go off of or something.
It raises the same issue. How do you know God is good if you don't have an external notion for what good is? Unless good is just God's nature, in which case it's a tautology and is also not something that you can judge, because you'd have to know what God's nature is in order to tell if a being was matched up to that nature, right? We talked about this in responding to Craig's moral argument. I think it's a massive issue with divine command theory of morality, but that's a bit of an aside. It's just another example where these sorts of problems, like in terms of defining things in terms of an exemplar that we don't have access to, becomes a bit problematic. But I wanted to mention, he talked here about different states of consciousness and the fact that we define them ostensibly. And he said you can't describe what it is to taste Nutella or whatever. And I mean, that's true. Obviously, we can't do that. But the problem with this is that this is a linguistic argument. This is an argument about the limits of language. It doesn't follow from that there's no fact of the matter about what it is like to experience Nutella. It seems that there must be a fact of the matter about what it's like, because otherwise different people wouldn't be able to experience the same thing, which we presume that they do. Also, does God know what it's like to taste Nutella? Because it seems like probably he does, right? Otherwise, how could he be all-knowing? And how could he understand our experiences? Does God know what it's like
for you to experience Nutella? There's an interesting one. Because if God knows all true propositions and you've got this private experience that can't be described, God can't be omniscient, right? Because he can't know your qualia. He can't unless without being you.
I think Craig has actually argued that God can, and this seems to be the right answer to me. It seems that God must know those sorts of things. And I mentioned this briefly in my book about this idea that if God has this knowledge, then there must be a fact of the matter that he can know. It can't be entirely a thing that only you can experience, because God isn't you, right? And so we might want to say that no two people's experience of tasting Nutella is the same. That's a bit of a stretch to me. But even if you do say that, it seems like God has to know what it's like for you specifically to taste Nutella, even a very specific instance of you tasting Nutella.
Without having that experience through you.
Yeah, without having to have had it, which means there must be a fact of the matter about what it is like. And even if you can't put it in words, there's an objective fact of the matter about it. So I think that this argument from the inability to articulate it kind of doesn't follow that there can't be a fact of the matter about what it's like. At best, it would just mean that we can't explain what it's like. But that's a linguistic, not an ontological point there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I do think that draws... I think what we're doing here is sort of drawing out the inconsistencies in Eric's explanation. And again, if they're a theist watching this, it's like you don't have to like not be a theist or whatever. I mean, I don't think me or James are at the minute, but it's like at least on this point, you know, it's like let's just shift our explanation to something a bit better, because there's a lot of problems with.
Well, he's supposed to be giving arguments. It's a 2-hour video where he's giving arguments for the existence of for a material soul. So I expect them to be, I mean, arguments that at least have substance to them. And I think that the two he's offered so far have just been quite confused. First-person access, which I think he confused an epistemic with an ontological point, and then this argument about the first-person nature of experience, which seems to confuse a linguistic point with an ontological point. What he is trying to establish is something that exists. He's not trying to establish what we can know or what we can talk about. Those are different points. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So his arguments need to link up with what he is actually trying to establish. That's why the arguments so far are lacking, because they don't do that. By the way, chat's been commenting on the epicness of the bookshelf backdrop. It took me about halfway through the video to notice this, actually. it's quite something else.
It's not just a green screen. It's actually a picture.
It's a roll-up bookshelf with lots of creases. At some point in the video, he actually says he needs to iron it, which I just thought was amazing. It's like, oh, yeah, I need to iron that.
But why,
it's crinkles.
Why do it? Why, like...
I don't know. Why?
You know, like, why go out of your way to physically... You know, like, the click of a button...
Because it's just a wall, isn't it? Isn't it just up against a wall? Why not just have the wall?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, so fair enough. If at the click of a button, you're like, I'll put a library backdrop there or something. That's one thing. But like to go to a store and purchase a roll up so as you can like, or you know, so as you can like look like you've got books in the background. That's so bizarre to me.
He's quite a character.
Yeah.
It's a mental experience, which we would call qualia. There's a texture to these experiences, and we can categorize these states by their properties. Thoughts can be true or false. Desires are not necessarily true or false. For example, my desire for pizza is not true or false because it's the wrong category for that kind of question. Just like, you know, what does the number 2 smell like? Well, that's an incoherent question because it's a category fallacy. It's not, you don't put smell to the category of numbers. Same thing with these different states of consciousness. Each have their own separate category because they each have their distinct properties that are not shared with the others. There's some may overlap, like thoughts and beliefs, but again, I can have beliefs I'm not currently thinking, and I can think about things I don't believe.
Awesome. Thank you. I think that will definitely
I
help.
just wanted to comment on that. This is another example where Eric is saying things that I think are intuitively plausible to him, but are actually empirically false. So we mentioned this with respect to thought insertion. And we talked about also the inversion argument. We talked about the Munsell?
Munsell color solid.
Munsell, sorry. Yeah, color solid. Here, he doesn't seem to be aware of the phenomena of synesthesia. And this is a phenomenon whereby different sensory modalities or aspects of our sensation are sort of mixed up with each other. So examples of this would be that people experience particular numbers as having colors, or, I mean, I think that's a common one, but it could be taste.
This is interesting because V hasn't been formally diagnosed, but she definitely has this. So like the alphabet, numbers, experiences and stuff, she does like have this confusion with like certain colors and tastes and smells and stuff like that, and we've been talking about it a lot recently because it's really interesting. So like when she was joking saying that she tasted truth, like yesterday she was saying like she like tasted a true statement, and it was really weird. And we were like, yeah.
Well, isn't that biblical? It's like, you know, drink from the water of life or something. I forget, or, you know, eat of the tree of knowledge, or, you know, I don't know. There's something to that. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, this idea that there's these sort of discrete aspects to consciousness and they don't overlap, or that there's separate things, there's some sort of simple ontological distinction between them, that they're fundamentally different, I just think is wrong. And I think, I mean, I guess you could fit this in substance dualism too, but it seems more naturally that it just fits with physicalism because it's just going to get mixed up in the brain. I mean, I'm not saying we fully understand synesthesia, but I think it's more understandable when it's sort of kind of a big mess in there and everything's whizzing around, and you know, if things go in a certain way, then you can get these different perceptions mixed up and interpreted in different ways. It's less clear how that's supposed to happen under substance dualism. If your immaterial substance has specific causal powers to like see and then touch, how do those get mixed up in the soul? It's sort of a bit less clear, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
JMD Apologetics 101 has a question, and I think if it needs to be pushed back to later, just I'll ask again. But he's asking, what happens with the soul when people are asleep or unconscious? Just a curious question. Like I said, if that needs to be.
He just turns around and goes, "It stops existing." Except it only exists when you're thinking about it.
Well, I think there's his answer is very interesting here.
Okay.
No, that's fine. And we can, and with that question, we can transition to the arguments for the soul. But what happens to it? And hey, by the way, JDM, I was on his channel once. Awesome guy. Met him, I think, a year or two ago. Maybe it was a couple years. So no, I mean, nothing happens to it. It's just inactive at that point. When you can be unconscious, your soul can be unconscious. It's still there. You still exist. You're just not using anything. And this we'll transition into, and I'll push it to later to go deeper. But basically, you as a person is grounded in something. Actually, yeah, I'll have to push it there, but I'll just say it's grounded in something, and it can't be grounded in anything physical. So who you are is grounded in your soul. You are your soul, and your nature would be to simplify, a grocery list of ultimate capacities, of dispositions, abilities. Even if those abilities aren't being actualized, they're still grounded within your nature. In other words, I can speak English. When I go to sleep at night, can I speak English? Well, sure, I still have the ability to. I'm just not utilizing or actualizing that ability. So everything's still there. You're just not using anything. So, okay. Now let's go into arguments for the soul. I am not my brain and body. Again, really quick.
Okay, so let's talk about that. This idea that so this is actually a problem, because if you say that the soul is consciousness, then it seems it doesn't exist when we're unconscious. So that's not really going to work. Now, that's not what Eric thinks. He thinks that it's unclear. It's just its own thing. Okay, don't ask questions about what it is. But he says that it's inactive when you're asleep or unconscious. Now, to me, this is very strange. Why would the soul go inactive? It's its own substance, right? Yeah. How did my body going to sleep or unconscious make it inactive? Why can't it just do its own thing?
Why would we have sleep altogether? Like what? Well, maybe he's like, well, the brain needs sleep, but the
brain might need sleep, but why doesn't the soul keep doing its own thing?
Yeah.
Well, maybe the soul surely doesn't need sleep.
Well, that's why we dream.
Yeah. Well, even if you do want to say that, that doesn't account for dreamless states of sleep or unconsciousness, which is sleep is actually an alternate state of consciousness, which is actually why I prefer to say unconscious, because that is a different thing. But if someone knocks me over the head hard enough, I can go fully unconscious, and there's essentially no brain activity, certainly no higher brain activity. And you can cause brain damage doing that, by the way. Don't do that. But the point is, I mean, as having knocked my soul out of my body? I mean, what's happened there? How does it go inactive because of hitting my head? It just doesn't seem the sort of thing we would predict at all. It seems we would predict the soul would keep doing its thing, and then it would come back into the body when the body's active or something. It's just, again, you can just say, well, that's just how it works. But that's just another ad hoc thing that we've postulated, it seems to me.
Yeah, and this is another... same thing in because I do like Brazilian jiu-jitsu, right? And if there's like someone gets you in like a bad blood choke on the arteries, then as you go out, your experience sort of becomes kind of choppy, like the frame rate drops and the sound goes like don 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 kind of thing. And it's like, why would you expect like that sort of thing to happen, right? On dualism, why would you expect like the frame rate like visually to drop, or like blue patches to appear in the vision, or like that again seems to correlate with the conscious experience having something to do with like the blood flow and the I don't know. I guess he's all. Oh, you're still there. I guess he's always going to say you've just got correlation there and not causation, kind of like the IP thing, right? Where no amount of correlation.
Well, no, I think he's clearly argued that it is causation. There's causation going from the brain. That's what dualism is. There's the interactionist version of dualism. There's causation going from the brain.
Right.
I mean, and clearly there is, because we can induce particular thoughts and perceptions and so on. Now, that can be consistent with a substantialist view, but you have to ask then, what does it mean to say that the soul has particular causal powers? Or Eric said before that it has the ability to see or to experience perception or touch and so forth, but it needs the body to do that for some reason. Why would it need the body? And it seems overdetermined. The body is sufficient to account for perception. Why does the soul have to do anything? It seems that it's a giant waste of space, ontologically speaking. Like, well, why have it there?
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, I was because Eric is saying that, like you said with the tongue, right? Like the tongue's got something to do with the experience of taste or whatever.
Yeah, he says we taste using our tongue, or we think using our brain.
It just that it goes through and then gets like transmitted to the soul or whatever. Wherever.
Yeah, but it's just, what does the soul actually do? It just doesn't seem to. If it's all by the brain, what is the soul at? It seems. Yeah. Because the guitar player analogy seems to be saying that the guitar player plays using the guitar, right? But that both are causally interacting. I mean, so let me rephrase that. So the guitar is
producing
we
the
exert a
music.
causal effect on the guitar, yes, but we are also causally active, like our hands move as they strum the strings and so on. That doesn't seem to work with the soul, because what's the soul doing? What causal things is it adding to the brain when it's thinking?
Yeah.
It seems he's going to say that the brain doesn't do all the thinking, like some of the thinking is in the soul, but then some of it's in the brain. But
well,
that
maybe
just doesn't make any sense.
It's
because they're different substances.
So he's like distilled it maybe down to like just the private first person aspect or whatever. But it does not beg the question in that way, but it begs the question of like, well, why I don't know, like why not just suppose it's just the brain that does that, but there's some physical explanation we don't fully understand. Like why posit like a distinct metaphysical, why is that like warranted? Isn't it just more reasonable to say there's some aspect of like physics maybe, or neuroscience that we just don't understand yet? Like I think that
it's just as plausible, because basically what Eric is saying is that all of this stuff, as far as I can tell, all of this stuff is produced and occurs through the brain. But then the soul adds this special source, which is like qualia or first-person experience or intentionality or free will or something like that. Just all of the things that we can't quite understand yet. The soul just sort of throws those in. Yeah. How does it do that? We don't know. Why does it do that? Well, that's just the way it works, right? Yeah. Why does it have these particular causal powers? Well, it just does. That's just the way it is. Now, you can just say exactly the same things about the physical substrate itself. You can just say, well, why do we have intentionality, or why do we have qualia? Well, that's the way it works when you have this physical substrate. It just does. Not a very convincing or not a very explanatory thing to say, but it's just as explanatory as what the dualist has to say. The added advantage is you don't have to postulate this whole soul thing and try to explain how it interacts.
Yeah, I think that's right. Right. Another timestamp, or just carry on playing? This is
what are we at the moment?
104:39.
Yeah, let's skip the substance and aggregate part. We already talked about that. That's what he goes into next.
Mm-hmm. 110, 105.
110. Then he talks about out-of-body experiences. I actually want to skip that because we're going to do another.
Yeah, on NDEs.
I mean, just a comment before we move on from that. Every time I hear this mentioned, they never cite a specific source. It's always this general description of an example of an experience where you can't check out the details. And this really irritates me because, like, well, how can I validate this? It reminds me of that argument that, oh, well, Paul or, Peter or other people couldn't have been teaching the resurrection of Jesus because people would have been able to check out with these eyewitnesses, right? Well, people could just make up all sorts of nonsense. And if they just don't allow you to check sources, and people just believe it without checking things. So,
well, there's a book, James, that everyone knows about, but no one's read. And it's Craig Keener's 2-part series on miracles, 2-part tome on miracles. And if ever you talk to an apologist, they'll say, haven't you read Craig Keener's 2-volume? Yeah,
I've actually looked at parts of that for this reason. But yeah, it's this sort of, it's not evidence in the normal sense. It's an object which is you point to and say that's my evidence is in there, and it stops you worrying about it. Anyway, that just sort of thing really irritates me, particularly because I couldn't check up on anything that he was saying because he didn't cite a source or give enough details to check. So as far as I'm concerned, that's irrelevant. It's useless as evidence. But we'll respond to that more substantively in a whole separate video because that's its own kettle of worms. Kettle of worms? I just mixed my metaphors.
Kettle of fish. Kettle of fish? Bag of worms, kettle of fish.
Yeah, that's well, okay. 125.40 is a bit more about animals, but I think there's some new points here that are worth looking at.
Yeah, let's do it.
Interesting too. I like this. Comes from Corrence Chandler. He's one of our regulars, a great guy, awesome guy. And he asks, then our concept of the soul in this case will be broad enough to encompass animals. Yes.
Oh, absolutely. And this is my personal rule of thumb here. we can know something that has a soul if A, it's conscious, and B, the whole is prior to its parts. So we know it's a substance. And I would say if it's conscious, automatically you got a soul. And I would just either of those two. Well, definitely you need the conscious thing to establish a soul, but to know whether or not it's a substance is a whole prior to the parts. And if you check that, if it's conscious, then for sure it has a soul. So definitely the conscious thing would definitely go there. But then sometimes you might think, okay, let's look like at a jellyfish. Well, is a jellyfish conscious? But we do know that the whole comes prior to the parts. It's a living organism. So we would say that, I would say, it has a soul. It just has a different kind of soul. Now that gets into the nature of the soul and the variety of souls. Just like just like there are a variety of species, there are a variety of souls. In fact, I would say that the reason there are a variety of species is because there are a variety of souls. So more.
I'm just going to say what I'm thinking here, but this is like, as much as I love philosophy, this is like, for me, an example of philosophy like ruining someone's mind, like where he's come up with this theory of the world and how it works, where like there's a variety of souls and things, which just like doesn't like match up with reality at all. Like, I don't understand why he's not like a hylomorphist, or why he's just like committed to this, because he's committed to the soul on like this one particular, you know, like when it applies to humans. I don't know, like this is just so bizarre to me. Like he's just coming up with like this story about the way the world is, that there's like souls for organisms. And
yeah, how does speciation work when we go from one species to another? I mean, right. I assume he's a creationist, but what he said about kinds before.
Total potentiality of the souls, right? So I guess the gradual changes as they reproduce would still work.
They can make new types of souls?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Can the soul change then? Like,
well, what is it that changes about it? In virtue of what is one type of soul differentiated to another?
Yeah.
Because they can't all be identical. But then what property is it that changes it? I just think there's so many issues here that.
But if they do change, like, how is it? Because like that was one of the key things for the soul, right? That it.
Yes,
well,
exactly.
He's not really good. Yeah, he's not like given the argument that like the Platonic argument it can't be destroyed or whatever, but he has given it like, you know, like with the physical stuff where it's like I don't know, like it can be divided or whatever, because or the bonking or on the head or whatever, that happens to the physical stuff, but it doesn't happen to the soul. So it's like, well, it seems like, well, I guess the change because the thoughts change. I'm just confused. I'm just confused about what Eric believes. Really, I don't, because it seems like there's change, but I don't know if he wants to be committed to change or how that even works. Without,
how can you talk to people who are naturalists or scientists or just people who disagree with you and not realize that you're saying some pretty wacky stuff and not be a bit more self-conscious about that? I don't know. You're like, oh, there's all these different animals have different types of souls, and like that when they mate, then they produce a new soul after that kind of that, and you know, what? This is just ridiculous.
I have no, or like, because even like, so can Hovind or can Ham, or I get confused between the two of them. One of the two, maybe both of them, is committed to like different species of, well, not species, sorry, different variations of dogs, where apparently poodles contain less information than wolves, which is a spurious claim as it is. Because I don't know if you know, but he says like, you know, like the wolf is like the pure dog that was on Noah's Ark, and then as we've like bred them, sin has like corrupted. So they've got less information. So each time there's like a child information. Maybe we can do a whole bad apologetics on that. But
yeah, I don't think these creationists know what information is. But
well, anyway. I was going to say, in terms of information theory, I just don't know that it is the case that there's less information in the genetic code of a poodle than a canine. Maybe there's even more information. Like, I just don't know enough to be able to say
it's just
that.
not about information. It's about adaptation to environment. But let's not get distracted about that. We'll talk about that another time.
But even so, let's say even if we assume that Eric is this kind of creationist, so he's like committed to some kind of change in the soul in that way. Like, even if it's not like species to species.
Yeah,
like
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know what that would possibly be. Like the poodle type soul, is that the same as the wolf soul, or has it become slightly different and domesticated more? Or I have no idea.
Orland puts it this way: the soul is an external realization of an internal structure. Now, and we're diving into metaphysics here even more. So your body,
that statement there, that's very close to hylomorphism, it seems to me. He's saying that it's the particular or the concrete physical is an instantiation of some sort of more abstract form. It's not exactly what he said, but it just seemed very close to that to me, which seems to be quite different to what he said elsewhere, where he's talking about two substances.
If they're Cartesian dualism,
separate substances, that's just not the same. I feel like this is getting confused now.
Yeah, I'm getting confused because of all the stuff.
The reason you have the body that you do is because you have the kind of soul that you do. An example illustration I can.
Hang on, which one came first then in his explanation? He said,
Came up with, if I
Which one came first, the chicken soul or the egg soul?
body is a reflection of your soul. The reason you have the body that you do is because you have the kind of soul that you do.
okay, so in his worldview then, the soul actually causes the body. So how
Yeah, he
does
said this
this
before.
even
Remember
work?
about the DNA? The
Yeah,
soul
yeah.
has the DNA information or something?
Yeah, that's right. I don't know.
An example illustration I came up with, if I were to put a blanket over an object, even though I can't see the object, I can see the form that the blanket takes. And the form that the blanket takes gives me an idea of what's underneath a blanket. Your body is like the blanket to the soul. The form and shapes and parts that it
So is it that the soul causes the body to become what it becomes, or the body causes the soul to become what it becomes? Because he said the soul causes the body, but then he's saying that it's because the body has the kind of shape that it does that the soul is the way it is. Like he seems to be saying like one and then the other and then both. It just isn't.
Yeah, well, depending on the argument he's making, it seems that the causation goes one way or the other way. We've pointed this out many times.
Right.
Also, there seems to be an overdetermination problem again, because it seems to be the case that the type of body that you have is determined by, you know, your genetic coding and the development, you know, as you just stated, in your mother's feces and so forth. Feces? No, oh dear.
Fetus, not the mother's feces. Hopefully.
Not you're the fetus. Oh dear, sorry, it's getting late. As you just stated, in your mother's uterus is what I was trying to say. That set of causal, you know, physical causes is why you have the body that you have, right? So how can we also say that your soul caused that? It seems that one is sufficient, and then how do we have? It's this idea of overdetermination is when you have multiple sets of sufficient causes to bring about a given effect. I mean, there's some people who think that that's okay. This is a whole discussion in philosophy of causation, but I mean, I think that when you have overdetermination, that's a problem. It's an indication that there's something that's gone wrong in your thought process there, because if you have one set of sufficient causes, you don't need another one.
Yeah, or it's like it could be. I mean, it definitely could be the case that there's more sufficient causes, but there's no reason. Like, the problem is that you've also got to accept that if we're saying one of the sufficient causes, then you've got to just agree that we're rational in believing that and don't need to accept your additional explanation.
Exactly. Yes, it's unnecessary.
Yeah. Not necessary, James. Sufficient now.
it puts together gives you an idea of what kind of soul you have. So the reason I don't have, let's say, wings is because I don't have a soul that's capable of doing that kind of those kind of functions. Let's look at and so souls are different. Let's look at my soul and a dog soul. Now, I know a dog's conscious because, you know, I can relate to the experiences he seems to have. Oh, when you make those kind of noises and I make those kind of noises, I'm feeling this, so I assume you're feeling that too. The other thing would be, now, both the dog and I are conscious, but we have different souls and different abilities and capacities of consciousness. For example, yes, a dog can think and I can think. However, I can think about my thinking, whereas a dog cannot think about its thinking. I can have thoughts about my thoughts.
I'm going to come up with Sarah's question again. How do you know this? Like, maybe my dog is thinking about its thinking. It just isn't as sophisticated as mine. You know, like maybe the dog can have second order desires or whatever. Like, dogs can be guilty. Maybe like dogs poo inside or whatever, and you shout at it. And it's like, you know, it seems to me that they like exhibit guilt about that. And they think, I don't want to do that in future, or I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how true that is about dogs, but the point where what I would say is that, what I would ask Eric is, in virtue of what do dog souls have these different properties or causal powers or aspects or whatever he wants to call them? Because there doesn't seem to be any states of affairs that determine what, with respect to souls, to determine what type of soul they are. It seems to me that he's going to say that a soul is the thing that has this elaborate set of properties and causal powers, and then different types of souls have different properties and different causal powers. And that's just a really elaborately complex, I think, theory to have. And it also raises the question of whether these properties can change over time. And then if can, you have the whole identity problem, which he thinks is an issue being raised again. But it seems that they have to change over time, at least some of them, because like two souls can give rise to a new one, according to his transducent view or whatever it was. I've forgotten the exact term, but
yeah, it was something like that.
transducianism, I think. Yeah. So yeah, what is the truth maker, or what is the thing, the part of reality, the state of affairs, that in virtue of which you can say that the dog soul has these different properties or
Yes.
faculties or whatever than a human one does, and likewise for all other different types of souls. I just don't know that there's a lot to point to, because the whole idea is that a soul is a simple immaterial substance, but he wants to dish out all these elaborate different properties and powers that they have to have and that differentiate from each other. I just don't know how that all fits together.
I don't know if I don't.
Wait, what's this?
This is I think that this could be, and this is an interesting example.
The reason
So Coco the gorilla, which obviously was taught like sign language and everything like that, and was friends with this cat, and then it gets told that the cat died, and I think in terms of saying that the intellect of animals is like that much different from our own, this is like a really, really interesting case.
that it stands out in people's memories is because there's an emotional surprise there. There's a giant gorilla with a tiny, tiny, tiny helpless kitten, and being gentle and loving toward that kitten.
Coco rhymed a name for her new kitten. She called him All Ball, because to her the cat looked like a little ball. Coco adored All Ball, and they spent countless hours playing together. And yet, it was by loving the little tailless kitten that Coco learned one of life's hardest lessons. One evening, All Ball was tragically killed on a nearby logging road. Coco was heartbroken.
Coco, All Ball, hit by a car.
I went in right away and I said, Coco, something's happened to your kitty and he won't be here anymore. You know, the cat has died.
Penny stayed with Coco to comfort her. And later, privately, Coco expressed her grief.
The reason I wanted to show that is just in terms
Well, that
of
was
like,
depressing. Thanks for that.
yeah, sorry. Well, just in terms of like, I don't sort of contest that we have slightly different faculties, at least to Coco, but it's not, Coco doesn't seem that far removed from our own, right? Or, people maybe who are mentally handicapped in certain ways or whatever, like would seem to have like similar access to certain faculties and things. And it's like, so Eric wants to distinguish on the one hand between someone with like a mental handicap who has a human soul, right? And Coco who has like, not a human soul in that way or whatever. But I don't understand how he's able to make that distinction. And again, it just seems a better explanation to me that this is more like to do with dependence on the configuration of the matter in the neural network sort of thing than it is to do with the soul or whatever in terms of the explanation there. But
yeah, so it just seems to me that Eric is committed to a very elaborate set of different souls with different powers, and somehow that they connect to each other and give rise to each other. And it's all very unclear. It doesn't seem to me to have much justification or explanatory power. And yeah, the more we learn about different animals like this, and it just seems he's going to have to pile more and more on to account for all these different abilities and how they relate to each other. Whereas the naturalist just has the set of sufficient physical causes that gives rise to all these, and an evolutionary explanation of how organisms relate to each other, physiological explanations for different bodily functions. I just don't see why we need more than that, fundamentally.
Thoughts, but a dog doesn't seem to have thoughts about his thoughts. Why? Well, because he doesn't have that kind of a soul. Now, you might argue, well, because his brain's different, right? And on my view, you have the kind of brain that you have is a reflection of the kind of abilities and capacities that are within your soul. So your soul is what forms your body, and that's another.
I think he's come up with this explanation because of that type of criticism. So he's saying, well, here's why you see those different kinds of brains. It's because the soul causes the brain, and they have a different soul. So that like gets him out of the problem, maybe. Well, it doesn't get him out of all the problems, but
big topic, but your soul is what unites and gathers the parts of the body. And Moreland goes into this somewhat, and there are other people who can go way deeper into this, that basically you look at DNA and it's pretty much all the same parts, just arranged differently. And your soul, and so something needs to guide that. And DNA is the information, but information by itself does nothing. A pile of alphabet, a box of alphabet cereal or soup doesn't spell anything. You still need that, again, master chef to put things together. So the soul is what drives the DNA. And if I have the capacity for sight, then my soul is going to develop a body with eyes. If I have the capacity for sight and smell, my soul is going to develop a body with those things to utilize its capacity. So the capacities and parts you have are a reflection of the capacities of your soul.
He posited, I think, a third thing in his ontology there, which was the capacity for sight. So he said, if I have the capacity for sight, then my soul is going to develop the physical stuff. But there was something in virtue, there was like an extra thing by virtue of which the soul had the capacity, I think, in what he said.
Yeah, now that seems very strange to me, because sight is a physical phenomenon. It's the interaction between a particular set of sensory organs and, electromagnetic radiation, interpreted in a particular way. How can your soul have that capacity if it's an immaterial entity? Because this is specifically material properties. You can't have non-physical sight. It doesn't, it wouldn't be sight. It would be something else, right? So I don't know how your soul can have a faculty or property or whatever of ability to experience sight or touch or anything for that matter. Those seem to be fundamentally physical experiences, which also raises the question as to how your soul could exist separately from the body, because it couldn't see or touch or smell anything, so it couldn't interact with anything, couldn't talk either. So if your soul can't exist or experience separately from the body, then this is further reason to ask, well, why think that it exists at all?
Awesome. That's awesome, brother. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's almost as if, well, maybe I should keep my mouth shut there on that.
No, it's good. It's almost as if, when I was studying this, I literally put my books down, sat on my couch, and looked up at the ceiling. I just thought, wow, like this, mind blowing, because it's almost as if what Scripture says that. Just
like every time I see 11:11. Every time I see 11:11, I just go, wow. I don't know. I think that's what's going on here.
Well, I think this is remarkable as well. I agree with Eric, although perhaps I think it's remarkable for a slightly different reason.
Yeah.
Everything that is seen was made from the things that aren't seen.
Yep.
And that's why the things that aren't seen are eternal. The things that are seen are temporary. So wait a minute. So you're telling me that everything physical here is like a blueprint of something? My body's a blueprint of what? My soul. And truly, it's.
Wait, my body's a blueprint of my soul?
Surely it's the other way around, Eric.
Well, he said it was the other way around, like 10 seconds earlier.
Look, let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he misspoke.
Which time? Because he said both multiple times.
Although it doesn't, he did say it because he just said that everything physical is a blueprint of something. He said it a couple of times, so I don't know.
He said the physical is the blueprint of the soul, but he said the soul is what causes the physical, because your physical body develops so he's trying to have both. He's trying to have it both ways, and it doesn't make
another example. The causation goes whichever direction he needs it to for a given point. It doesn't.
He could consistently have a worldview where there's dual causation, right? But the point is that he's trying to say that the soul is the antecedent cause of the physical, and the physical is the antecedent cause of the soul, but they can't be both antecedent to each other. It doesn't.
If something's a blueprint, the causation goes from the blueprint to the object or the thing built from. It doesn't go the other way. So it doesn't work with all the language these days. Or the guitar playing example would be another one. The guitar doesn't cause you to play in a certain way, at least in most cases. So yeah, he has to, I think, given everything he said, affirm an interaction is here with causation in both directions. That in itself, there's a whole interaction problem, but that in itself is fine. It's just that when he then uses an argument or an analogy, often it appeals to only one direction of that, and it doesn't make sense if you think it's going both ways. And that's the problem, is this inconsistency.
It's like the physical realm is like a shadowing of so people think, atheists tend to think that.
So the physical realm is a shadowing of the soul, but
it's a shadow and a blueprint.
Yeah,
which are opposites of each other.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. The physical realm is the blueprint for the soul, but also the shadow of the. Like it can't be both. Both are antecedent. Like one's the consequent. One's the. I don't know.
Yeah. It all makes sense.
The realest you can get is physical matter, and I think, oh, absolutely, it's the complete opposite. Morally important.
No, I'm not going to try.
Pointed something else out once I heard him talk about. You can't define or describe even matter, anything physical, without appealing to the mind. So if anything, the mind comes before matter. How do I know? How do you describe hard?
Oh, so is he asking for a mind-independent description of reality? Like on even on
that's what he's getting at.
Because even on physicalism, like that's impossible. Like I don't think I can have a mind-independent experience. Like,
well, you can't have mind-independent language, right?
Right,
because it's a psychological phenomenon, so that's not really going to work.
Well, that's precisely what I mean. Like, if like naturalism, physicalism is true, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, describe something to you outside of language, and also like step outside of my mind to experience it. Like, what?
Well, why don't we let him finish? But I think that is basically what he's saying.
That's a physical property. How do I describe something hard? Well, dense or not dense and this and that. Okay, but right. Okay, but what is dense? Oh, at some point, you're going to appeal to a mental state. But wait a minute. If you appeal to a mental state in order to even describe a physical state, then it means that in order for anything physical to exist and to have knowledge of that, you must first have a mind. And if mind is not physical, then it would show and demonstrate that the immaterial necessarily comes prior to the physical.
Oh, make it stop. Do you see what he did there? He went from a description argument to an epistemic and then an ontological argument just without even batting an eye. We might not be able to describe something without relating to or using psychological experiences or appearances or something, but that doesn't mean that one is that's ontologically most fundamental, that it gives rise to everything else. That's a distinction between a semantic point and an ontological point. And this is a very basic point in philosophy that, again, at most what you would then establish is that you might need to, well, it might establish something about the limits of language. Maybe you get to some sort of predicate dualism, which I mentioned before. But it's a whole another sequence of steps to try to get to substance dualism from that. Because at most we're saying something about the way language works, not the way about the underlying reality is. The soul is about the designer's body. Yeah. I mean, it seems to be the case from what Eric is saying. That the one is the blueprint for the other. It doesn't seem to know which, but I mean, yeah. Does that mean the soul has an anus and it's? I mean,
shadow
people saying
is the blueprint.
The shadow is the blueprint.
But what casts the shadow? The blueprint casts the shadow. Wait, I know. Well, he just made another statement about that there, but a different one, right? He just said,
"But show and demonstrate that the immaterial necessarily comes prior to the physical."
Hang on. So the body is the blueprint, but then the immaterial comes prior to the physical. So that the thing that
that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, but didn't God create? I mean, which did God create first, the souls or the universe?
Right. Well, he's going to become a Mormon.
Well, personally, I think that makes more sense than his transducian view. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's the Platonic doctrine as well, right? The I don't know if that's what he's trying to get towards, if that's how he ended up coming to this or what. But the Platonic doctrine is that, like souls are eternal, and then when we learn things, we're just remembering the forms or something. Which, I mean, we don't have to agree with it, but it's perhaps more consistent than than this.
Yeah, this is an interesting hodgepodge.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Any other arguments you wanted to mention?
Yeah. So a few more, and I'll just we can go through them quickly, and then we can finish up with questions if you want. And I'm not rushing, by the way. Just
no, I understand.
So the other three I was going to use was an argument from the indivisibility of personhood, an argument from the indivisibility of personhood. What was the other one? Another one is free will. Oh, and identity through change. So identity through change, indivisibility of personhood, and free will. We'll start with the identity through change. Another difference between substances and aggregates is that a substance, or rather an aggregate, does not maintain its identity.
I'm just wondering, I'm not asserting this is true, because I know split brain cases are controversial, but like just a thought experiment for Eric. Like, let's say because he's committed to the indivisibility of personhood, let's say if we could split a brain, right? And for whatever reason, put the two brains in vats and they continue to exist, whatever, because of some future medical disease. I don't know, like maybe there's like a brain tumor across the corpus callosum or something. So in future, the treatment is that you take the brain out, put it in two vats, and then you put it back together again in future, something like that. I know this is a bit far-fetched, but surely he would want to maintain that each of those halves of the brain that continues to be conscious has rights and so forth. But because he's committed to the indivisibility of personhood, no, like only one of the halves gets personhood, right? Only one. Like, I wonder how he'd like deal with that sort of thing. Like, or would he change his conception of the soul, or is he that committed to his conception of the soul that even in the face of such a situation, he'd be like, yeah, it just is the logical consequence that only half the brain has rights, like the other one doesn't, or like.
I think he might actually say that not that the soul is split, but you create, because souls can create new souls according to his view, right?
Oh, okay, it's distributed.
If you duplicated the brain, perhaps you'd either duplicate the soul or create a new soul or something like that. Again, you have to ask, why would it, like, what causal processes necessitate that? And he could just say, well, that's just the way it is. But again, you're going to postulate more and more things. I mean, maybe he has another way to get around it, but yeah, there are issues like that, I think, that he would need to try to explain. Yeah, I just love the starfish example. It's so bizarre. Starfish souls. But I kind of like the idea of starfish souls, to be honest. I don't know why. It's just there's something appealing about it.
I mean, I know it's a category error, but I wonder what they look like.
Well, no, but they have the property of well, maybe not starfish, but other types of souls has the property of being able to, or having the capacity to see. So maybe it's not entirely a category error, because they do relate to sight.
And it is the
so
blueprint. It's the blueprint for the physical stuff and the shadow. So
who knows?
Identity through change. And we kind of already touched on that. If you're the famous example that's often used in philosophy classes is called the ship of Theseus. I explained this a little bit in my latest video on my YouTube channel regarding my interchange with atheist Tom Jump. We got into this, and so I'll explain it there. It's explained there with some visuals. But the ship of Theseus was basically a question, an illustration used to ask a question: do physical objects maintain their identity throughout change and part replacement? So here's the experiment, the thought experiment. So this guy named Theseus, he's a warrior.
Just going to say as well, isn't the ship of Theseus used in Aristotle, the Hylomorphist, for his? I don't know, but I thought it was.
I think so. Not an expert on that.
Yeah.
He has a ship. If you replace one of the planks, is it still the same ship? If you replace half of it, still the same ship. You know, and you replace all the parts. So I use a more modern example, and I use a car. Take a car. Suppose you replace all the tires. Is it literally the same car? Well, just chew on that. Let's take it a little further. Say you don't not only replace the tires, but now let's.
I'm really interested if he's going to argue for like a car soul here, like, you know, to consistently as a solution for the problem. I
mean, at this point, I would say, why not?
Replace every single part of that car, every part. Is it still the original same car? Again, before you answer that, take those replaced parts and let's reconstruct those and put those back together. Now you have two cars. Which one of those two is the original if either one is? Well, regardless of your answer, one thing is certain, they both can't simultaneously be the original if there is an original. And that, I would say that's sufficient to demonstrate, because purely physical objects do not maintain their identity throughout change and part replacement. So purely physical objects, aggregates, don't maintain identity through change.
Is he denying that the car exists then, or I don't even know what?
Well, no. What he's going to have to say is that if you change any part of the car, I think we talked about this before. Like, he can appeal to essential and non-essential properties, but that kind of undermines the point, because you might say, well, changing the tires of a car is not. I mean, any sane person says that if you change the tires on your car, it's the same car. Like, that's a very standard
accidental property. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And so what are the essential properties of a car being I don't know. I mean, maybe it's the engine, maybe not, but you know, you could debate about this. Again, I don't really, it's not really that interesting. But the point is, there are different avenues you could take. You could talk about essential and accidental properties. You can talk about a sort of a cluster theory of maintaining a sort of a cluster over time, or you could talk about causal continuity, or you could give an account on, there was another thing I was going to say. Something else that I just forgot. But
your soul forgot.
I don't know. But so what he's saying here is I think a pretty strong view that no physical objects, because he's sort of not going down any of those routes, it seems that he's saying that no physical aggregates, which is basically all physical objects, maintain identity over time.
Yes.
And so they're constantly changing, which is a bit strange because that's not how we talk.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing I was gonna say. So maybe there's a sense in which we can say that because it's an approximation or it's a metaphor or something, but the ontology of it is different. The underlying nature of things is a bit inaccurate, but we can still use the language. So that's another route that he can take. But he doesn't really explain what route he takes about this. He just sort of says, okay, so no physical object can retain identity over time. Without really explaining then how can we understand that in conjunction with the way we use language or the way we understand this. Now that's relevant because he only gives the solution for persons. So one might ask, well, let's suppose, so does he have a solution for objects? Like what's his solution? I've just outlined a few of possibilities, probably others. Whatever solution you adopt for physical objects, couldn't we just adopt that for persons as well? Now, maybe he has reasons why we can't. Maybe there's differences he wants to appeal to. But I mean, that discussion seems pretty important, right? Rather than just presenting a problem which seems to apply to everything and then only answering it in one case and then being left to wonder, well, hang on, what does he think about these other things?
Yeah, that's right.
Because I'm probably just going to want to appeal to any of those possible answers. I think any of those are plausible as saying, well, that's what I think about personal identity as well. Now, when you asked me before, I talked about perdurantism, which is yet another possibility, because according to that, it may not just be persons that have temporal parts. I think all physical objects have temporal parts, or at least most of them do. So that's yet another answer to this question. But any of these, I'm going to appeal to them as, yeah, that's a plausible answer. Maybe it's bundle theory, maybe it's causal conjunction, causal, what is it? What continuity? Yeah. Maybe it's perdurantism. Maybe it's a linguistic point. Any of these things I can appeal to. And any of those are, I think, answers to his issue about how we talk about personal identity over time. But because he doesn't address this with respect to physical objects, he sort of just gives it as an example and then says, well, don't think about that anymore. Let's just look at the person case.
I'm just aware of time for you, by the way, as well, James. It's probably getting pretty late where you are. Do we want to filter some timestamps on this or move to the next video? Or
we still got a little while to go. Yeah, so we will be moving towards the end, but I'm still happy to go for a bit longer. So
I just don't want. I didn't want you to feel trapped by like so many bullet points and wanting to go.
No,
to sleep
it's fine, and I'll mention if I want to move ahead. But let's see where. I've forgotten where we're up to. Indivisibility of person.
We're 133.57 right now.
Yeah, I actually want to keep going with this point because there's some other ideas that he mentions here. We can maybe skip the free will part that comes after that because I don't want to get into all that again.
Yeah.
I would argue do. So here's a question. Am I a substance, an immaterial soul? And I haven't even defined soul. The soul would be an immaterial substance that contains consciousness and animates the body. You could even say animates and gives rise to or form to the body. So the soul is an immaterial substance that contains consciousness, animates, and gives rise to the body. Now, I'm either an immaterial substance or an...
Yeah, did you notice then he made... So in his definition of the soul, he made the soul again the blueprint of the body when the body was the blueprint of the soul before. But also, I wonder if Eric would say then that on his view, we would predict that if we had like a closed system with a person in it, that the total number of joules in that system would be greater after the person ran around in a circle than afterwards. I wonder if that is a prediction that Eric's theory would make that he would be committed to. I don't see how he could get out of it really.
Sorry, what's the circle? I missed this.
So if
the circle, what was that?
Look, so if you had like a closed system, like with me in it, and then you measure the total number of joules in that system, right? Assuming Eric's hypothesis is
joules
true,
as in a unit of energy.
Yeah, as in the unit of energy.
As in not as in dualism. I thought you were meaning like some pair or something. Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah. I think, and I don't know if Eric would be committed to this if he'd agree, but I think that his theory would make the prediction that the total number of joules would increase because the vital spirits or whatever in the pineal gland are going to have to be knocked in the different direction, or like something is going to have to change.
This is the interaction problem. We'll get to that in the last video where he considers or doesn't consider objections to dualism. Remember, we haven't really even gotten to that. We've just been critiquing the coherence of what he is saying and the arguments that he's presenting. There are objections to dualism that we've mentioned but haven't really dug into, so we'll get to that.
An aggregate. So here's a question based on what I just explained. The syllogism would be, I am either a soul or an aggregate. Premise 2 would be, well, aggregates do not maintain identity through change. Premise 3, I do maintain identity through change. Therefore, I'm not a purely physical object, an aggregate. Therefore, I'm a soul. Now, do we maintain identity through change? That's a question. Am I the same person from one moment to the next? Before I answer that, the moment you replace...
Just wondering, do you think you'd agree to that? Would you agree that you're the same person you were a year ago? Do you think?
Well, you sort of asked me this before, so my preferred response to person identity change is perdurantism. So I would say yes,
right.
Although when you talk about me now and me a year before, we're talking about temporal slices of the totality of me. So those slices aren't the same, but they're both, well, they're parts of the whole of me.
Yeah. No,
so they're not the same as they're not identical to each other.
That's what I mean. It seems like Eric's committed to the view where like you don't change, right? Whereas it seems to me, I don't know, maybe he's not saying
well, it's because your soul doesn't change, right? But I mean, there's other ways to get to that conclusion. You could say that there's some essential properties that don't change. It doesn't have to be the soul that you have. It could, I mean, you could identify anything else that you want to point to. And again, we just mentioned all of the other plausible options. So in terms of the syllogism that he's presented there, you can potentially deny that we are the same over time, and he's about to talk about that. Or you can just hang on. What was his second premise? His second premise was that if we
do, I thought it was
physical aggregates don't change. Physical aggregates don't maintain identity over time. Yeah, so I would just reject that premise because I've just mentioned all of these ways that you can understand physical aggregates as maintaining identity over time.
Right.
You have to understand what it means by retaining identity, like its identity of essential properties, perhaps, or of causal. I mean, maybe the causal arguments is not identity per se, but then you would just the point is you're either going to deny the second or the third premise. Either you don't think we maintain identity over time. Maybe you analyze it through a different relation. It's not identity. It's a causal. I keep forgetting the word. A causal continuity, yeah, causal continuity that you retain. It's not identity, or it's a bundle that has a similarity relation, not an identity relation. So those answers are going to reject premise 3, that we have personal identity over time. Or if you have a different way of understanding identity, perhaps perdurantism. I'm not sure whether that's identity per se, but whatever. It's just kind of a different view, I guess. Or there's identity of essential properties. If you believe in that, then that's just accepting premise 3, but rejecting premise 2. So this is a good example. It's good that he's presented this as a syllogism because it makes it kind of clearer. Yeah. But again, the person who doesn't agree with him is just going to reject one of these two premises. And he hasn't given really good reasons for accepting either of them, I think.
I would argue the moment you replace any part of your body, you are a different person. I mean, even if you scratch your arm, you're losing skin cells. But to make it a little bit easier to kind of wrap your mind around.
But doesn't that sound like he's just rejected a premise of his own argument there? Like,
I think what he means is if humans are purely physical, that would follow.
Oh, okay. Was that? Am I forgetting the start of what his sentence?
Well, that must be what he means.
I mean, even if you scratch your arm, you're losing skin cells. But to make it a little bit easier to kind of wrap your mind around, it said that virtually every 7 to 10 years, you virtually replace almost every cell in your body. So let's say 10 years ago, I murdered somebody and I hid the body. 10 years later, the police are knocking at my door.
Just hypothetically, hypothetically, I hid it behind this this book banner. Just like suppose that happened. Sorry, couldn't resist.
Why is it so wrinkled? It's the shroud of Turin type thing going on here.
We finally
I smashed a hole in the wall and put the body behind it and then hung up this book. Like, suppose that happened. Sorry, Eric, I'm not accusing you of that. I just couldn't resist making that joke.
We know that you're the murderer. And I say, officer, are you kidding me? That was some other guy 10 years ago. It wasn't me. Go find him. But good luck. He doesn't exist anymore. Sorry. And I close the door. No, of course not. They're going to laugh at me and arrest me. Why? Because we know, I think intuitively, we know that we remain the same person throughout change and part replacement. But if I remain the same person from one moment to the next, then you cannot be a purely physical object. You must be something transcending the physical, namely a soul. So what is personhood? So in other words, me being a person must be grounded in something. What is it grounded in? Well, if it's grounded in the body, then I am literally not the same person from one moment to the next. Once I clip a toenail, I'm a different person, or whatever the case is. But if I do remain the same from one moment to the next, then I must be something that transcends the physical, that maintains the identity to change, namely the soul. And so to reject that would be, you'd have to say that you're not the same person from one moment to the next. Again, I'm not a shameless plug here, but on the review I did recently on my last video, when we talked about this, the atheist I was talking to, I asked him, are you the same person from one moment to the next? He said, no. Well, he tried to dodge the question at first, and I just kept pressing him. He said, okay, no. I said, so then how many people have I been talking to in the past hour and a half? And he looked like he got upset. He's like, no, that's irrelevant. I said, no, I mean, how many? And then he just keeps rambling. I said, no, I just want to know how many. He's like, oh, that's irrelevant. Doesn't matter. I said, well, I'm just curious now. How many Toms have I been talking to? Because that's what you would have to believe. Now, I don't know why he got upset. If you truly believe that, bite the bullet.
Yeah, be consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and as I said in that video, you
Okay,
either.
I have a question for Eric. So Eric believes that physical objects do not retain identity over time. Eric, you like talking about your soul car. How many soul cars have you had since you purchased the car? Since every time you drive it, or every moment of every day, there's atoms that are changing, and then there's interactions with light and rust and all this other stuff, right? So there's always, so it's not identical at an atomic level, even from one moment to the next. So that's my question for Eric. How many soul cars has he had since he purchased it? I'd be interested to know his answer.
And be consistent, Eric. Be consistent. You know, like.
So I mean, I'm being a bit snarky there, but the point is that there's this just massive lack of self-awareness here that, oh, you know, poking fun at this atheist, where I mean, you can use this exact same argument to argue against the absurdity of your view that no physical object retains its identity over time, when that's what we say. Like, well, you know, the officers come and say, this is a stolen car, but officer, it's not the same car as the one that was stolen. Like, you could just make the exact same argument, even just changing his so
change
unless
the
he's going
tire.
to, yeah, you've changed the car and it's not the one that was stolen, so you can't be arrested for it, right? That seems to follow from what he's saying, unless he believes in car souls. Now, what we seem to need to do here is then be able to give an account of identity of anything through time that doesn't rely on it being identical in every single aspect. And again, I keep coming to this. There's many ways to do that. You can look at essential properties. You can look at causal thing that I keep forgetting. Causal continuity. You can look at bundle properties, a bundle of properties. You can look at perdurantism, and there's probably others as well that I don't even know about. But again, whichever of those you pick for physical objects, you can just apply it to persons as well.
Position, or you change your position. It's that simple. I mean,
Eric's going to take some of his own advice.
If you truly believe that, bite the bullet.
Yeah, be consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and as I said in that video, you either accept the conclusions of your position or you change your position. It's that simple. I mean, it's not my problem. You know,
It's that simple, Eric.
that's
not
how
my problem.
it works. Okay, the other argument, indivisibility of personhood. Being a person, the question, okay, first we have to understand the notion of degreed and non-degreed properties. Again, I talk about this in the last video. So a degreed property, some properties can exist in various percentages or degrees that can be divided. These would be degreed properties. So for example, the property of being loud or hard. Loudness can go up or down. It can fluctuate in percentages. Hardness can be Hardness can be softer or harder because it's a property that can fluctuate and exist. A table, being a purely physical object, can be cut in half, and it would make sense to say you now have half of a table. Okay. Now, contrast that with.
How about this though, Eric? So here's my table, right? Oh, there's an atom. There's an atom. There's an atom. Like, at what point does it stop being a table? Like, we've got all the same problems of like persistent. Like I think you could make the case basically that that there are like borderline and vague cases of like where something is or isn't a table. I mean, you could go with like, this is like a Socrates paradox. You could go with like the epistemicist approach, where like you might say, well, we just don't have epistemic access to know like the n number of atoms that where it is a table and n-1 isn't a table. But there are like responses to the Socrates paradox where people are going to go, well, actually there's degrees of truth to a table, right? Like it, like it's 0.99. Like there's non-classical logics where it's like, well, it's 0.99 true that it's a table now, right? And then it's like, well, it's 0.98 true now. There's this many atoms, kind of thing.
Yeah, you can just say it's not identity; it's a similarity relation. That's how I tend to think about things. But you see, the fact that we don't always, our language doesn't always bear that out. It doesn't follow from that's what really exists, unless you just want to say that you can read ontology directly off language, which I deny.
Yeah, but then Eric's saying like it's just this clear-cut thing, like like tables, well, they just can be like divided in half or whatever, and whereas so that's not a degreed property. Whereas like there just are people who say it is a degreed property. And like I'm not saying, but it's not like this is just like some incontestable thing in philosophy where like no one thinks that like objects like tables are like a degreed property.
Well, the interesting part is he's going to say that personhood's not a degreed property.
Right.
So let's hear him articulate that.
Yes. Yeah.
With non-degreed properties. The number 2 and the number 6 both possess a property of being even, but non-degreed properties are all or nothing kind of things. It either is or it isn't. There's no in between. So the number 2 and the number 6 are both even, but it would make no sense to say that the number 6 is more even than the number 2, because being even is a non-degreed property. It either is or isn't. There's no gradient there. So that being said,
it could be a degreed property and they both just are equally true, like the maximum amount of true or something. Like I'm not saying that. I think
that's actually a good point.
Yeah.
Interestingly, about the even numbers, although he's true that evenness is a binary property, but if you actually ask people, there've been experiments where they ask people how even is this number, or maybe it's how good an exemplar is this of an even number, or something along those lines. And numbers like 2 and 4 get very high ratings, and if you say a number like 1,486, that gets a much lower rating.
That's interesting.
Which is fascinating, even though they're both as equally even. So I'm not saying that proves that evenness is a degreed property, but what I think it does provide evidence for is the idea that psychologically we actually think of even things like that as coming in degrees.
Yeah,
or at least in terms of, I mean, this is a family resemblance idea of concepts where you have sort of exemplars and then things that are more or less associated with that. This is not an ontological argument. It doesn't show that that's the way things are, but it does show that I think that that's the way we tend to think about things, which I just think is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Being a person, a degreed or non-degreed property. Is personhood degreed or non-degreed? Well, before we answer, let's look at the implications. First of all, if personhood is grounded in the physical body, which my debate opponent said, yes, being a person is grounded in the body, then you would have to gauge being a person on the physical body and even on the amount of mass and matter that you have. But if that's the case, I asked him to see if he was...
Is that, I mean, again, I don't think that's true. Like, I can conceive of, I'm not saying I'm committed to this position, right? But I can conceive of like materialist positions where personhood is grounded, it is dependent upon the matter, but in a way that it's like something to do with the neurology, right? Rather than to do with, like, you don't just get fatter and gain more rights or something, despite what, you know.
Yeah, that's his, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's almost childish, right? To say that personhood is a higher order property that supervenes on lower order physical properties. It doesn't follow that that any arbitrary physical property that you mention is a property that it supervenes on. Like, I mean, it's just such a basic point. So yeah, it's not mass that it supervenes on, a number of limbs or something like that. You know, there's going to be. I mean, and I acknowledge this is a difficult question. Exactly what are the sufficient or the relevant conditions that determine personhood? And I don't pretend to have a perfect answer to this, but I'm sure that it's not the amount of mass you have. Yeah, that's a really good point by Trevor. It seems that there are certain conditions which do diminish people's personhood, such as certain disabilities or dementia or things like that. And I mean, I think that makes perfect sense. We often do say that. We often use language like this. We talk about how a person is not the same today as they were yesterday, or you're not yourself today, things like that. And there's this idea that, you know, as we age or approach death, and especially if we have dementia or other things, that we sort of lose part of ourselves. And, you know, and this could take to extreme cases where you're in a persistent vegetative state where there's basically none of you left. That there's no personality, I mean, you might be minimally conscious, you might not be, but I would say by that point, we've essentially ceased to be persons, because we don't possess any of the relevant properties of personhood. Just having a physical body and having a heartbeat, I don't think is sufficient, because you can point to cases like this where there's essentially no higher brain left. It's just enough to minimally keep you alive. Now, that doesn't mean I can give necessary and sufficient conditions for personhood or give the exact degrees of the variation, but I think that it's perfectly reasonable to think that personhood does come in degrees. Yeah, even if in most cases, most people exhibit that maximally. It could be the case that almost everyone who is alive exhibits that maximally, although maybe we could disagree about that, but it doesn't follow that there aren't some graded cases.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I do think, I think that Eric's view here does actually contradict the reality of, like if you're a doctor, even Christian doctors have to make these decisions, right? About like, when are we going to turn off the life support machine and stuff. Okay, it's correct. It's correct that a Christian doctor will make different decisions on moral grounds, maybe, than an atheist doctor or something like. So, a Christian doctor may decide not to perform an elective abortion, whereas they might abort an ectopic pregnancy, which is where, like the if he doesn't perform the abortion, it would kill the mother or something based on moral grounds. But it's not like I still think the way that we operate in the world is as if like like when the Christian doctor makes a decision to perform an ectopic pregnancy, he's definitely taking into consideration
abort an ectopic pregnancy.
Yeah, sorry, what did I say?
You said perform an ectopic pregnancy. That's an interesting phenomenon.
To abort an ectopic pregnancy. It's like he's taking into consideration some idea of like who's got the greater degree of personhood here. And
exactly.
It's not as if that just isn't a feature. And So
I do we really think that a zygote is equally as much of a person as an adult? That just seems absurd to me. Although if you think that it's imbued with a soul at the moment of fertilization, I don't know why you would think that, by the way, but because that's not in the Bible, because they didn't know about fertilization. But let's not get into that. Then why would you? So you might think that if that's what you thought, but then the question is, why think that? Like he's trying to use this as an argument for the existence of a soul. So for people who don't already agree with that, it seems that there are a range of cases that we can give for soul, for personhood being graded. End of life is one example. Beginning of life is another one. I would also assert animals. So there's a movement called Great Ape Personhood, which is attempting to give some aspects of legal personhood rights to some great apes. And I think this is interesting. I think that, whether you call like chimpanzees persons is interesting. They're clearly not human beings, but that's not the same as a person, right? And the way I would say it is that they're persons in some significant respects, but maybe not in all respects. They're not. I wouldn't say that one chimpanzee is sort of morally equivalent to one human being, but I would say that they're morally significant and have many attributes of personhood, but not all of them are not on the maximally degrees. So those are just three examples and there may be others where I think that it just seems plausible that personhood does come in degrees. Now, Eric's probably going to reject all those on the basis of the fact that these people do or don't have, or the animals don't have the same kind of soul, right? But then the question, that's entirely circular, right? For someone like me who doesn't already accept the soul, why should I abandon this belief that personhood does come in degrees in order to accept your argument, Eric's argument here? So
that, I guess like this point is maybe kind of like a corollary of his worldview or whatever, but it's sort of like I suppose there's some virtues of what he's doing in that he's like trying to compare what he thinks up against like what Tom Jump's saying, and he's saying, well, like for example, if what you're saying is true, that just doesn't match experience, because then you've been like a million different people over the course of this conversation. Now, however, okay, maybe I don't think that is true of Tom's worldview, but maybe it is. But what we're both doing is offering like non-Eric Hernandez soul worldviews that are natural, account for how you're not don't have this absurd this absurd consequence where you're like a million different people over the course of a conversation, but also don't have the kind of absurd consequences that Eric's view has, where like it's not like a difficult decision as to whether you like perform an abortion or like like go with euthanasia or turn off a machine, which is just not our experience of the world, because there are these difficult cases where personhood seems to be degreed. So again, that seems to just align more with our sort of intuitions, I would say, in terms of an explanation of the phenomena of persons.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's more reasonable to accept graded personhood, at least, again, so it's sometimes said that it follows, well, if you can like run faster, if you're more intelligent, then you're more of a person. But as you pointed out, Nathan, that doesn't follow at all, because it could be that nearly everyone who's alive has the maximal degree of personhood. But there are some cases, and I just gave some of those examples, that do have lesser degrees of personhood. That's perfectly consistent view. And I think that makes a lot more sense than to say it's entirely binary.
Consistent. Okay, if that's the case, if you chop off my arms and legs, am I half of a person? He said no. So good, I agree, because you can have half a table. That's because tables are aggregates and purely physical. But chopping off
hang on, like if like let's say we're police and we come to some horrific crime scene, Just in an everyday language sense of the world, and like some psychopathic murderer has been chopping people in half, you would say, "Oh, there's half a person over there." You know, like it's like you can.
Well, maybe he'd say
meaningfully
it's half a body or half a corpse, not half a.
Yeah.
But I mean, you could say that. You could say it's half a person.
I just.
But
don't
he's
really
going to talk about
understand
person in a more, I guess, I don't know, moral or psychological sense or something.
Maybe
But
you
I see
can't
what
have
you're
like
saying,
half a living person, but let's say the technology's around. You know, to keep someone alive while you chop them in half. I don't know, maybe they've got some horrific cancer on the right half of their body, so you need to perform, you know, some kind of horrendous surgery that future technology can sustain you through, where you chop the person in half and they've got half their brain, half the nervous system and stuff. I think it would still be proper to say, like, you know, like that you're half the person you were previously, if we could keep them alive or something. Well, I don't know. That just makes sense with my sort of intuitions. But again, maybe Eric's
Well, this
just
is the
got
trouble in inferring ontology from language like this, because people use words a bit differently. And so, I mean, it's just entirely inconclusive, I think.
Yeah.
Arms and legs doesn't make me half a person. And then and she said, no. I said, oh, well, then I guess it seems that being a person is not degree. Said, no, but if you cut your brain, you know, this, you know, you can't leave this person. I said, okay, so now you're switching to the brain. Okay, you're just pushing back the goalposts, but let's look at that. Dandy Walker syndrome.
Eric, no one was ever going to say that personhood is some sort of property that depends on how many limbs you have. That's not pushing back the goalposts. That's just starting at a sensible point. Obviously, it's going to relate to the brain, not the legs. Let's be like, seriously.
Yeah, like I get how he sees that from his worldview. Like, you know, like it could just be that because of where he's coming from, he's like, yeah, you're just pushing back the goalposts, you evil atheist. But it's like, no, just like, let's be reasonable for a second. Like, are any people who take like a naturalist materialist worldview like arguing that an essential feature of like a person is like a leg or a finger or a hand? No, but like clearly it's the brain is the thing in question.
Millipedes have maximal personhood.
Sometimes people are born with only, you know, as little as 10% of a brain. It's like just basically a big cavity. Sometimes there's only 20% of brain. You know, it varies. Are they 10% people or 15% people? Well, no, they're full-blown persons who may have diminished or loss of functioning. But that would also go to show that if I'm still 100% a person with less functioning, then it follows that my personhood is neither grounded in the physical.
But what if Coco has an equal amount of functioning to this person? You know, like,
well,
so here's particular
actually,
case.
no, he's not grounding it in functioning. That's the point, because he's saying you can have diminished functioning but still be maximally a
Still a
person.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would push back against that, because I think it is grounded in functioning. It's just a question of which functionings. So I think disabled people are maximal people, although they do have diminished functioning. And yeah, they have diminished abilities. But I mean, so I should say most disabled people are completely people. But there comes a point where if you're sufficiently, like if dementia reaches a certain point, I'm going to say that, you know, there's no one home anymore, sort of thing, or that you know that there's a sort of a steep decline where I'm going to say, yeah, you are actually, you know, that person is diminished. And I don't want to say exactly where that is, obviously, because that's a very difficult question to answer, and that's a touchy ethical and personal point. And most of the time, there's not a great deal of purpose in trying to specify exactly where that is anyway. But the point is, just because some people who have diminished faculties are still fully persons, it doesn't mean that any person who has diminished faculties or abilities is also a full person. Again, I think you can just point to someone who is completely brain dead. That's not a person, even if they're still alive. I think that is not an unreasonable thing to say.
Well, how about this on Eric's view? Because Eric would probably be committed to philosophical zombies being able to exist, right? Do you think? Oh no. Well, maybe if it's the blueprint,
sure,
I don't
actually.
I'm just wondering if, like, you know, if you this is like a silly thought experiment again, but say you've got like a 3D printer with atoms and you get it to like print out, you know, like I take a copy of myself in the computer, I delete the nervous system, and then I get the 3D printer to just print out all of the physical stuff of me except the nervous system. And would Eric say that is then a person or not? And then it's like, okay, so now let's say
does the printer print souls as well? I think is the relevant point.
But then, and I think Eric would agree that isn't like a person. But then it's like, well, okay, now there's some disease that attacks my nervous system and removes the nerves one by one. Now, at which point, at which point am I not a person? It's like I think Eric's view just goes against how we want to think about what's actually going on.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, I think. I wonder if God has a soul printer.
Physical, nor can it be grounded in my functioning. I'm still a person. So I would argue that personhood is a non-degree property. The last one would be, well, men are typically larger than women. But am I more of a person than my wife? No, of course not. In fact, that's how a lot of the eugenics.
Well, according to God,
yeah, according to God, I think you are. Like, I mean, that's actually been a traditional Christian view that God was made. Sorry, not God. Adam was made by God directly, whereas Eve was derived from Adam, and so he was.
Adam is a Christ.
I mean, yeah, exactly. And the idea that women are actually sort of imperfect or not fully formed humans, they're like imperfect copies or versions of men. That's a very old view. I mean, that's what I think Plato thought. And I think there's a lot of antecedents for that in Christianity. So, I mean, I'm not saying sorry?
Aristotle's view, less teeth, less rational. Thomas Aquinas' view, they are less intelligent, shouldn't be in places of government, etc. Need men in raising children because of their stupidity, etc. Which is his ethical case for marriage.
Interesting. So I'm not saying that Christians need to adhere to these views, but what I am saying is that if Eric is going to be so bold as to try to say that the naturalist has to adhere to this ridiculous idea that, you know, just because men are bigger that they're more people, because clearly that's got nothing to do with anything. I mean, it seems that a tu quoque response is in order here to say, well, actually, if we're going to point out to one philosophical tradition that seems to more support this, it would actually be the one that Eric is defending.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Eric might not hold to that theologically, but we can at least say it's been, No,
but I mean, it's not a serious response. It's just to say that if you're going to use these juvenile sort of responses, then I'll put a juvenile response back that seems to at least have more substance to it than yours did.
Yeah.
Movement started. Well, these are colored people or people that look like this are less of a person than we are. They're less evolved.
Yeah.
So we're justified in doing X, Y, Z to them. Well, time out. If personhood is not degreed, then it doesn't matter the size, the shape, the color, because we're all. And if being a person carries value, then it would also entail that if personhood can fluctuate, then so can your value. Now, that is heavily relevant to the abortion debate, because if a fertilized egg, which I think is just a name used to try to avoid, it's a person. If an embryo is a person,
clearly a zygote is a person. It's just obvious.
What about in? I don't know. I guess he would say there are like natural abortions, but I just wonder. I don't know the percentages or anything, but I do wonder what.
I heard 1 in 3 pregnancies are spontaneous, but most of that's a very early stage.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I wonder.
I mean, it's fine if God does it, doesn't,
Yeah, would
I mean, what happens to those souls? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what all these questions. Like, did the artificer design it that way, or is that just a product of original sin? It started, or is it like a probability? I don't know. You'd probably go with original sin, but
original sin solves a lot of problems for some reason, because God did design the universe such that he knew that original sin would happen. So I don't actually know how that avoids anything, but whatever.
Yeah, that's true. It's built into the design. It's some level. Just
it's all designed. He made it that way. He made Adam the way such that he would, or Adam and Eve the way such that they would choose those things. Especially with his middle knowledge, he knows every possibility, right?
Yeah, it's like if I build like an electric circuit, and then there's like a flamethrower that points at the batteries, and then there's like a switch that goes to the flamethrower. It's like I've built it into that system such that the switch can be thrown. That like trigger. I don't know. There's something there.
Yeah, we have an idea of negligence. If you're designing or building or making something, that you have a duty to exercise, sufficient so that people can't hurt themselves or reduce the chances of that. And if you design something that is so poorly designed so that people are going to hurt themselves, even if it's in some sense their fault, you're still being negligent. And I'm not sure why that doesn't apply to a God of the universe that sets up the universe so that original sin is so easy to happen. How is that not massively negligent? Anyway, we're getting a bit off topic here, but original sin is, I think, a really bad explanation.
Person is. I'm not trying to be condescending here, but someone who's, is a dwarf or a midget is still 100% of a person, even though they're not has as much mass and matter as I do. So I asked the question, in other words, does having more mass and matter mean that you matter more? No, of course not. Why? Well, that can only be possible if personhood is not agreed. But the fact that being a person is not a degree of property can only be possible if and only if your property of being a person is grounded in something that transcends the physical, namely the soul. So if
I want to just, because Eric is in the habit of saying a lot of things that aren't true. So he just made that biconditional claim, right? So he's saying if and only if there's a soul, can it be a non-degreed property. Now that's just not true. Again, there might maybe an epistemicist is saying, well, we don't know at what point it is, right? We don't have epistemic access to be able to say you add exactly this atom and then you're a person, you take away this atom and then you're not. But that's how it is in the world. There aren't like vague cases in the world. It's just the limitation of our access to the facts. So it's not if and only if, like there are other explanations.
So we've been saying that personhood is quite plausibly a degreed property, but let's suppose that it's not, right? Well, then in order to account for that, what you would have to do is identify the binary, a binary property, or I mean, it could be a set of properties, right, that reach certain conditions. It could be something that reaches a threshold which is binary, but you have to identify whatever that is that undergirds the fact of whether someone's a particular individual is a person or not. And he has declared that there is no such thing without giving any reason for thinking why that can't be the case. All his arguments establish is like mass can't be that thing, or like height can't be that thing, or number of limbs can't be that thing. Because yes, of course, we were all thinking it was how big you are or how many limbs you have. That was a very plausible candidate for the property that could determine personhood. Yeah, I mean, it's so ridiculous. I mean, I don't want to try to give that account because I don't think that's the best account of personhood, but you just have to look for something that could plausibly be identified as that. Maybe it's having a certain genetic structure, for example, which all persons have, or humans have rather. I don't think that's the best candidate, but maybe you could do that. Maybe it could be a certain capacities under normal developmental circumstances. That's another argument I think's been run. So you might have abnormal persons, but if you had that capacity to develop certain thing under normal developmental circumstances, then you would be a fully person. I mean, you know, there's any number of accounts that could be given that could give rise to a binary switch. All Eric is establishing is that he is terrible at coming up with such accounts.
Yeah,
because
he's not established that relation between if and only if. He's just not made that. You know,
he's
you
just
can't make a
that.
claim that strong. Yeah.
Everybody is a person, regardless of their physical mass, matter, or function. Then it follows that person is not a degree property. But if a person is not a degree property, then we have to be more than a brain and body. Therefore, we must be a soul. So the syllogism would be, again, I'm either a purely physical object or a soul. If I am a purely physical object or an aggregate, then I am a degree property. I'm not a degree property, therefore, or I'm not divisible. Or gosh, you get where I'm going with it. Sorry.
Personhood is not a degree property.
Exactly, I wrote it verbatim because there's a number of ways to write them up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you can send them to me, and for those of you thinkers that are interested, we'll share them. So, believe me, I get it, brother. Yeah, it gets late. There's times I can't recite the Kalam. I'm like, this should be easier than this.
So it'd be basically
Isn't that interesting? Like, just my point of view again, isn't that interesting in group language? There's times I can't recite the Kalam. There's times I forget the
Kalam.
Yeah, I forget the Shamach, brother. There's times the Prophet, he'd peace be upon him. I forget. It's like that's how I view this. It's like
there's times when I forget how many Hail Satans I've said today. Can you believe it?
Yeah, right. Yeah. There's times I forget about how meaningless life is because I get so caught up in doing bad apologetics.
Sometimes I wanted to do a talk about doubt, how some Christians say that atheism is a religion, but atheists never experience, like, they never say, oh, I'm really doubting my atheism, like the way the Christians do. Anyway, that's an aside, but I've just thought about that recently. It's just a ridiculous non-symmetry. But I think peace be upon something is a nice phrase. I just think it's silly that they always say it about whenever they mention the prophet.
As if it's like a magic curse or something. Like
it feels a bit like that. But one thing I wanted to say...
Oh, sorry, you go. I'm being silly.
One thing I wanted to say is that Eric made this argument that if you try to appeal to any physical characteristics, then you're going to lead to degree personhood. And we've said that why that doesn't follow, because he hasn't tried to address any possible account. He's just mentioned some bad ones. But also, it seems that he doesn't necessarily get what he wants out of substance dualism either, because how do you know, for example, that men and women have the same type of soul? How do you know that different races of people have the same type of soul? Maybe it's like species that have different types of souls. Maybe different races have different types of souls as well. Or any number of different types of groups you might want to mention. Now, I'm not saying he's committed to the fact that different races or different genders have different types of souls. What I'm asking is, how does he know that that's the case? It doesn't follow from that. He's going to have to, give an argument, or maybe he's going to appeal to divine revelation or something. But the point is, it just doesn't follow that personhood doesn't come in degrees from the fact that there's an immaterial substance, because we could have different types of souls, which are, in virtue of them being different, they exemplify personhood to different degrees. So he needs to make a further argument that there's this particular type of soul that all humans have, and it's not different kinds, even though he's going to say that different species have different types of souls. So it feels like another ad hoc argument to me that just stipulates that no, that's just the way it is for humans.
And how is he going to be able to distinguish between, like all the arguments that he's offering, for example, for there being like different souls for these animals and things? It seems like they could be symmetrically applied between like humans of different ethnic groups, for example, because he's appealing to like different.
Yeah. So the dog argument that he made, the dog doesn't think about its thoughts. Well, children don't either. Maybe mentally disabled people don't. So you can make that same argument there for saying they have a different type of soul.
So it's just completely arbitrary that he's drawing these distinctions in like the metaphysical world of souls. Like that, I can't see. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. So a really poor argument there. Now I think he's about to go and talk about free will. I'd kind of, he says some dumb things. Look, I can't help but want to do the end bit where he talks about free thinkers. Maybe if we go to like, let's say 148. I didn't put a timestamp in for this particular bit, but let's see if we can find it.
Watch anymore, you have to go with your second option, which is to eventually at some point, however many neurons you want to posit, you're eventually going to have to go beyond your body and point to something external and prior to yourself that was a physical event that caused your neurons to fire. But the moment you point to something beyond and external to yourself, you now become a secondary mover, not a primary mover, and you are now merely another domino in the link of dominoes caused by something prior to yourself. And if that's the case, which it has to be on physicalism, then you cannot have libertarian free will. If you don't have libertarian free will, you can't have moral responsibility, and you can't have intellectual integrity, what I like to call it. For example, atheists usually like to tell me that, they're the most ironic thing I've heard atheists say is call themselves free thinkers. In my debate with Delahunty, I pointed this out. I said, look, if there's no soul, then all your thoughts are literally caused by physical events prior to and beyond your control, which means you cannot have free will, including every thought that you ever had. So if physicalism is true, then every thought you had was caused by something physical prior to yourself, which means literally the last thing you can call yourself is a free thinker. So if you're not going to believe in the soul.
How does he know that if I could choose to think
physicalist
otherwise,
owned through facts and logic? It's like,
maybe even if I had the choice and God gave me it, maybe I wouldn't desire otherwise. Like, how does he know that? Like, there's all sorts of things built into what he's saying that,
This is why I wanted to show this, just because it annoyed me so much. So I'm not going to respond to the free will part, but the point about free thinking, because a free thinker I don't use that label much to describe myself, but I do like the term, and I would call myself that. And I mean, I think the idea of being a free thinker is extremely important as an aspect of one's self-conception, because I think should be a person who tries to think outside the box, to think of different ideas, to seek out new evidence or new ways of looking at things, to try to understand different points of view, skeptical of things that you're told and wants to look into the evidence. That's all part of free thinking, I think. Right. And I think he's sort of casting aspersions on that, which I kind of really annoys me. He's sort of saying you shouldn't be a free thinker. No, he's saying that you can't be a free thinker without having an immaterial soul, which is odd. But what I want to ask Eric is he a belief voluntarist? So this is the view that you can choose your beliefs. It seems from what he's saying is that he is, but in fact, it seems more than that. He's saying that we choose all of our beliefs, not just that we can sometimes choose beliefs, because he's bringing libertarian free will into this. And I would say that I actually am a belief voluntarist. I think you can sometimes choose beliefs, but I don't think we choose most of our beliefs. We find ourselves believing things as a result of experiences we've had, or the thought process that have led up to it. Now, some people think that that's all it is. You can never choose your beliefs. You always just they're forced upon you by your experiences. And so this doesn't have anything to do with free will, because you might have free will with respect to your actions, but not with respect to your beliefs, right? And so it seems to me that Eric is just assuming a very strong form of belief voluntarism, such that we choose all of our beliefs, and that we can't, if libertarian free will is not correct, it doesn't exist, then we can't choose any of our beliefs. But first of all, that's an odd view. I don't know too many people who would say that we choose all of our beliefs like that. If so, that actually seems quite scary, because what we would want to say is that our beliefs track the evidence or truth or something, not that we just choose all of them. Because if we choose all of them according to libertarian free will, then we could just, in all cases, choose to believe anything in spite of whatever evidence or reasons we have. And that doesn't actually seem very desirable to me. I don't want to have that sort of choice. Like, why would I even want that? That's pretty strange. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to, on the point of like intellectual virtues as well, this is something to comment, because I think, okay, fair enough if he thinks people are inconsistently using the term free thinker, right? But then it's not something to disparage people being like free thinkers. I think like if you have a false belief, the only way that you're going to find out about that is by being proved wrong. Now, if you're like, no, I'm not a free thinker, I'm a dogma thinker. Like I just believe whatever the groups and organizations I'm a part of and the various dogmas that are passed down to me, or I don't know, like the board of my ministry, for example, the beliefs that they tell me I have to have in order to get paid each month. Like that's going to be really bad for finding out if you've got some false beliefs. So I don't think you should disparage someone for describing themselves as a free thinker. And I also agree, though, that in the way in which I'd use free, I don't think it's inconsistent to talk about being a free thinker. Like, I don't think it follows from being able to describe like the physical constituent parts, say, of like Matt Dillahunty's brain in terms of biological and chemical processes that might be deterministic, that it follows that he isn't like thinking freely. I don't think it follows from that. Now, obviously, he does, and you can get into that whole free will debate. But
I don't even think it's about free will, but free in that term, it means like critically, I think, or something like that, not libertarian. Yeah. It's not even the same. So I don't even think you need compatibilists to think that you're a free thinker. It's just the way that you think. It's not about whether you choose particular thoughts or something. Or
It's about whether you're, I think it's sort of to do with whether you, and I think choice comes into it, though. It's kind of like whether you choose to be in circumstances or live in a way where you're like constrained by the environment as to what you can and can't choose. Like, you know, like because I think that's where choice comes into it. 'Cause it's like I'm choosing not to be a Catholic priest or a Franciscan monk or something, and that would commit me to some dogma or something, right? And so it would be very difficult for me to sign up to a statement of faith and be like, yeah, I'm a free thinker. Whereas like part of being a free thinker is like, I'm not going to commit to some dogma when I'm not certain because this is how I exist. I think it's difficult to get away from the notion of choice, but choice doesn't have to mean not biologically determined in some way or something. I don't know. Maybe you disagree with some things there.
Yeah, I mean, again, I would kind of like my beliefs to be determined by the reasons that I have, not a libertarian free choice where I could just choose to exist and believe in whatever reality I wanted to. That actually seems kind of scary to me.
Yeah, that's right.
Or at least not clearly, obviously desirable, at the very least.
Yeah. Shall I skip to a point in this video?
A very strange argument from Eric there. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, there's a bit about Calvinism I don't care about. Let's go to 20350. This is an interesting little question he responds to here. There we go.
Another one, and the reason I pushed some of Cornce's back, so if you're wondering, like, wow, he's got all these, it's because I could tell based on what you were going to be talking about, sort of tried to organize some of these. So the question was, the concept of the soul as set forth by reincarnationists, such as Hindus and Buddhists, how best to rebut that? So I'm not sure if that's something you've come across or not, but
so whenever people may have beliefs, just a tipper, because I mean there's more than one way to skin a cat, if you will. My initial knee-jerk reaction would be to say, well, rebut what? I can respond to an argument, but I can't respond to an assertion or belief. Someone says, well, I believe in reincarnation. I say, cool, why?
Right, you need the argument.
But yeah, what was the evidence for? And a side note, this is something I think a lot of apologists need to understand, is that when atheists, skeptics, or people who disagree with you, it doesn't have to just be about philosophy and apologetics. With anything, you don't have an obligation to respond to assertions. You can only respond to arguments. So, like in my discussion with Tom Jump again, it's just the most recent one I had, so I keep referring.
Okay, so maybe does what Eric means here maybe is like if someone just says, I use the word I to mean my soul, then you can just say, come on, that's just an assertion. I only respond to arguments, right? Like that's what he's sort of saying.
If only we'd started with this, we could have just ignored 2/3 of what he said, since almost all of it was just assertions. I mean, but interestingly though, if you go down Graham Oppy's line, an argument is just a series of assertions, right? And so you might ask, well, what reason do I have for believing this premise? And then I might give another series of assertions. So it's sort of assertions all the way down. So there's a charitable way to view this in that sort of you can't do anything but make assertions, right? I think the point, though, is that what you want to try to do with a good argument is to start with a series of assertions that, as many people are going to believe as possible, or at least your interlocutor is going to regard them as plausible. You don't want to start with assertions that are going to be precisely the sorts of things your interlocutor is not going to accept. And I think that's the problem with most of Eric's assertions, is that he's starting with all these things that someone like me is just going to reject. And so that's why they're not good arguments, because, and that's what I would say, is just they're mere assertions, because, some of them were just mere assertions. Others were assertions as part of arguments, but they're still not good arguments because they don't try to start with neutral, or at least closer to neutral assertions. They start with things that, people
like the consequence of a theistic worldview to begin with.
Exactly.
Yeah, like almost all the arguments he gave, the premises were like you accept theism, then you decide there's a soul, and then it followed
a naturalist just is not going to accept those sorts of premises. I did want to comment briefly about something that Irish just said about being determined by my reasons. But not getting to choose my reasons. I mean, we could go off in a tangent about this, but I thought it might be good to clarify a little bit. So one idea about what it means to act rationally is to act in a way that is, acting rationally is acting as such that we act in accordance with what we have most reason to do. Or putting that in an epistemic context would be saying something like, we believe what we have most reason to believe. So if that's what we mean by my reasons, it's the reasons that apply to me, or are applicable to me at a given particular time in a given context, then it doesn't seem scary to me that I don't choose those, because those are determined by the context I'm in, or the state of the affairs and things like that. So maybe it scares some people because they want to have sort of, I don't know, more underlying control. But to me, that I want to be constrained by those things, because a reason is a consideration in favor of believing or thinking one way or the other. So that's precisely what I would want to be constrained by. It's not scary that I would be constrained by those things. That's how I want to be. Rational.
If you're the first cause of your reasons, as well as your choice in accordance with reasons, it's very difficult to be well, where do I get tethered to reality?
Well, it's hard to even understand rationality in that, because you could just sort of do whatever. This is related to the issue of how can you say that God is good if God's nature is the defining standard for morality. God could be any way, and that could be true, right? What I want to do is have some sort of standard of some sort of reasons that then I judge my actions and or beliefs with respect to. Now, that might not be a fully satisfactory response to that statement, but hopefully that at least clarifies a little bit to how I see the relationship between reasons and actions and rationality and belief and so forth. So that's kind of what I mean. I don't want to be able to just choose anything irrespective of my reasons, because that seems to be untethering me from the very things that I want to be tethered by.
Into it, and I have 2 funny videos on that. He basically said something like, he said, well, we don't know what consciousness is. I said, well, I do. He says, no, you don't. Have you done this and this and that? And he goes, no. He goes, well, you can assert that you do. He goes, but you don't know. I said, right. And you can assert I don't. He goes, yeah, I can. I said, right. So what? He said, she said, I know you're what. So what's the point of making assertions? Let's get back.
Again, that cuts both ways, right, Eric? Okay, you can criticize Tom and say that's the level but you're also in it at that level. You just say you're A, you're if A then B, right? And Tom's well, not B, so not A, and you're well, A, and he's not B, and that's all. That is it. So how do you both move past that? It's not just a criticism against him; it's how you're also trapped in that.
To the argument. Let's get to talk. All right. So if someone makes an assertion, there's nothing to respond to. If someone, if people say, well, there's no soul, why? Well, because damage to the brain causes memory loss. Go on. Continue, please. Well, that's it. So because if you hit my head really hard, there's no soul. What am I missing here? And I think it's really important to when people do those kind of things, you don't let them get away with it. Press them to give you an explanation, to unpack them. I mean, people can't just make statements and assume their position is true. They'd have to demonstrate it. Now, that being
this is such good advice. I mean, yes, preach it, brother. Exactly. This is where the self-awareness issue comes across as well. I mean, I'm not saying he did present some arguments. There were some syllogisms there. I mean, an argument doesn't have to be formed as a syllogism, but it's just an easy way to see what the argument is when you do it that way. But there were just a lot of assertions there. Like the whole animal soul stuff was pure assertion. And like, you know, the fact that there's these 5 aspects of consciousness, that was pure assertion. And the way that the soul interacts with the body and the whole blueprint thing, there were so many assertions there that he just didn't attempt to explain or justify at all. Yeah, it seems that there's just a real lack of self-awareness coming there. The other thing that I want to say is that although it is true that you should hold your interlocutors to a high standard and press them for explanations or clarifications, it is also good to try to steelman your interlocutor. And this is the part where I kind of disagree, because yes, you should point out when they're just asserting things, but then you should also try to say, okay, so let's try to understand what he is saying. And then so let's imagine that this is his argument, and then how would that work? And I think that's what we've been trying to do for 6 hours here is, yes, we've been critiquing him, but also been trying to understand what he is saying and then responding to that, not just, so we're responding to the substance, not just the form of the way he presents his views. So if someone is telling you, well, there aren't souls because if someone bangs you on the head, then that causes brain damage. Yeah, that's not really an argument as such for the non-existence of a soul, but surely you can see where they're getting at there, and you can try to formulate that as an argument for them and then explain why you think they're wrong, not just criticize them for the form that their argument or their views take.
Yeah, I think that's right as well.
Oh, he looks upset.
So technically the existence of the soul does not disprove reincarnation.
I can't really blame him. I mean, I'd be upset if I'd had no. I mean, like if I'd had one of those debates with Tom Jump and he would like, I would probably be upset. I think so. I can't blame him on that account.
Disproving reincarnation would take something further than simply the fact that I am not my body. Now, if anything, you could say it could show that in principle there could be reincarnation, and then I would have to say, and I'm just thinking off the cuff, and then I have to say, well, define reincarnation, because if reincarnation means you come back into another body, well, then I wouldn't call the resurrection another body, but it certainly isn't going to be this body that I have in the resurrection, but I wouldn't call that reincarnation. So how do you define reincarnation?
Right.
If anything, in reincarnation, I'm not
You
changing.
seem to have never thought about this before, which is weird to me.
I would ask how you define reincarnation and how you even would measure that in the first place. That's where I would start, is by kind of getting clarity on what they mean by it.
Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's funny because what you were just talking about.
That made no sense at all. This is a very good question. Okay, so if souls are separate non-physical substances from the body, why can't souls come back repeatedly into different bodies? And this is something like the view of reincarnation. Now, I should say different people have different views about what reincarnation is, and Buddhists who deny the existence of a self, I think, have a tricky time in articulating what reincarnation is, and they have their things to say about that. But so I don't want to put reincarnationists, which he called them, into one box. But the point is, though, that's at least one conception of what reincarnation is. There's some sort of immaterial substance that comes back, that sort of causally interacts in some way with different bodies over time. And Eric seemed to acknowledge that as a possible conception of reincarnation before just rejecting it without explanation. He says, well, what is reincarnation? Then he said what I just said. And he said, well, but that's not resurrection. So what is reincarnation? I need a definition. I mean, what? Again, it's fine to ask for definitions of things, but that can't be your only response, at least to most things, because people don't always have definitions, or sometimes it's hard to give a definition of something. So you want to say, okay, well, let's suppose that it's this, and then what would it follow? So let's think about what reincarnation could be, and then ask questions like, how do you know this doesn't happen? Or could this happen? I mean, it seems under Eric's view it could happen, but he's, I think, going to be committed to the view that it doesn't happen. So the question would be, why not? What is it that prevents one soul from then inhabiting different bodies over time? And again, it seems that all he's going to be able to say is something like, well, that's just not the way it works. The soul has one body that it is associated with, and then when that body dies, then it just doesn't interact with others. Again, he can say that, but it just doesn't seem very satisfactory. It's just yet another arbitrary property of souls. Doesn't explain why there's only one body that they can causally interact with.
It's not like some of these things are like a logical consequence of his doctrine. They're just like it. This is where I think it sort of becomes more and more ad hoc, because like these stopping points and things are like being added in alongside his explanation when they're not like features of his explanation, and it's like, oh, his explanation actually is accounting for what we see in the world. It's like, no, his explanation doesn't fit with what we see in the world, so we need to add these arbitrary stopping points to like explain why that thing doesn't happen, which would be a consequence of the doctrine, or there's no reason to see why it wouldn't be. And then it just seemed really telling to me that he seems to have never thought about this before. And even though this is a huge, I guess,
not single worldview, but set of worldviews that believe in reincarnation. And this idea that it's just never occurred to him, and the best he can say is, please define reincarnation, even though he already gave a definition and just didn't interact with it. It just really rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah.
So I think we can move on from that point to, I've lost
mine and James's collective response to
yeah, that's a good one. I've lost track of what timestamp are we at?
2:06:51.
2:06. Oh yeah, we just did that. Yeah, I want to do the teleportation argument.
Okay.
Let's just keep playing it. It's basically just after this.
I'm certain you have, and probably all our viewers, if they've done apologetics for more than a week, have come across this. They say, well, I'm an atheist because science, logic. And you go, I want the cricket sound effect right after that.
Right.
That's not an argument. It's a statement. I don't even know what that means. I might as well say because bananas and apples.
Right.
I need an argument. What logical argument are you thinking of?
Because souls.
How are you thinking of that you're going to need to put into a logical argument for me to understand? So I get that. I know a lot of folks have been asking for more resources, if there are any, in terms of books. So I know we mentioned.
But this is also what I mean about like those intellectual virtues in the Pokemon game and stuff. It's like, what good is it learning like logical forms of arguments just to plug in like the more conclusions from your worldview in like a valid form? It's like, yeah, like I'm sure you can have relations of ideas, right, which don't correspond to the way the world is, but are consistent enough with each other that you can like you can create a syllogism where one comes from the other. But the point is not to just learn logic. So like you can just like create some random form of an argument that leads to a conclusion. The point is to learn it so we can both like actually so we can actually guide ourselves towards truth. So like we can see like, does this follow from an argument? Like are there neutral premises that actually contain a conclusion we're trying to get to or not? Like not just as a weapon. Like
yeah, do you remember how the question was formulated? It was, some people believe in reincarnation. How do we refute this view?
Right.
What?
It's like yeah.
I know, it's so backward. It's like, I mean, it's perfectly fine
here's
if
how
you're pretty skeptical about an idea.
Logic. Sorry. Yeah.
But I mean, this is why I don't like the whole debunking version of skepticism, because although there are things we should be very skeptical of, I don't think the right way to approach things is just to always come to it from a debunking mentality. Yeah, I mean, exactly. There's lots of valid arguments, but whether they have true premises is another question, or really relate to anything that's relevant. But yeah, this idea that, I mean, I thought they were going to say, yeah, some people believe in reincarnation. So what do you think about that? Now, that is, I think, a much better question, because then I can say, okay, from my point of view, then I don't believe in that for this and that other reason, rather than asking, how do you refute that? And then saying, oh, but how they defined reincarnation? Please define it. That's just, again, an example of the way that reason should not be used as a weapon to hit other people over the head with, instead of being a way to try to help us to understand the world better.
But I think then taking a step back and looking at apologetics, like this is the in-group of apologetics, right? It's like they just don't have arguments and stuff like we do as apologists. And it's like, no, this isn't like how we should be thinking about this at all. But yeah, anyway.
Several JP Moreland. Anything else that you would want to recommend?
That was my highest recommendation, would be The Body and Soul. Because Swinburne has a book, I think it's called The Evolution of the Soul. I've read bits and pieces of it. Sorry. He has a really good thought experiment about split brain, and it goes into if you get a person, cut them in half, and place each of those halves onto two other halves, which one will you be if either one?
Wow, it's my thought experiment. We're gonna I just came up with this.
You can either be person number one or person number two, and he says, or could you be both? He says one thing is clear, is that you can't be both, because imagine they said, hey, we're gonna do an operation on you, we're gonna cut you in half, place you on two other halves of bodies. We're going to send one to Hawaii with $1 million. We're going to send the other one to a torture chamber for 100 years. What do? You take the gamble and say, yeah, sure, let's do it. Why not? Because one question would be, will you even survive? Because it could be the case that, let's say it's A and B. You could be person A and person
B. See, this is why in my thought experiment, I said you would survive. I caveated that we had the medical technology. So you don't have this get out in my one.
Be someone entirely different. You can be person B and someone A is entirely different. Or you could cease to exist and two entirely new people come to exist. You don't know. And I think it goes to show that that's because we're not the same thing as our bodies, and we're something beyond the physical.
Hang on. So he's concluding, because he doesn't have a strong intuition about this, that you are not a physical. That I don't see that follows. That from Eric Hernandez doesn't have a strong intuition about, you know, the personhood of like this split thought experiment. Therefore, you know, people are immaterial souls. Like,
suppose God duplicated your immaterial soul. Would there be two of you, or would you be one or the other? Like, you can make this argument in his worldview as well. Now, he might say, well, God would never do that. Well, but maybe I could just say that we'll never develop the technology to do this, which plausibly we won't, because it's described in a very particular way, right? But that's just not engaging with the thought experiment. The thought experiment, as long as it's sort of metaphysically possible, then the thought experiment goes through. And surely it's metaphysically possible for God to create a copy of your soul. So I don't actually think this is a persuasive argument for anything. It's an interesting question that can be used to try to help us understand the notion of personal identity. I mean, I think it's really just a variation on personal identity through time. Although perdurantism doesn't get you out of this one, unfortunately. But so I mean, there's questions to be asked there, but to be answered there. But I don't think that you can use it as an argument for the existence of an immaterial soul, because you could still, okay, so you make a physical copy of me. Which one does my soul attach to? I mean, if they're physically identical, then that doesn't seem to be any fact of the matter about which one it would be. Or is it like random, or does your soul duplicate, or does your soul die even though your body still exists? You just made a copy of it. That seems a bit weird. Like, your soul animates both. They just both like do the exact. Well, why not? I mean, what exactly would prevent that? It just, why only one body? If your soul can animate two hemispheres of your brain, then why not just two brains? Like, well, there doesn't seem to be any particular causal constraints operating here other than what's just stipulated to exist. So I'd have to see what Eric's intuitions are. It's just such a bad argument. Yeah.
But we certainly couldn't be both, because that's not how we operate. That's not how we work. So anyways,
that again, that's just begging the question. We couldn't be both because that's not how we work. Well, like, no, the point is, how do you know that? Why couldn't the soul animate both? Like, because I've assumed that that's the way souls work. Like, how do you know the soul's not duplicated? I mean, it's still a question for him to address. And again, even if I don't have a very good naturalistic explanation for this thought experiment, for how to think about this thought experiment, it doesn't follow that it's a good argument for substance dualism. Yeah. Right. Because, as I've said, I think it's equally confusing under substance dualism about what happens to the soul, or what if God duplicated your soul. You can ask the same questions. Nathan, your water bowl is pretty impressive there. It's bigger than mine, but it's not as impressive as Eric's is. Yeah, that's right.
You can even look on YouTube. There's a good thing on that. Swinburne, Evolution of the Soul. I heard he's coming out with something else on the soul. Jeffrey Schwartz, who's not necessarily a philosopher, he's a neuroscientist, used to be a Buddhist. Moreland debated him years ago, is now a believer. He's one of the world's leading neuroscientists. I think he's at UCLA. He has done, from what I understand, incredible work in the areas of cognitive behavioral therapy, dealing with patients with OCD and anxiety, stuff like that. That's what I was going to talk about earlier with neuroscience. Basically, what he does is he tells his patients, and his book is called You Are Not Your Brain. Again, this is a neuroscientist, because I hear people saying, well, if you just understood the neuroscience, you wouldn't believe in the soul. First, it's not a question of neuroscience, big guy. It's a philosophical question about metaphysics, not science. Saying that, science doesn't prove the soul, or it would be like saying, like the one I hear all the time is, my metal detector, there's no plastic on the beach because my metal detector didn't pick anything up. Well, sure, metal detectors are great for detecting metal, but not plastic. Science is great for detecting the physical, but if my soul is not physical, why would you use science to try and detect something non-physical? You're using a metal detector to detect plastic. Anyways, his book is You're Not Your Brain. He basically shows that if you can think not too much time to go in depth into it, but anxiety.
And, have you heard about all the doctors over at Creation Ministries? Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing great work, I hear, on using soul-based therapies to help us to treat mental illness and substance abuse, and making great strides in understanding how the immaterial soul interacts with the body to give rise to consciousness and solve the hard problem. Oh wait, actually no, that's a bad dream that I just woke up from. In fact, there's been no progress on this for the last 400 years. I wonder why that is.
It's horrible though when someone gets a soul tumor when
yeah, it's pretty nasty.
Can't operate on it. Yeah.
You have to come in early for these things. You've got to check your soul regularly for unusual bumps, because if it's too late, then the soul is just it's beyond treatment.
I wonder what if Eric. I mean, obviously, like he doesn't believe it's spatial, right? But I wonder if he'd say like, you know, like the soul can have imperfections, like pathologies or something. Like, do they exist?
Surely,
like,
original sin means that it does, right? Because we choose to reject God. So, like, surely it does.
I wonder. Yeah, interesting.
In the brain that are imposed on you that make you feel a certain way. If you wake up from a nightmare, you look around and you're like, oh, I'm safe, I'm fine, it was just a dream. But you're still going to be really, really scared for about another minute or a few minutes because those chemicals have not drained out your body yet. That's how it is with someone who suffers from anxiety and depression. These are chemicals in the brain that impose a feeling on that person. And because of that, they're experiencing certain thoughts and emotions. What Jeffrey Schwartz does is there's like a 4-step method that basically, in a nutshell, he teaches a person how to challenge those thoughts and feelings that are imposed on them by their chemical imbalance of the brain. And they did this experiment once where they took a picture of the brain and its chemical composition before, like when, and then he gave this person the prescription, if you will, to do this for the next few months. A few months later, they take a picture of the brain, and the brain has rewired itself chemically. The neurons are firing differently. What does that show? One, if
I honestly have no idea why you'd expect that on dualism. I mean, I know he's saying that but like, surely the change would be in the soul. Like, oh, I'm just okay in the soul.
Yeah, this is exactly what you'd expect on physicalism. Yeah. Also, he doesn't really seem to know what he's talking about here. Like, I don't think they measured the chemical composition of the brain. I mean, the chemical composition of any organic matter is pretty much all the same. It's like mostly carbon and hydrogen.
Yeah,
I don't think that's what. I think maybe what he means is they looked at different neurotransmitter levels, but that's just a guess because I'm not entirely sure the details what he's talking about. But that's not the same as the chemical composition. I mean, it isn't look, scientifically that's not the correct way to say it. Like, in a very vague sense, maybe you could say that. But also, when he said that they looked at the brain scans and they saw that the brain had rewired itself chemically, again, that's just a sloppy way of saying it. Yeah, like the thing is that everything is made of chemicals. So, I mean, in a sense, yes, it was chemical, but that's why saying that like depression or anxiety are chemical imbalances in the brain is both true and completely wrong, because, well, yeah, I mean, it's an imbalance of chemicals because everything in your brain is made of chemicals, right? So sure, but it's also, I think it's basically a humor imbalance view of mental illness. It's like there's too much serotonin or something like that, or, you know, not enough of some other thing. That's not what's happening. I mean, maybe that's a tiny part of what's happening, but as I mentioned before, I've done a little, reading about this for some part of my degree, and yeah, neurotransmitter levels do play a role, but it's one aspect of a very complicated picture that relates to, like a neurogenesis and neuroplasticity and functioning of different brain regions and the ability to form new synaptic connections between cells and all sorts of other complicated aspects. And the way that Eric is presenting it is like that there's some imbalance of humors in your brain that makes you depressed, and if you can, and it's amazing that by thinking and behaving in a different way, you can change the balance of humors, and that appears to be what he's sort of saying. But I mean, that's not actually what the physicalist thinks. That's this sort of bizarre 2,000-year-old view about what it means to have a chemical imbalance. Like, it's not surprising that if you think and behave differently, your brain changes, because that's just what it means under physicalism. That's what's necessary for you to think and behave differently, is for there to be differences in your brain. So this is exactly what physicalism predicts, and it's actually evidence for physicalism, not for a soul view. Yeah.
People who've come late asking about the printed bookshelf see these edges. So it's not, I mean, it looks a bit fishy anyway because of the wrinkles, but it's not just a picture that's been imposed. It's an actually printed bookshelf. So
yeah, he's got these like bulldog clips at the bottom holding it in place. You can sort of see when he moves around a bit, which is interesting. So I hypothesize that there's a giant hole in the wall behind it with the decaying corpse, because he mentioned that hypothetically if he killed someone. So I'm wondering if that's a bit of a Freudian slip there coming out, because why else would you put this giant roll up bookcase there? It's the strangest thing.
Cool. Then changing the way you think can affect and change the physical. Neurons, it's called neuroplasticity. They can stretch, expand, and reconnect. Now, if that's the case, then not only can affecting my brain affect my soul, but my soul acting differently can affect my brain. So it's actually a two-way causal street.
Yeah, maybe it's just the brain. I don't know. Something crazy.
But if I can,
by the way, that's an express endorsement of interactionism, which I've been saying he sort of must support from what he's saying. He said it's a two-way causal street. So that undermines a lot of the arguments he made earlier, or at least some of the analogies, like the guitar one, because it's not a two-way causal street when playing a guitar, so that doesn't work there. And it raises the question as to how you avoid overdetermination. If something is determined by the soul and by the physical brain as well, then if one is sufficient, then what is the other one doing?
Thinking differently, it must transcend the physical components of my brain and body, which means I must have free will and must have a soul, because I can act other and contrary to the chemical dispositions that are given to me by my body. I can reject, refrain, and act against them.
Nice.
So I think neuroplasticity would be very strong evidence in favor of libertarian free will in the soul.
That is awesome, brother.
So I just want to comment on this as well as one reason why this matters. What does someone who believes this offer as advice for someone who's experiencing depression? If they think that they can act wholly apart from and outside of like their neurotransmitter levels or whatever, then it seems to me that, I mean, maybe not necessarily, but that's plausibly going to lead to some bad advice. And I know people who've made this argument before, like, oh, you don't need to take your what is it? Your selective serotonin reuptake, your SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, because you can just decide to act in accordance, not in accordance with what your sort of neurotransmitters are saying. I mean, again, I'm not saying that Eric has said this, so I'm not accusing him of that. What I am saying is I think that these views are dangerous because they are very susceptible to people to lead to very negative views about how you should respond to mental illness, if you literally think that. I'm a hardcore physicalist reductionist, for anyone who's wondering. I mean, honestly, I would think that people would know this by now. I don't really hide it. I talk about it all the time, and all of my arguments are based on this. So, yeah, I'm not a property dualist, but I think property dualism is more plausible than substance dualism. So that's just in response to a comment. So I think that's basically all I wanted to get out of this video, because they just talk about books and how his full-time job is apologetics, and we can, I think, skip that.
Professional Christianity.
Yeah, I mean, he gets paid to do this, which I think is interesting. Honestly, this is a bit of an ad hominem, but if I got paid to do this, I would want to present better arguments than he does. Like, I don't get paid to do this, and I think that I put more thought and time into some of this sort of stuff. Not to say that I'm an expert or I don't have faults, but like, and if he gets paid to do this anyway. Yeah. So we've got one last video, and we won't look at the whole thing, but there are some certainly interesting points at the start that I want to address before we finish up. So what we've done on the previous two videos is really respond to Eric's articulation of what he believes and the reasons that he gives in favor of it. So he's given some reasons for believing in substance dualism, and he's explained what he believes and how all that fits together, or sort of doesn't, as we've sort of said. And we've said, well, his arguments aren't very persuasive. But we haven't actually given counter arguments, or at least we've only touched on counter arguments for not believing in substance dualism. I mean, one that we've kind of mentioned is, well, it's an unnecessary thing to postulate in your ontology, so just get rid of it. But that's a sort of a broad argument, but there are more specific objections as well. And in this video, they were supposed to be responding to some of these objections, and they do mention them, so we'll see what they have to say.
Of organizing that, and that's a conference I've spoken at several times, and love it. And Eric has been a friend for a while. In fact, it's an interview with Matt Dillahunty, and we have
doing good.
So far, so good. And in fact, Mike Winger, I'm trying to figure out how to make these things. Yeah, Mike Winger says, "Oh no, it's Eric." And I say things like how to take care of your soul in the midst of the coronavirus. And I thought, man, there's a growing number of people in the U.S. who don't even believe we have a soul, and so I need to have Eric on and let's talk about this.
And a growing number of people who don't believe you have a coronavirus. So
one of those things is not like the other.
And interestingly, there were recent comments by Holy Kool-Aid, who is a YouTuber, an atheist YouTuber, and also comments by physicist Sean Carroll on a specific element of the soul issue, and that has to do with what is called the interaction problem. And the interaction problem, Eric can explain for us, but because of the problems seen with this, or the proposed problems that we see with the interaction problem, Sean Carroll would go so far as to say science has demonstrated that we do not have souls. Which seems like an interesting thing for science to think they have any business talking about. But
how dare scientists talk about apologetics?
Yeah, we'll get to this, but they're going to play a clip, so let's let them do that.
Why don't you explain that for us, and then in a minute we're going to go to some video clips.
Yeah, so the interaction problem is it typically poses an objection to the existence of the soul. And it's basically the question that if the soul does exist, then one would have to provide an account of how something immaterial can interact with something physical. And the alleged objection is basically that if you cannot account for that, or if there's reason to believe that that can't happen, or if we have no examples of this, then it would, depend on who's asking or who's posing.
Again, sorry to interrupt, but have we in any of our commentary on this said the alleged objections? Is that like a way that we've described objections to any of our positions?
Yeah, I noticed that. That's ridiculous. I mean, if something is an objection, if someone's objecting, then it's an objection. I mean, it might not be a good objection, it might be a silly objection, but it's still an objection. Like saying that it's an alleged objection is to say that you're not sure if someone actually made this objection. If like maybe they said, I'm not sure. It's alleged that they objected in this way. I mean, that just seems to be just, I don't even know what that is. It's poisoning the well or something. It's like, it's not even allowing them to object. It's going one level beyond saying that it's a bad objection by saying that it's somehow not even an objection. I don't know. Yeah. I just think that's really bad faith.
Well, I think what he means by it is just my position is so good and so certain that anyone who like doesn't agree with me isn't rational. Like I think that's actually like the way in which he's using it. But that it's things like that add up over time to make me think that like these apologists are basically. I mean, I don't think the sophists were as bad as Plato makes out. They're like his ideological opponents, but. You know, in terms of how we use the word sophist, that's basically what I think is going on with these apologists a lot of the time. Like those sorts of things just show that they're not engaging in this in like good faith or trying to pursue truth or whatever. Like to say that like it's an alleged objection, no, like it is an objection. There are rational people who disagree with you.
I mean, it's a very old and very prominent objection as well. It's not like a fringe thing. So yeah. When we discussed some arguments for the existence of the soul, like we mentioned the what was it, the knowledge argument, I actually said, if you recall, Eric is doing this badly. Here is the more standard way to make this argument. And we talked about Mary Caliban neuroscientist, okay? Now, it'd be nice if he did something like that, which is, I think, using philosophy as it's supposed to be used and not saying, oh, this alleged objection, and not even acknowledge it as an objection, let alone point to the philosophical literature on this.
Yeah, some alleged Christians, because as we all know, on a naturalist worldview, it's impossible to be a Christian. Like...
Posing this alleged objection, they'll usually say, well, then there is no soul, kind of like the way Carol is actually going to pose his objection here. But as our good friend Cameron Bertuzzi from Capturing Christianity likes to remind us, questions are not arguments. And
then he proceeds to ask questions to people who he disagrees with, like when he has a Catholic on and he says, don't you think that we should expect some evidence that matches how exceptional the miracle of Fatima is? Shouldn't we expect some evidence that matches the level of the like literally what it?
I call Craig out on this quite a lot, especially in the moral argument chapter, because Craig has said this as well. Questions aren't arguments, and I think that he may be the source of this meme. Although I mean, other people may have said it, but then in some of his arguments, like the moral argument is one of the best examples. It's just all questions, and if you look at the Bad Apologetics video we did about this, it's almost all him just either making ridiculous assertions or just asking questions of the naturalists, which is not an argument. I don't think.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just with that, it's sort of like this random aphorism, though, like questions and arguments. Well, let's say we're having a conversation, right? And you make the claim that either soul's an immaterial substance or personhood is a decreed property or something like that. And then I ask you the question, is personhood a decreed property, right? And then you say, no, personhood is not a decreed property. And then that forces us, if we've agreed to that disjunctive premise at the start, that my question has moved the dialectic forward in a way where we're now forced to the conclusion that immaterial souls exist. It's not like questions serve no role in the dialectic, as if that's what they're like. Questions are not, okay, like, yeah, in the technical sense, questions aren't arguments, but questions play a role in argumentation, because you can ask a question to force, to, like, say, draw out a contradiction between two things someone's believing. And then if that contradiction's there, it's like, okay, well, how are they gonna modify the beliefs that sit around those premises to smooth out the worldview, make it consistent, right? So questions like serve a role in argumentation, not like.
Yeah, allegedly, Craig has asked the question, how could the universe come into being from nothing or from non-being? And allegedly, he asks this of naturalists quite a lot and uses that as an argumentative strategy. But I guess it must be irrelevant then if questions aren't arguments.
So to ask of how the soul interacts with the body, if it exists, I like to first point out, even if I can't answer the question, it doesn't follow that therefore there is no soul, or that somehow it makes a soul unintelligible. In fact, in my debate with Tom Jump, he brought this up, and I pointed the same thing out that I just said, that when you ask an epistemic question of how something works, it doesn't follow that ontologically speaking, the thing that we're questioning doesn't exist.
Again, it's not how something works, but here's the thing, right? If there's no like reasonable way of how we could come to know something that you're like positing as an explanation, then that is actually like a decent reason to reject it as an explanation. It's not as good a reason as maybe like saying, well, it's way too ontologically liberal, or it doesn't actually even account for the data we have, or something like that. But that's like one thing that we should take into account in comparing our explanations. Like if you're like, well, there's absolutely no way, you know, like if I'm talking about like Russell's teapot that's orbiting or whatever, and I'm like, James, come on, there's not even any way you would come to know about Russell's teapot or the machine elves or whatever, because you just like you don't even interact with them. You don't even like, it just doesn't make sense. There's no way that you could come to know that the machine elves exist. Then that's a good reason for me to reject your claim that you know the machine elves exist. It's not just completely irrelevant. And then again, symmetrically, as we've been pointing out, Eric has been arguing from his epistemology and his linguistic points to ontology the whole time. So,
yes, exactly. I was about to give the example of when he was saying that if the if the mind was entirely physical, then we should be able to read people's minds, or like know what they're thinking using brain scanners, and that's an epistemic argument. And in other cases, he's actually made semantic arguments on the basis of the words or language that we use, which I think is arguably even worse than making an epistemic argument, because there's just no reason to think that our language maps onto how the world is in a lot of cases. So I think Eric should heed his own advice here.
It's like, no point getting into it more. Let's carry on.
I've heard other people say, just because I don't know how my car works doesn't mean I can't drive it. So you have a difference in questioning whether or not something exists, right, and then the question of,
okay, would he accept? Now imagine he's saying, you know, like, you don't know how to provide a successful reduction for my experience of smelling coffee, right? Therefore, materialism's false. And I went, come on, Eric, just because I don't know how my car works doesn't mean I can't drive it. What would he say?
Yeah, that's a very good point, because this is exactly the type of argument that's typically used. I'm trying to recall, I don't think he actually has used that argument himself, to his credit, although I'm not saying that the ones he uses are any better. He's talked about the indivisibility of personhood, right, and first-person access, and differences between substance and aggregate. So that's like the continuity over time. So he hasn't really made an argument from the nature of consciousness, although I think he's mentioned it a few times. It hasn't been a big focus. Even though that sort of argument is discussed a lot in the literature, about basically appealing to qualia. I guess it kind of relates to his first-person irreducibility argument, but the way he phrased it was a bit different to that. Yeah. So it's sort of come up, but it's not been as prominent. But also, I mean, so let me at this point give Eric a couple of arguments here, since he seems to really want them so badly. I mean, and parenthetically, if he really wanted these sorts of arguments, he can look them up on like the Stanford Encyclopedia. It's not like no one's given them before, even if in this particular debate the person didn't. So here's one version of the argument. The first premise could be, if the soul causally interacted with the brain, which remember Eric believes, if the soul causally interacted with the brain, then at this point in neuroscience, we would have detected that. Premise 2, we have not detected such an interaction. Conclusion, there is no soul. Well, maybe I'd have to adjust. So if the soul existed, it would interact causally with it, or something like that. You know, if the soul existed, it would interact physically with the physical brain. Premise. And then so if this was the case, then we would have detected this, but we haven't detected it, so then the soul doesn't exist.
And by detected it, do you mean like the energy in the system increasing or something like that?
Yes, right. So I was about to explain that. Right. So what does it mean to say that the soul interacts with the physical brain? So for the physical brain to be affected by the soul, and I again discuss this in my book when I critique William Lane Craig's argument for substance dualism, brains work by neurons firing action potentials, and that happens as a result of potential differences in charge accumulating across the membrane from the inside to the outside of the cell. So if the soul is to affect the functioning of the brain, what needs to happen is that ions need to accumulate on one side of the cells or another. And there's other things as well, like neurotransmitter levels and other things. But basically, chemicals have to move. What makes chemicals move is energy, essentially. So there has to be energy input into the system for chemicals to move. That's just how physics works. And this should be detectable in principle, especially if the soul is supposed to be affecting our decisions all the time in the way that Eric seems to think, and it affects our capacities for sight and for touch and all these other things that the soul is supposed to be doing. There should be massive energy input into the system, it would seem. Of course, and so that should be detectable, and there's been no detection of that. The best response that I think he can give is just to say, well, yeah, that happens, but it's too subtle for us to detect. And I can't rule that out, of course, because they can't give a cogent account as to exactly what this interaction should look like. So I can't say how much energy it would need to be, although one could make some calculations of this, but it'd probably be a bit...
they'd reject them probably.
Yeah, they just reject those. So it's kind of pointless doing that. But I mean, this is still an in-principle detectability argument here, if you're to say that there is a causal interaction there. And as neuroscience advances, I think it's going to become less and less plausible to say that it's hiding under the rug somewhere we haven't been able to detect.
Unless we do detect it.
Well, yeah, and then I would then adopt substance dualism or at least move in that direction, but I don't think that's going to happen.
And here's the difference, though, because so there's a condition that would shift you towards substance dualism, right?
Yes, exactly.
Now, what would shift Eric away from substance dualism? Is there right? If he has a good question. Belief, if he has a false belief here, how could we even get him out of it?
Yes, also, remember that they poo-pooed the idea that scientists should have anything to say about the existence of the soul. Well, that might be true if you believed in certain conceptions of the soul, but if you're an interactionist, then there needs to be energy input into the system in order for this to happen, right? You can't move chemicals around without changing their energy. That's just impossible because energy has a potential and kinetic form. So if you're moving it around, it's changing the energy. That's just like even God can't. God has created the universe such that even He can't move physical things around without changing their energy. That's just the way it is. So if we're to say that, if we're to make this claim about interactionism, then it follows there must be energy input into the system. Or I mean, I guess it could be energy extracted from the system. But either way, energy is changing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, probably input, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. So, and the point is, that is something that science can detect, at least in principle. Maybe it's only small, and so we haven't detected it yet, although that sounds like a special pleading to me. But at least in principle, that's detectable. So why are we so surprised that scientists think that they should have something to say about this, when the claim is constructed in such a way that it is in principle testable, because it makes claims about changes in energy states of chemicals or neurons or whatever exactly in the brain?
Unless perhaps, I don't know, maybe I'm being silly saying this, but perhaps like Eric is so committed to his worldview that he wants to completely reconceptualize physics, right? And the conservation of energy in a particular direction or whatever.
Well, actually, no, this is a different point, right? Because I haven't actually said that this is physically impossible. That was my second argument. All I've said is that it must be detectable. Yes. Because that's what energy is, right? The second argument is a stronger argument, and it's to invoke the causal closure of the physical, which is to say that there's no causal phenomena outside the physical world that exert causal effects on anything physical. And this is basically, I think, follows from conservation of energy and angular momentum and things like that. Because if the soul is somehow affecting my brain, then energy is not going to be conserved, or angular momentum and other properties like this are not going to be conserved. Because currently they're operating under conservation rules. And if the soul is poking things around, then, well, it's not conserved anymore, right? And so, I mean, unless the soul has its own energy and angular momentum, but that's not going to work because then it's going to be physical and it has to be non-physical. So Eric can't say that there's this energy that we somehow can't detect or in a different form. No, because then it's going to be physical. So that can't work. So he's got to say that that the conservation laws fail. And if I just assert that these conservation laws hold, or another way I think to say that is to assert the causal closure of the physical, which is very widely accepted, by the way, in philosophy and in pretty much universally in science, because you can't do science if that fails. There's no causal effects that from outside the physical that affect the physical. Then substance dualism in the interactionist form is just flatly impossible. So the premise would be causal closure of the physical is correct, or is a true principle. Substance dualism of Eric's kind, at least, implies that the causal closure of the physical is false, therefore substance dualism is false. And honestly, I would, although it's a bit ambitious argument because of the it's asserting a sort of a universal principle. I mean, I'm prepared to push that at this point because we have so much evidence for the causal closure of the physical. It's overwhelming. We never observe any exceptions to this causal closure, and so I think that premise is very plausible. And so I'm just happy to run that argument as a reason to not be a substance dualist of the interactionist variety, at least.
And I suppose a third argument that you might make would be something like the one from overdetermination, right? To put,
yeah, I think that's another good argument.
Yeah,
it's related to the causal closure of the physical, but it's slightly different because it's saying that if a physical effect has a sufficient physical cause, then it doesn't also, in addition to that, have a non-physical cause that sort of sits alongside it. Because that's just doesn't seem to
explain that.
Well, yeah, it's hard to even understand what that means. Because if something is a sufficient cause, then how can there be both sufficient causes that both cause that? Anyway, so again, I think people have tried to give an articulation of that sort of overdetermination, but I think it's pretty hard to do. It's a very odd notion of causation, I think, there. So there's three arguments we've given right there. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, in principle, my intuitions want to say, you could have so I don't know, like the door opening, right? Like a sufficient cause of the door opening might be like my hand pressing against it, or it might be the wind or something. So I can see how like two different types of explanation could be like sufficient to bring about a certain kind of effect. So I guess
you wouldn't want to say they pertain at the same instance.
Well, that's
right.
Well, that's the thing. But then if we're like, well, the door blew open, right? And then you're saying, and by the way, I saw you push it, okay? And then I'm going, yeah, okay,
I pushed it open.
Yeah. And then I'm saying, no, it was the wind. Yeah. There's no need.
Yeah, that's what I mean by overdetermination. It's not that there are different possible causes. I mean, there's another possibility that if you were going to push it open, and so would have pushed it open, but instead the wind pushed it open. So you could say that you would have caused it to open had the wind not caused it to open, but that's different to saying that they both simultaneously exerted the same causal effect, or maybe they exerted the effect to produce the same effect. They both causally produce the same effect. That's where overdetermination comes in, and that's hard to understand, I think. And so that's a big problem that I've mentioned before about this interactionist thing, because it seems to be saying that physical phenomena plus the soul are both exerting a causal effect, which has both having causes which exert the same effect at the same time, which just I don't think makes sense, and is pretty weird. So that's three arguments for you, Eric, about all related to this principle of the interaction problem. And there's still further questions to be raised to say, how does the interaction occur? What's the mechanism there? Typically, they just deny that there's any mechanism, but then they just have to postulate a brute fact of every type of interaction that occurs. Like, how does my soul interact with my brain in just such the way to produce an action that leads me to, touch my temple or touch my toes or walk out the door? Like, those are all different physical effects. So the causes have to be different as well. They have to be sort of tuned to produce exactly those effects. How does the soul do that? Like, does the soul know how to do that? Like, what's happening there? I don't see how it's plausible just to say, it just does that, because those effects are not simple. They're all different things, and they're all finely integrated to produce very precise physical effects. Yeah. It's not like saying God can just create the universe, because maybe it is a little like that, I guess, but it's unclear what it means for God to create the universe. Whereas it's very clear what it means for a particular thought or action to be produced through my brain. Like, we know, like, in general terms, what that means. It means neurons firing in a very particular pattern. So the soul has to do that very particular thing. But how does it differentiate the different effects that it needs to bring about? I think all you can say is, it just does. And it just, for any action, it just does that in just the right way. And there's just no explanation for it. How is this a plausible worldview, I ask? It seems to be just entirely special pleading and ad hoc postulates.
Of how something works if it exists. And the primary question for this topic of whether or not the soul exists should be that very question. Does it exist? Do we have reasons to believe it exists? And anything that would follow after that would be secondary issues, not the primary issue.
Yeah, Eric, a related issue that comes up a lot of the time when we talk about the soul is the nature of human freedom, which both you and I have done a lot of work on. And
do you see what I was saying before, though?
It's all back to freedom. So now they're going on to freedom.
Yeah.
That was Eric's response to the interaction problem. All he had to say was that he doesn't need to answer the interaction problem, basically because he has other reasons for believing in a soul. Oh, and plus, asking a question is not an argument. Well, we've given three arguments here, and I mean, there's other formulations of the interaction problem. But the thing is, Eric doesn't seem to admit the idea that you can have defeaters for your beliefs. So suppose I believe in the soul because of some personal identity argument, right? But then I come across the interaction problem arguments, or one of them or multiple of them, that could defeat my original reasons for believing in the soul. And now I no longer have sufficient reason for believing in the soul. So it's not enough just to say, oh, I have a reason for it, and therefore how it works is a secondary consideration. If the inability to provide an account is a sufficient defeater, and I've given, I think, plausible reasons for thinking that it is in this case, then that's a reason to then change your beliefs. So he's like he's sealing himself off from any change by saying, oh, I've got these reasons, and therefore anything you say is just, no, I've got my other reasons for believing it.
Someone challenges me on, from ultimately one of the more difficult issues to address with free will, libertarian freedom, is what is called, is the question of, from whence does a free choice come? Like, did you do it because you wanted to, and didn't those wants and reasons ultimately determine that you would do whatever thing? And I give a similar answer, at least this much. Hey, even if it were the case, and I don't think this is the case, but even if it were the case that I couldn't explain to you how it is that a free choice is made, it doesn't mean that libertarian freedom isn't possible. Just like I don't know how my car works. I put the key in, I turn it on. It does work.
This is, I don't know if you saw when I was talking to Digital Hammurabi, Dr. Josh, who is a seriology PhD. But he says this is like what apologists do all the time with like explanations about biblical phenomena as well. Like, it's like, it's not actually warranted by the data that you find in the text, like to do this explanation, but it's like, but it doesn't explicitly say not this. So, it's like, isn't it possible that this guy was the son of this guy and and then I can make it make sense by just coming up with an explanation it's possible that, but the fact that it's possible that that's right isn't a good enough reason to then believe that that's true. It just means it's a possible explanation. There's other possible explanations, and then we should proportion our credence in that particular explanation in proportion to the number of possible worlds that happens in or something. Or it's not.
Yeah, and also this is just, again, it's such unbelievable lack of what's what I'm looking for? Lack of self
awareness.
Self-awareness. That's the word. Thank you. That's the term. Lack of self-awareness, especially on Braxton's part, because remember his stuff that we did about the worldview comparisons, and he's saying what best accounts for free will and consciousness and the beginning of the universe and all these other things, right?
Yeah.
And then, so suppose the atheist said, I don't know, but even just because I don't have an explanation for how it happened, doesn't mean, I mean, it could, the universe, just because I don't know how it happened doesn't mean that it didn't happen. The universe didn't just come into being from nothing, or that a physical brain doesn't just give rise to consciousness, or that free will can't exist in a material. Like, the atheist could just respond exactly what Braxton is saying here. Just because I don't know how it happens doesn't mean that it doesn't or can't happen. Now, do you think Braxton would regard that as a satisfactory response? I suspect that he would not. He would say that the atheist actually has no explanatory power, and that their worldview is insufficient, and it can't address these problems and so forth. But then why can't I say the same thing here? If your worldview doesn't have the explanatory power to explain how this interaction occurs, or how libertarian free choices are made, then doesn't that say something about the limits of that worldview, which mitigates against it? Now, maybe there are still sufficient reasons to believe it, but at least it mitigates against it if you can't account for something. I mean, because they use that exact argument against the atheist or the naturalist, but then somehow it doesn't apply when they use it. It's just really irritating when there's just this clear double standard here. And this is Braxton. So I'm not saying this is the one person making this very clear double standard here compared to those videos that we looked at.
Yeah.
So I think that's a relevant thing that people need to keep in mind when they consider some of these things. There is no contradiction in the idea of us having souls. There is no contradiction in the idea of us having libertarian freedom. And
and there's no contradiction analytically, right, in terms of the idea that it's alien information that they're shooting out of guns in the teapot that they live in that's orbiting Mars. Like, where's the analytical contradiction? Isn't it possible?
Yeah, there's no contradiction that aliens brought Jesus back from the dead because they thought it was a funny joke. There's no contradiction there.
Right. It's just an implausible explanation.
Both of those things are important. If there were a contradiction, we have to say, yeah, the game's over for us. But there is no contradiction. So are we on the same page there?
Absolutely, yeah. It again goes back to, if something exists, my inability to explain how it works doesn't invalidate the fact that it does exist. These are two separate questions that we have to keep in mind, and to confuse the two just shows either one doesn't understand the topic in question, or one is just trying to find, in other words, it's easy to say, okay, this is a great, strong case, but what about this really hard question? And if you play Stump the DJ, where you're just going to keep asking questions until you find the one question that the person hasn't spent 10 hours plus of studying on, then sure, you might be able to get a pat on the back or something. But when we're focusing on the topic of discussion of whether or not something exists, that should be the primary focus.
Yeah. So a couple of things. First of all, we're going to jump into a section of video here in a moment, and hopefully it will work. And second, if you have a question for Eric or for me, then you just tag our name when you write the comment, and hopefully I will see it. We are using, as I said, new software that hopefully will make the show better. But this is one of those moments where we're experiencing a teething process, and so not everything is going to work perfectly. So please bear with us in that. But all right, we're going to look at something from Holy Kool-Aid now, and this has to do with a problem that might come, and an example given from twins that are conjoined twins. So to this point in the video, what Holy Kool-Aid has said is, he's like, look, if we have souls, then how does this make sense of the fact that some people are born conjoined twins, where they're still connected physically at the head or at some other part of the body?
Did you want to pause on anything just said?
No, I think we already made the points we did. I mean, just the way Eric speaks as if this question of the interaction problem is just some sort of fringe thing, or like, oh, I haven't spent 10 hours on this. Eric, if you really have spent so much time on the soul and substance dualism as you claim to have, then you really should have spent 10 hours plus thinking and reading about the interaction problem, because it's one of the major objections to your position. And it's just really unsatisfactory that you literally have nothing to say to it other than, just because I can't give a response doesn't mean that souls don't exist. Well, actually, I think it does mean they don't exist if the arguments that I articulated are plausibly sound, and I think that they plausibly are. So my invitation to Eric and or to Braxton, to the extent that he's interested in this as well, is to give a more plausible and a more substantive response to this issue.
And that raises some interesting questions, so I'll just play the clip and we can respond to it.
I have nothing but respect for these adorable children, but cases like this underline the absurdity of the notion of the soul. What if one believes in Allah and the other in Yahweh? Where do they go when they die? And who gets what parts of their shared mind? Are the parts they share copied and pasted to their respective souls in heaven and hell? Now imagine two grown men, Hank and Harry, have the same condition. Harry commandeers Hank's phone and surfs the internet for Twinkies, but stumbles across the wrong website. He stares through his brother's eyes at the salty display of floppy noodly fun time and enjoys it. Which one of the twins now needs redemption for their sinful, lusty ways? Take a similar example. Prince and Love Zalte were conjoined twins joined at the stomach. Unbeknownst to most, your enteric nervous system of your digestive tract is actually referred to as your second brain.
9% or more of the body's serotonin actually lies in the gut, not in your head. And about half of the body's dopamine lies in the gut. And this is actually now the subject of studies, trying to link what's happening in the gut with what's happening in our head.
Now, it's not conscious, but this brain in your gut communicates with, but also independent from your brain. It's affected by diet and can influence your mood and mental health. If Prince gorges on carb-heavy food, making his twin feel lethargic, is his brother's soul guilty of being a lazy, slothful sluggard?
Okay, so Eric, there we have the story of conjoined twins, where in one case, the individual, one of the two is seeing what is information that's coming in through the other twin's eyes. In another case, we realize that the stomach has been referred to as the second brain. Dopamine, serotonin, some of the stuff that controls mood and happiness and pleasure is related to the stomach. So if you share a stomach, and one of the twins decides to gorge on food, does that mean the other one is guilty of slothfulness or something? I mean, these are questions I want you to answer. But before you do, let me just say, Daniel James Hole wanted to say, can you thank Eric for how helpful he has been for me in helping me understand the soul and arguments for and against? So,
and here's something to say, right? I think that we've seen that. I mean, maybe people like Swinburne, maybe J.P. Moreland, maybe. Maybe these people do have like more reasonable views of the soul, but I think we've seen how the ways that Eric is getting to his particular position, like it might sound philosophically sophisticated, because it's not like, everyone in like high school English or whatever is taught about these certain features of language or these words and things that we've had to kind of unpack and see what he's saying. But it's not like he's given particularly good views, and it's not like he's particularly refuted, other positions which, to me at least, seem more plausible, like in terms of they explain for all the data, they're more conservative ontologically, there's less stuff involved, they have better predictive power. So one reason for us to do this, right, is because there's people like this who are then going to like form these false beliefs, and who knows how that then informs their action in the world if they have these sorts of false beliefs. Like maybe this guy's got like mental health issues and stuff, and then based off of this belief, which is now in his like web of beliefs, he starts forming other beliefs about how to deal with his depression or his mum's depression or his brother. Like, who knows what the hell this stuff does to people? Like, well, I mean, I was a Christian not so long ago where I had also, you know, where I started, not quite the same, but I started believing like spiritual warfare was a part of my mental health. Like, forming false beliefs is not good, as you know, like Clifford's example of the ship or whatever, the shipbuilder.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, again, this is why this stuff matters, because it has implications both direct and indirect. And yeah, I mean, Eric has not done a good job at arguing for the existence of a soul or helping people to really understand these issues. In terms of just some comments about the enteric nervous system, I don't really like this language of it being a second brain. I think that that's an overstatement. I mean, there is one brain. It's the one in your cranium. The enteric nervous system is called the enteric nervous system because that's what it is. It's not a brain. And I mean, talking about how much serotonin or dopamine has is pretty irrelevant. Those are neurotransmitters. They're used for signaling. It's not like a measure of how much thinkingness there is there or something. It's, again, that's almost a humoral view. And even neuroscientists are sloppy about this sometimes when they're communicating in public. Not to say that the enteric nervous system is not important. Then there is evidence that it has effects on physical and mental health and other things like that. So this is a new and emerging area of research. Honestly, it's not really that relevant to the conjoined twin point. I think it's more just giving it flavor. So I don't even know, but I just wanted to mention, give a bit of context to that. But let's hear what Eric has to say in response to the conjoined twin point.
So you've got fans out there, Eric, or at least people that benefited from the ministry. So yeah, what do you have to say about this idea? That
remember, guys, if you benefit from James's ministry, you can go and subscribe to James Fodor.
I mean, does this ruin it for us? Should I give up my belief in the soul?
Well, first, let me say I appreciate the person who commented that really does mean a lot, especially if you know my story of how I got into apologetics and dealing with the soul. And you can find that testimony, if you will, on my YouTube channel. So, excuse me, coffee, not the virus. I just swallowed wrong. So actually, these, again, pointing back to our friend Cameron, you know, where he points out that questions are not arguments. So there's a lot to be said here. But
again, rather than like address the content of what's being raised, just going to say questions are not arguments. Like,
before answering, one thing I do want to point out is in that clip. Before I get to the answers, it's funny how it talks about the chemicals that are in the stomach, and it's almost like referred to as a second brain. But he also says, but the stomach is not conscious. My question is, if everything's reducible to something physical, then why would you say the stomach is not conscious? Why? It seems special pleading to say, well, we know the brain's conscious because it has these chemicals in these interactions, but we're not going to say the gut or stomach is conscious, even though we know that it has a lot of the chemicals that were usually associated with the brain. Well, how do you know which one is and isn't conscious? Well, it's because it's based on a lot of assumptions that you're using. And I think on a physicalist position, you can't necessarily rule out the fact that the gut or stomach might in fact be conscious. And that goes into even what's called the P zombies thought experiment. And people.
I just want to address, like, as if I care about that, as like, it's like, oh, you can't rule out that the gut or stomach could be conscious. It's like, okay.
Can I ask how he rules out that the enteric nervous system doesn't have its own soul that causally acts through the enteric nervous system? I don't see how that follows from his worldview at all. I mean, he might just say it doesn't, but again, how does that follow? I can just say, oh, the enteric nervous system, no, that's not conscious. Again, I think that there's more that the physicalist can say, because what you would say is, look, consciousness requires a certain physical substrate, which and connectivity of neurons and other complex properties, which we don't fully understand, but it's not present in the enteric nervous system. I think there's reasons for thinking that. It's not clear what the reasons are for thinking that an enteric nervous system doesn't have a soul. Maybe he can come up with some. I don't know if there are any outside the Bible, but again, at the very least, you can say, well, it doesn't follow from, it's not a prediction of substance dualism that the enteric nervous system doesn't have consciousness. So he's not in any better position, at the very least, not in any better position than the physicalist is in. And he just doesn't seem to be able to see these sorts of things because he can't, I think he just has a real lack of ability to see how other people would perceive his worldview.
Yeah. And it's interesting that you say that because, like, I can take like one neuron right out of the enteric nervous system, and we don't say that the enteric nervous system has gone away all of a sudden. You know, how can it persist through change like that?
Yeah, exactly.
All of the arguments can be like symmetrically applied. Like we talked about cars, we talked about various other things, but it's not like he's inconsistently applying these like mereological arguments for parts and wholes. Like to be consistent, he'd have to be some kind of like Platonist about forms, maybe, or some kind of hylomorphist or whatever. But he isn't.
Yeah.
People who know philosophy of mind would be familiar with that thought experiment without explaining it. But I just thought that was first just interesting for him to make that distinction without really an explanation.
Well, yeah. And before you go on, Eric, I should say, like, one thing that we need to note is it's you might think, well, wait a minute, of course,
another giant cup.
How many of these does he have? He's got just a collection of these massive drinking things.
The consciousness aspect would be more related to the brain, because the brain, we're our brain. You know, theoretically, we've seen enough sci-fi movies. If we could handle the rest of our bodily functions, but keep our brain in a jar or something and keep it going, we would still be alive. You know, our consciousness has to be in our brain. But what might surprise you, and Eric, you can speak more to this if you want to, but what might surprise you is actually we haven't been able to exactly locate where consciousness arises from and what exactly it is. This is why we run into problems where people, you know, this is one of the biggest questions in science, in brain science and philosophy of mind right now. Just earlier this year, Unbelievable Radio had, Justin Bridley had a guy on, an atheist guy, to talk about, I don't know if it was the soul or something, but he was saying, yeah, I'm an atheist, but we have to admit, this is a real problem. We don't know exactly what to make out of this. And so he punted toward what I think Sam Harris's wife has written a book about, which is this panpsychism sort of an idea. But the bottom line is, this is still a big problem. So I think your point, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, I want to make sure I'm understanding you, is, look, we know that the stomach has something to do with stuff that we would typically think of as consciousness related stuff or brain stuff. And of course, the brain has to do with stuff that we would think of that way. So if you're going to say, no, it has to be in the brain, consciousness has to be in the brain, it can't be in the gut. How come? It looks like you're just playing willy-nilly with this. Is that right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, Thomas Nagel was one of the first to, I guess, make it more popular with his book, Mind and Cosmos, that position you're talking about, panpsychism, where he himself kind of brought that to the forefront, saying there are immaterial mental states and properties that we cannot reduce to something physical, and we have to do something with them. So it boils basically down to, where do they come from? And obviously, I won't be able to go into a lot of details over a lot of these arguments, but
so just in terms of, remember what we were talking about before, where he said when he was talking to Tom Jump, there were like these assertions, but not arguments given for them. So he's saying that in order for someone to be able to make an assertion, he expects an argument for it. Now, for example, what he just said there are these mental states which cannot be reduced to the physical, or I forget the exact word he used. So firstly, he's not following his own standard, right, of what he expects other people to do to convince him in order to apparently convince people. So that's sort of like inconsistent. But then on that point as well, like, are we meant to be, like, someone like James, for example, is saying he thinks it is reducible. So then what, are we just like at an impasse? Do we just agree to disagree and move forward? Is there a truth of the matter?
Yeah, so that's the sense in which he's just making an assertion here, because this is not a neutral assertion that people who are skeptical about the existence of a soul could be reasonably expected to believe that there are properties of the mind that are not reducible to the brain. That's precisely the point in question.
Yeah,
so you're going to have to start with some more neutral premises if this is going to be a persuasive or a powerful argument. And also, I want to mention that it's just unbelievable, the degree, the lack of self-awareness of Braxton here, because literally 5 minutes after saying that just because we can't give an explanation as to how something works, that's not a reason for believing that it can't work or doesn't work, literally 5 minutes afterwards, now he's saying, but those physicalists, they can't explain exactly how consciousness arises from the brain. We haven't even identified exactly which parts of it. Well, Braxton, we don't need to in order to say that it does emerge or is produced by the brain. I think that we can say a lot more about that than dualists can say, which is effectively nothing about how this soul works and interacts with the brain. But yeah, we haven't found the neural correlates of consciousness, and we don't know the details of that. But I think we have ample reason for believing that it does work that way. That is, consciousness is purely the product of the physical brain and not any other immaterial substances. And yeah, just to argue from exactly what Braxton said, we don't need to have a full account in order to assert or rationally believe that that's the way it works. We just have to have sufficient reasons for believing that, which I think we do, as we've articulated.
Basically, the problem is that when you look at the metaphysics and you look at the physical structures, we know that you can't just get consciousness squirting into existence by rearranging physical matter.
So once more, an assertion, right? No argument given. Just reasserting that original claim: mental states aren't reducible to physical, but in a different way. We know that we can't rearrange it so as you can reduce it.
Yeah, rearrange physical states to get consciousness. So again, that's exactly what the physicalist denies, because that's precisely what I think.
What they say, yeah.
The consciousness, it's given a brain is a rearrangement of matter, which in a particular form gives rise to consciousness. So to just assert that we know that that's the case is really just a bold assertion. How do we know that? Yeah, exactly.
You get matter and rearrange it like Legos. You don't get something what's called sui generis to pop into existence, something that hasn't been there before, something totally, completely new. In other words...
So you think consciousness is Legos, James?
Well, I mean, I think here, again, he's begging the question, because I don't think that consciousness is something sui generis that's, what is it, wholly new or something like that. That's his view, because it's a special substance. I don't accept that, right? Yeah. So again, I think that this comes from the inability to see outside or to see alternatives to his worldview. He sees it, consciousness, that way. So other people have to see it that way as well. But they're just irrational because they see consciousness that way, but they'd still believe that it's reducible to the physical. But this is actually a common mistake of people from all perspectives. They assume that everyone else sees things the way they do, but just sort of rearrange the pieces differently in a way that doesn't make sense. No, actually, I don't see consciousness in the way, for example, that Eric sees it here. I don't see it as something that's wholly different and sui generis, like a specific type of thing. I see it as a phenomenon that's results from particular arrangements of brain states, and that's reducible to those states, and in principle could be exhibited by other arrangements of matter as well, such as hypothetically aliens or sufficiently advanced artificial intelligences, or for that matter, certain types of animals. So what Eric needs to do is try to give people like me reasons for thinking that we're wrong about that, not just assert that we are wrong.
I don't get a bunch of red Legos, rearrange the structure, add a few, take away a few, and all of a sudden the red Legos become blue, because the color blue is not something that is based on the structure rearrangement or parts of Legos. This is something different than something like a structural property. So when we see that there's no way that you get neurons, rearranging them, you get consciousness, basically you're going to have to say, okay, if consciousness exists, we know that it can't come from just rearranging neurons or atoms or particles. So we're going to have to essentially
so the thing that he's making the analogy of, he's using color, right? He's saying so the structure of Legos doesn't relate to the color of Legos. Like the geometric, the spatial arrangement of Legos doesn't relate to the color of Legos. But now, is that the same thing as consciousness, as conscious experience?
I just think that this is a really bad version of the knowledge argument. So again, a more traditional way to make this argument is to talk about the colorblind neuroscientist. She knows all physical facts about color and perception. When she goes and sees a red rose, does she learn something new? If so, it must be a non-physical fact, and then that's an attempt to establish that there are non-physical facts relating to perception. And then you might try to build there and explain how what gives rise to those facts, and maybe you get to property dualism, and then you need further arguments to get you to substance dualism. This is how you would try to do it. I think Eric's kind of gesturing at that, but it's just he's doing it in a really bad way, because the point about Mary the colorblind neuroscientist is that it is an attempt to start with neutral premises, this thought experiment about someone who knows physical facts, all the physical facts, but has never experienced something. Now, it still relies on intuition, so there's a limitation there, but at least it doesn't just assert. This is why it's a good philosophical argument, even if it's not necessarily persuasive, but at least it just doesn't assert what it's attempting to show, that, oh, we know that color and perception are just properties that can't arise from the physical. Well, no, we don't know that. That's the contention, right? You need to give reasons to show that that's not the case.
Yeah. And there's a composition fallacy in how he's framing it as well. So it's kind of like, one person on a field doesn't make up a team. So, and then I add another person. Well, that doesn't make a team, so I'll never get to a team. It's kind of like
yeah, that's quite common in these sorts of arguments as well. Jock use Kovan. I don't know how to pronounce that name.
This one?
Well, you didn't have to show it as that, but I was just going to say, I wouldn't have thought that.
I didn't read it before I clicked.
I wouldn't have thought that two philosophy nerds talking about the arguments of the existence of a soul for 7 hours would be arousing, but who knows?
Yeah.
The bullet and say this is fundamental to reality, and if it's fundamental to reality, then it must be potentially the case that consciousness could exist in any and everything. So any and everything potentially has the ability to become conscious, and that's where you get the panpsychist position, namely the position that anything could be, and I'm oversimplifying here, but basically you could take anything, give it the right physical conditions, and it will become conscious.
Yeah, so my understanding.
So that's how the panpsychist would bridge that explanatory gap, right? But that's not the only option on the table as well. Just in terms of saying like that, the problem as he's phrased it is the only way of framing it, because once again, that isn't. The analogy doesn't work because we're not talking about color, we're talking about consciousness. And the physicalist might just believe that a particular spatial organization of neurons just is what it produces consciousness. So
yes. Also, I'm interested to know what's wrong with panpsychism. I mean, I have my objections to that, but it seems that at least it's an answer to this potential problem
better
here.
than souls.
Yeah, I think it's better than immaterial souls. Yes. So I don't think he actually responds to it. He just sort of mentions it and then moves on. But if he's to say that souls are the best explanation, then I think he needs to articulate what's wrong with the other explanations.
Of panpsychism, and you kind of gave a good one there, but since we're having trouble, so what you laid out first was this whole idea that we're familiar with, where physical matter doesn't think, it's not conscious. Like we can imagine building the most complex android robot AI right now, and we may be wrong, but I don't think we are, to intuitively kind of recognize, yeah, but it's still not conscious. It's following programming and all those kind of things. So if you're a materialist who believes that matter is all there is, you're kind of left with this tough situation of saying, okay, well then how is it that we do go?
Okay, sorry again. I know it's not been long, but this is again the very thing in question, right? Because someone like James said the very sentence before that he believed that an exact simulation of what's going on in your brain, physically, chemically, biologically, just would be, like a conscious thing. There are people who believe, like there's no different. It doesn't matter whether you're running on like carbon-based chemistry or silicon-based chemistry. You can still have like consciousness, because it's to do with the functional relations between things, and that's what consciousness is. So it's just again, like the functionalist view or the dualist view is a conclusion, right? That we don't all agree to. It's the thing in question. So then to just say, people are conscious, but like you can't make a robot that is conscious because dualism's true. Like it isn't.
Braxton there actually appealed to his intuition that, well, we should just sort of intuit that it wouldn't be conscious. I mean, he might think that that's a sufficient reason for him to believe that. I don't even think that. Like I have strong intuitions about things. That's not always a good reason for believing that they're true. I mean, I've had strong intuitions that mathematical proofs that I have worked through personally just can't be true, because it just seems really weird that the particular result that you're proving. Like you can have intuitions about even things like that you know are wrong, but you still hold them. That Earth is flat and is stationary is a very classic example of this. So many people had this intuition, and apparently some people still do have this intuition. So again, why trust these sorts of intuitions about things that we've never experienced before and are well outside our ability to directly perceive or interact with? I don't understand where people get this confidence from.
From physical stuff that isn't about anything, that doesn't have these conscious properties. How do we go from that to something that does? And so this panpsychism is one way that some atheists and others would say that, well, maybe it's the case that everything has an element of consciousness to it, so that it might be hard for you to imagine that an electron, for example, is conscious. And we wouldn't say that it's conscious in that it's thinking about what it's like to be an electron, but that it has an element of consciousness to it. And the more complex the arrangement of things, the more complex the consciousness becomes, until you get to something like human beings. Now, let's table that for a minute. We'll come back to it. By the way, before we get too far away from the brain-gut thing, Mike Winger says that brain and the gut thing is interesting because some have ridiculed the Bible for mentioning the gut in relation to emotions. And it could be that the Bible is, it could be that there's something to what the Bible is doing there with that, or what the authors are doing. It's important to recognize that different cultures.
So which is it? Is he right about the gut, or is he wrong about the gut? Like, which horn are you going to go with? Like, he's right about the gut because it's in the Bible, but then he's wrong about the gut because he's wrong about the way that the brain works and we need a soul. Like,
I mean, if that's what the Bible authors were being inspired to use as language for emotions because God knew that the enteric nervous system is kind of important. I mean, maybe we could have got a few more impressive, scientific insights from the Bible, and less pseudoscientific nonsense or pre-scientific views of the heavens and the earth and creation and the global flood and demon possessions. I think more of a New Testament thing, but these other sorts of things. It's just I never understand why, if you think that there's something divinely inspired in some way, that this is the best that they could do, or this is what God came up with, like this very obscure tangential reference to maybe the enteric nervous system somehow. Like, why don't we have the structure of the DNA structure just drawn in the earliest manuscripts of the Bible? Like, that would be very impressive. But
it's funny you should say that, James, because I know a guy who, when you look in the Hebrew at the numbers and then you put it through this algorithm.
Yes, well, I'm sure you can do that.
Place the seat of emotions, so to speak, in different organs based on their cultural setting. We typically think of the heart, and of course the Bible talks about the heart as well. So let's go ahead and first of all, I got a super chat here from Jim Amberg. Jim Amberg is basically the man who single-handedly makes sure that these live streams keep happening, because if nobody else gives a super chat, Jim does. And I don't expect or require anyone to give super chats, but Jim.
So he just, this is a completely different point, but he said, this man,
he just contradicted himself, surely.
Yeah, this man's donations keep the stream going, right? And he doesn't expect or want. And this is, again, another comment on apologetics. Like, I see this all the time, that we don't expect or want money for what we do, but because we're happy to just draw our full-time salary and have our thing funded by our full-time job and ministry and where we work for and everything. But also, we're okay with our 400 or so patrons and the 100 or so US dollars that we pull in super chats off of every live stream, and we're not going to refund you.
We don't expect or require donations. Just be aware that without your donations, we wouldn't be doing this. Yeah. But we don't expect or require them. What?
It's really ridiculous. And I think, I mean, it's not like Christians have to take this route. Like James, who does modern day debate, right? Like, he's a Christian and he's happy to say, you know what, you probably get hundreds of hours of entertainment out of what I do. So if you want to keep me going, pay a couple of, you can be upfront and honest about it. But I think
don't have it both ways is the issue. That's just so disingenuous.
Thank you so much. He says, I can't watch this, but I'll watch it tomorrow and it's going to be great. Thank you so much, Jim. Appreciate that so much. So let's go on right now to did you say everything you wanted to say about that first clip?
No, because we haven't really even touched the first clip, but you can see how quickly these things kind of just relate to everything. But what Mike brought up was a really interesting point. I didn't want to bring it up because it would have led to other stuff, but since he brought it up, and he's our friend, we can touch on that. Yeah, he's absolutely right. And I've heard Moreland talk about this. Because if you notice, the chemicals that were said to be in the gut are chemicals that have to do with things like feelings of happiness. What's really interesting, and it's almost as if God knew what he was talking about all along.
Is it?
Perish the thought.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh, and he's just saying that in a jokey way. But it's well, yeah, of course.
He doesn't look like he's joking. Look at him. Does that look like a person who's joking? Yeah.
It's of course, if God exists, he knew what he was talking about all along. Is that in dispute that, if a God exists, that they know what they're talking about? I don't know.
Yeah, but again, it's the most pathetic displays of knowing what you're talking about, using this language or this the vague reference to something that could be interpreted as, why don't we have the structure of the DNA? Why don't we have pi to 1,000 decimal places? Why don't we have Newton's equation of motion or Maxwell's equation? That would be impressive, and God could easily have done that. Would have been nothing to him. Why couldn't we have that? Then that would be much more persuasive than the sort of stuff that we actually get.
Fasting can and should and is used as a spiritual discipline, but also used as a way of just disciplining oneself overall in spiritual formation. Because when you fast, you're essentially telling your body, you need to listen to what I say. You don't tell me what to do. I tell you what to do. And even if you're hungry, and even if by being hungry, you're going to deprive me of these feelings of happiness and feeling good, it doesn't matter, because I'm teaching you.
Why does he hate his body? Why is it in a...
He's a soul. He's not a body. This is just a mere shell that we can cast off.
But I mean, Yeah, it's just like, I think that there's an unhealthy psychological like self-hate thing going on here because of the dualist doctrine, because of maybe the sin and everything like that. It's like, it doesn't need to be that unhealthy relationship with yourself. You don't tell me what to do, I tell you what to do. It doesn't need to be that kind of battle.
He makes this argument again later, and I think this is really unhealthy. I mean, for most people it might be fairly innocuous, but for people in difficult situations, or maybe there's eating disorders or other problems that they have with body image, and if they have this idea that no, you literally can exercise mind over matter, like in an a-causal way, or like outside the physical causation, like there shouldn't be any limits to sort of what you could do in it. Like you can easily see how these ideas could be abused and lead to really negative outcomes, and I think these ideas can be dangerous. This is just wrong. You need to take care of your body, because your body is what sustains your brain, which is the sort of seat of you. So it's really important. No, it's not mind over matter in the way that Eric is sort of implying that it is. And that's a dangerous attitude to have to that extreme. I'm not saying you're slaves to your body, but you can't take it to the extreme that he's saying it.
I'm just thinking like, here's how you can like really torture the flesh, like Paul, right? Here's how you can really control your body. You can just consume like gallons and gallons of like really pure alcohol and exert your will over the physiological response, or like, it's really quite silly, I think, an unhealthy way of looking at it. Like, eat healthily, love yourself, go to yoga.
My flesh to not react and act merely and solely on my emotions, because I'm going to do what I should do, even if I don't feel like doing that. So even in fasting, yeah, it's absolutely a way of, as Paul puts it, submitting the flesh. So that's a really interesting point Mike brings up, and he's absolutely correct.
I guess my main point there is just that whole story he's telling himself about what's going on is more healthily conceptualized in terms of like loving himself. It's like, because I care about myself and my body, I'm going to eat healthily. Whereas the unhealthy way of viewing it on a Christian worldview is like, oh, battle with myself. Oh, I'm such a depraved sinner. And like that leads to all sorts of like issues.
Yeah. Yeah. So when it comes to this issue of the kid with the brain, the two conjoined twins that are sharing this certain features of the physical body, and then we talk about the person who gorges themselves, and then the conjoined twin who shares that stomach. What's the spiritual requirement there? It almost sounds comical, and I don't, Holy Kool-Aid has spoken with me a little bit in chat before, and so I appreciate that he's been a very friendly, interlocutor.
Starfish souls.
I think he probably knows and probably intended a little bit of comical snark maybe in that, because of course, if we have a God who is a just judge, and one individual, if we're talking souls here, one individual who happens to share aspects of a physical. I
find this really frustrates me, how Braxton expects the most charitable possible interpretation and engagement by anyone who even engages with his worldview, and yet offers like the least charitable one available from his side. Like,
yep.
This isn't me advocating for like us all being horrible to one another, but it is me saying like, well, and I'd say this is even more consistent with Christianity as well. Like, just acknowledging that we all like screwed up, make mistakes, and like I'm not like better than you or worse than you or whatever. Like, we all get into like the tribalism kicks in or whatever, and it can be difficult, and we can just acknowledge those things, right? It doesn't need to be like this big feature of. I didn't even think Holy Kool-Aid was that like uncharitable towards the Christian worldview in what I've seen. It didn't seem like some snarky atheist this or that.
Physical existence with another individual, it doesn't mean that the person who didn't gorge themselves is somehow culpable for the sin of the individual who did gorge themselves or who took drugs or whatever else you want to say. God is not legalistic in that sense. God is aware of what's happening more than we are, and so we can trust that God is going to do well by us and judge rightly, and his judgment does not rely on our confusion about the nature of a physical body. So anything more on that clip, Eric?
Yeah, well, to first touch on that, Quillet, is when it talks about okay, so you have these twin who's able to see through the eyes of the other twin and whatnot. So understand that when these kind of questions are raised as objections, it's basically an attempt to say that if you cannot answer this or give a possible model which can explain this on your position, then your position is insufficient because it can't explain what we do know or explain these phenomena or facts. Well, but these are relatively easy to explain. Even if we can't say for certain this is the explanation, we can at least give the possibilities that would make sense in our view. So, for example, sure, if
and this is like, you know, like the whole discussion, it's just like his criticisms of T-Jump or whatever. It's like it's not even about that. Okay, maybe it's possible on your worldview, but it doesn't come on that, like, at this point it's ad hoc, isn't it? Because you're just adding on these like auxiliary parts of your features to your explanation that weren't actually originally parts of them, because there's these like problems with it. But the problem is there's also this alternative view which does account for it and predict those sorts of things. And so, like, at what point, like, what evidence needs to be layered in that drives you away from the current position that you're at to a different position? Like, what is
it's very natural under naturalism. It follows very easily from naturalism that you could have cases like, you know, conjoined twins and strange deviations from perception and other things like that. Split brain we're going to talk about in a moment, which I want to sort of finish with that one. But I think that that's an important one to look at. Yeah, so these things flow very naturally from, very readily from naturalism, whereas I don't think they don't. Well, I like the word natural, so I just want to use it all the time. But I don't think they fit very well with the substance dualist view, because you want to say one soul, one body, right? Well, what happens when we have conjoined twins? I mean, there are extreme cases where they basically it's one body with two heads, effectively, and even there they can experience, like, yes, seeing through each other's eyes, or I think it's in one case it's one sees one half the visual field and the other sees the other half, or something like that. I forget the details, but I mean, if the soul is supposed to interact with the brain in such a way that it's using the brain and the body as an instrument to actualize its capabilities, then why would we expect that it would sort of work in this way, where I assume different souls somehow like are using the same body to actualize their faculties, but in like slightly different way? Like, why would we expect anything like that to happen? It's just very weird. And what are the causal or what are the constraints on how souls can operate? And I mean, could it be three bodies? Could it be like, are there any limits to that? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason why it works one way or not the other way. It just seems to be all postulated to fit the phenomena.
If I am somehow conjoined physically with something or someone else, then it doesn't make it hard to conceive of the notion that I could utilize things that are connected to parts of my brain that I can control or have power over. But I mean, that's no different than saying, like, let's say, for example, if you grab my arm and you started making me punch myself and you say, stop hitting yourself, that's easy to conceive of, but that's because there's a separation. But if we were somehow connected and somehow able to move your brain firings, were able to move the muscles within my arm, well, that might take a little bit more explaining, but in principle, you still have the same thing happening. Namely, you are using something that would naturally be considered mine to do something that you want to do. But what I would like to see in those scenarios, does the other person, like, let's say if you were looking at these conjoined twins, does it have to first be the case that one twin gives up movement over these limbs in order for the other twin to be able to use it? I'd be interested in seeing other hypothetical scenarios or seeing how this plays out overall. But also, what you mentioned,
is he going to tell us which one of those outcomes his kind of dualism would predict?
Yeah, that's what I'm interested in. Why does this matter? Is one more easily fitted to his worldview than the other?
Or would he just explain whatever it is because it's completely unfalsifiable and makes no predictions?
Well, that would be the uncharitable view. See, I gave an example of something that would pretty close to falsify my view, is if we could, well, actually, I think I've given two things. One is that if we could observe substantive changes in behavior and attitudes and personality and so forth without any corresponding changes to a brain, assuming we can measure it to a good level of detail, that would be one. Another example is if we could measure violations of conservation of energy in a sort of consistent way, in a reliable, consistent way when we're observing mental activity. And ideally that would go away if somehow consciousness ceased or something like that. That would be really strong evidence. So those are 2 points, forms of evidence that I would posit as falsifying or close to falsifying my view about the relationship between mind and brain. I don't know if Eric is sort of indicating that maybe he's gesturing at that there might be something there, but he wasn't. Yeah, it's a missed opportunity because he could have actually made his view falsifiable by saying what he would predict here.
And I don't know if would he say like only one soul can animate the body at the same time, or would he say?
Yeah, again, it's not really obvious though. Why would that be the case? It seems there's no constraints that I can see that really would operate here.
So it's completely irrelevant to raise it. It's just like this red herring. Look over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Also, he raised the issue of like someone else could make me move my hand and have an external force operating me. But the point here is how many souls interact with the body of a conjoined twin? Presumably it's two if they have two brains, right? But then the question is, how are there two souls interacting with the one body, especially in cases where it's basically a person has two heads, so they're conjoined at the upper spine, or I don't know exactly where, but there's some quite extreme cases of that. So if we're to say that there are two souls, well, then whose hand is it? Like which?
Right.
Eric has said that our physical body is based on a template of our soul. Well, he's actually said it both ways, but I think that way makes more sense. And so the reason we have particular capabilities or functionings in our physical body is because our soul is a certain way. So if our soul is a certain way, such that we have like two hands and two legs, and we move and so forth, then are there two souls that are each like two-handed and two-legged, but then get attached to one body that only has two hands and then two legs? Between the two souls. How could that work? That seems inconsistent with his notion about the relationship between the soul and the body. Now, he might say, well, it's an aberration, but like aberrations make sense under naturalism because, things go wrong. How do aberrations happen in the soul world? Is one soul like defective in some way, or there was like a mutation to the soul? Like, how do you account for that? It doesn't seem to make any sense.
Is there a timestamp you want to move to in terms of?
I didn't have time to do timestamps, but it's maybe just a few minutes ahead because it's fairly soon after they talk about split brain, and I did want to cover that.
Really quickly, how little a person has thought through philosophical issues and things of like ethics and metaphysics, because we know
just not thought through.
Obviously, it would be whoever intended to do that, regardless of what mouth or hand they use to accomplish this sinful act being used to engage in that act.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So that's a good way
of
looking at it.
A little bit further ahead. I don't care about the sin stuff. It's not really interesting.
We'll say forced copulation when that happens.
Oh,
nope.
That sounds interesting.
No, we're not there. Okay. There yet. We'll get to that. Yeah. So, do you want to go ahead to another clip?
I think this clip.
All right, let's take a look now at what happens.
Where does he get these enormous drinks up there? It's so weird.
Eric, if we have a problem where we have a right hemisphere and a left hemisphere, we all do, and there are these weird situations where you'll have. At least this is what they're saying, that you almost have two personalities. You have one personality that's claiming certain thoughts and beliefs, and the other personality that's claiming different thoughts and beliefs existing in the same body. So we're going to look at that clip now and see what it has to say about what if you have a brain where one hemisphere is a theist and the other hemisphere is an atheist. So here's a clip.
Procedure. What happens when one hemisphere is a theist and the other an atheist? That's not a hypothetical. It actually happened.
Now comes the big question. What if you ask, do you believe in God? So I said, do you believe in God? And the right hemisphere went straight to yes. Ask the same question to the left hemisphere. Yes, no, I don't know. It went to no. So here's a human being whose right hemisphere is an atheist and left hemisphere, on the other hand, believes in God. And this finding should have sent a tsunami through the theological community, but barely produced a ripple, because it raises all kinds of profound theological questions.
Now, a completely separate phenomenon from split brain patients is dissociative identity disorder, formerly multiple personality disorder, in which one person embodies multiple identities with different beliefs, hopes, desires, and personalities. How many souls does that person have? And can the religious efforts of one identity save all of them, even if the others all follow different religions?
Okay, so we have situations here, Eric, where one half of the brain is a theist, the other half is an atheist, or what if you have multiple personality disorder and you have multiple religious beliefs then among the different personalities? Therefore, Eric, no soul for you. The soul doesn't exist. What say you, sir?
I say what a dumb argument. But no, in all sincerity, well, I mean, I was sincere there, but a lot of things to be said here. First and foremost,
like, I'm really trying not to like be uncharitable myself, right? But it's so difficult when this is like what you're.
Yeah, it doesn't make it easy.
I go back to kind of what I was alluding to at the beginning, is the reasons for which someone believes something are separate from, but how do you explain this tough situation? So whenever I argue for the existence of the soul, and again, I go through that on my channel, you'll find things like that consciousness is not physical, and how we know that. I am indivisible, but my body and brain are not. I maintain identity through change, but my body and brain does not. So meaning that all these arguments for the soul are not dependent on whether or not I can explain this unusual alleged phenomenon that's happening. So in other words, no one comes to believe in the existence of the soul by looking at a split brain patient phenomenon saying, I can explain this, therefore I'm going to believe in the soul. Second, which usually, again, when the person brings this up, it depends on who's bringing it up. Depending on who brings it up is going to depend on what point they're trying to make. Sometimes they bring it up as well, how do you answer this? If you can't answer it, no soul. Or they bring it up as, look, there's two streams of consciousness. So does that mean you have two souls? And they're attempting to reductio ad absurdum. But notice that whatever explanation you give, none of that would necessarily disprove a soul. Let's pretend the typical thing is, well, there's two streams of consciousnesses, or it's creating another person. At worst, that would only prove that, okay, so now you have two souls in one body. Doesn't prove I don't have a soul, and has nothing to do with the arguments that I give for a soul. But and you can come up with a lot more.
All he's
so
saying.
Do we have two souls in a split brain patient? I mean, is that
what I'm interpreting him as saying is that rather than adopt a different explanation as to what's going on, because his view would become more and more complicated, so complicated that it would warrant him abandoning it. He's actually prepared just to come up with any ad hoc explanation and just stay with his original presupposition.
Yeah, he just does not seem to understand the notion of a defeater or like a counter argument. It's like, well, yeah, you might have reasons for believing one thing, but then if someone gives you reasons to not believe that thing, they could be enough to reduce your confidence or maybe completely flip your view if they're powerful enough. Like, yeah. So they don't have to be they don't have to undercut your original reasons. They can just be defeaters by providing a different reason, a different consideration. This is a very basic point, that you can have multiple reasons for thinking some pro and some against, and if you have more that are against, then that can weigh against believing it. I don't understand how he can't see this basic point.
It's like, suppose I don't know. Suppose we've just decided that there's a perfect like circular orbit around the sun or something, and then like we're just committed to that because we're Pythagoreans, right? And we suppose, well, of course God set it in motion. You know, like just like we know that God set it in motion that there's souls, right? We know that God has used perfect circles for the orbits of the planets around the sun, and then maybe we start observing some things where you know, there's some objects out there where they don't track quite the same way across the sky. So now we could say that there are ellipses, right? But no, because we know beforehand that God has made it in perfect circles. So we're not going to say that there's elliptical orbits. We're just going to say, what we're going to say is actually there's some things where their orbit, rather than being perfectly circular, actually does this, like, you know, it's not
epicycles. Yeah,
that's the word. Yeah.
Also, I think that Eric doesn't appreciate the quandary he's in here, because suppose that it's the case that a split brain patient does have two souls. It seems to follow from that in cutting the corpus callosum, which is the bundle of axons a bundle of nerves, which are bundles of axons that connects the two hemispheres of the brain, by performing surgery to cut the corpus callosum, you somehow cause another soul to come into causal contact with half of your
divisibility,
one half of your brain. That is an absolutely bizarre claim to make. Why would that act have anything to do with souls coming in, and where does the soul come from? It doesn't seem to fit his transducian view, because there's not been procreation here. So where is the soul coming from? I think this is completely untenable. So this is not, maybe he's got another answer, but this one just isn't going to work, because it makes no sense at all under his own view. And so this is precisely why the question is being asked, because if it seems that there's like two souls in one body, so to speak, that's going to, and it's produced by cutting the corpus callosum, that's a very persuasive, I think, countervailing consideration to count against his position here.
Right, because one of the arguments he was talking about earlier was the indivisibility of personhood, right?
Yeah.
But if it just turns out that there is a space,
it's divisible, yeah, exactly.
Examples of how you can explain this by conceding their point, and yet it still wouldn't disprove a soul. Nevertheless, let's go ahead and, for the sake of time, jump to, so how would I explain this in a substance dualist view of the soul? Well, there's a lot of interesting things to note with these kind of experiments. First and foremost, you find that what often happens is when you have that middle part of the brain split, it doesn't allow these two hemispheres to communicate. And whenever you look at videos on these things, what you mainly see are people doing experiments where they have, like, they're looking at a screen, and basically one eye, the right eye sees something on the left side, and the left eye sees something on the right side, or vice versa. And basically they're saying, you know, can you tell me what you see? And the person can't, because whatever part of the brain is associated with those type of motor functioning is not associated with the part of the brain that's recognized.
One thing to say is, you know, so this example he's giving, where like you see something on one side of the screen or the other side of the screen, right? And I'm sure you know as well, you probably know a lot better than me, but one thing I've come across is this book like basically collects a bunch of papers on consciousness together, right? And this one's on split brains. And it talks about one of the main papers surrounding this is Sperry 1984. And so he's given this just saying it's this one example. So the commentary on the paper here is saying, so the split brain
Nathan, you with us? Uh-oh. Looks like God struck him down. I assume this isn't my internet because I'm still getting internet. So, oh, no, he's duplicated again.
I'll be 1 second. I'm just going to leave and read.
His soul has left his body again. It's unbelievable how often this happens. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, so the reason that they do these split brain experiments this way is because the left side of the visual field is processed in the in one hemisphere. I think it's the left hemisphere. I forget if it crosses over. And then the right side is processed in the right hemisphere. So what they need to do is present one hemisphere with one thing, one stimuli, and the other hemisphere with the other stimuli. So they do that by splitting it out on either side of the visual field. So that's what he's talking about when he's talking about the setup of these experiments. There's a reason it's done this way. And what Eric's going to say is, well, this doesn't happen in normal everyday life. Well, yeah, because normally you don't have this phenomena where one half of where different stimuli are given to different halves of the brain. But that's just to say that this is a way to elucidate the consequences of having the corpus callosum cut. It's not normally evident because of the way the information is processed. So I don't think it's a very good counter argument to say you don't see it in other conditions. It's just because those conditions aren't sufficient to give rise to the phenomenon because of the way the information is processed. But the fact that a phenomenon like this occur under any circumstances, I think, is a sufficient concern for his worldview.
So I don't think he is accurately representing the data that prompts this either. Like, so it says here, I have no idea how far it got, but I'll continue from partway through. So the anatomical separation of the two hemispheres has been held to result in the presence of two conscious entities in the same body, Sperry 1968 and 1984. As far as the wider implications of this claim are concerned, it's not critical whether the right hemisphere cognitive systems in the most widely studied split brain patients are or are not normal, for there is no reason to assume that before their operation such patients differed from normal subjects in how unitary their experience of the world was. What evidence, though, is there that the right hemisphere of a split brain patient like NG, referring to something earlier it was talking about, is conscious, as the right hemisphere of the classical split brain patients produces no language, no evidence can be obtained through report about whether it experiences the world. The standard argument is to list a set of capacities for the right hemisphere and to infer from them that the right hemisphere must be aware. So Sperry 1984 stated, and this is to quote Sperry, the mental performance of this hemisphere after commissurotomy has been found repeatedly to be superior and dominant to that of the speaking hemisphere in a series of non-verbal, largely spatial tests. Examples include the copying of designs, reading faces, fitting forms into molds, discrimination and recall of nondescript tactual and visual forms, spatial transformations and transpositions, judging whole circle size from a small arc, grouping series of different sized and shaped blocks into categories, perceiving whole plane forms from a collection of parts, and intuitive apprehensions of geometrical properties. So now just something to say on that point. Well, I'll go on to say he concluded that After watching repeatedly the superior performance of the right hemisphere in tests like the above, one finds it most difficult to think of this half of the brain as being only an automaton lacking in conscious awareness. Now, that's his quote, but then I'm not saying that there can't be criticisms made of the study or his analysis or interpretation or whatever, but the point is for Eric to say that the criticism is this and then tell us like this one thing about like looking at that isn't even the those aren't even the tests that warrant the claim in the first place. So he's not even like refuting what Sperry's like alleged interpretation of the data is. Like it's like not even, he's just basically hoping no one knows about it or something. Like at least that's what I think.
Yeah, these experiments are difficult to interpret, like a lot of these experiments. I think one of the fundamental things that they seem to show is that when you cut the corpus callosum and then if you present stimuli in a particular way so that the different hemispheres get different stimuli, that the unity of consciousness is broken. And so, there's cases where, for example, that you'll show a glass of water and then the right hemisphere, so the right hemisphere is more sort of spatial, and it controls the left side of the body. And so the left hand might point to or pick up, like say, picks up a glass of water because it was shown an image of a glass of water. And then the left hemisphere, which in most people controls language, and therefore is capable of delivering verbal reports. But this hemisphere did not receive the image of the glass of water. So you ask the person, why did you pick up the glass of water? And they say, oh, I was thirsty. When you can tell experimentally that actually it's because you showed them the glass of water because, you do this a bunch of times. So that's an example of the sort of phenomena that you observe. So people can fabulate reasons for doing things when the reason that they actually did it is not accessible to the linguistically competent hemisphere of their brain. And so these results seem to show that the unity of consciousness is produced by the brain, because when you cut it in two and then present the stimuli only to one half, the unity is lost. So I'm not saying that that's inexplicable, completely inexplicable under substance dualist view, but it's not at all clear why that would happen under a substance dualist view. Couldn't the soul just still interact with both of the halves? Why does it need the corpus callosum to do that job for it? Again, it seems that we're getting closer to just overdetermination of everything. Like the brain has to do everything, and the soul actually just doesn't seem to add anything to it. If the soul is not capable of sort of interacting with both halves of my brain in the same way. So I think it does mitigate against this notion of the interactionist substance dualist view.
But I think it's I suppose my point is, because I think like especially this chapter in the book goes on to say, it's quite a lot more controversial how we interpret those results. To say is that the way that Eric is approaching this data though is if like what he's going to say like just refutes everything that all the experimental data, all the explanations that are offered. It seems like he's not even begun to understand the experimental data that's offered, and like that's a bad way of going about this, because again, if he was wrong, he wouldn't know, because it seems like he's not actually engaged with the data or the explanations. He's just saying like this one thing from an experiment.
How do we refute that?
Yeah.
Part of the brain is associated with those type of motor functioning is not associated with the part of the brain that's recognizing the object. So they need the other hand to write down what the person's seeing. Now, again, first and foremost, this
so of those lists that Sperry was talking about, is that all the experimental data that Sperry was relying on? Did he even mention one that was to do with writing down what was happening? Like those were different things, right?
These kind of things only happen in these unique type of experiments, meaning whenever they're done with the test and the doctor shakes a person's hand or writes them a check, whatever, for doing the test, when they get in their car, buckle up and go home, they don't have these issues. So it's not as...
Okay, so the doctor's writing them a check and that's what causes the issues, or at least he's hinting at that. Well, what if I say, the flock writes you a check, Eric, and that's why you're coming up with these explanations? Like,
I don't think he's actually making a point about money. I think what he's saying is that when you leave and go about your daily life, you don't observe these effects. And that's the reason for that is, as I was saying, because you observe these effects when one hemisphere gets different stimuli to the other hemisphere. And that doesn't normally happen because of the way we process the information.
That's right.
But you can set that up in laboratory conditions when that happens. But I don't think this is a very good response, because we can still ask, well, what's happening in the laboratory circumstances when this does happen? Are there like two souls there? What's going on?
That's true. I'm being overly uncharitable at this point.
Well, I did find it odd that he started talking about writing checks, but it's just a weird way to introduce it.
as if these people are daily waking up thinking, oh my goodness, I have no idea what to do and my life is ruined because I can't even walk 2 steps without, tripping over something that I can't see. Think of it like this. If you're looking straight and you cover
there
one
are
eye,
people like that, by the way, but it's not a split brain thing. That's a different problem.
Something that you're not going to be able to see on this side. And if you do the same with the other eye, same problem. But if you take your hands off your eyes, you can see everything clearly. Something similar is happening when you cut that middle part of the brain that connects the hemispheres. Now, what about the issue you brought up, which I have not seen done in tests? The only time I've heard this brought up is when this guy, I think it's Fodor, who you played a clip of, and I've seen that clip many times. He talks about the test. I've never seen the test done, but let's just give him the benefit of the doubt and say, yeah, this does happen, or these type of things do happen. Because what he also says in a longer version of that talk is that you also find that, people with one hand will grab a cigarette and with the other hand, they'll slap the cigarette out of their hand. What's going on here? That's slightly different than the split brain case. That's called, I think it's alien hand syndrome, which may be related to this, but it's also an entirely different type of phenomenon. Not necessarily related to this, but people often group these two things together. What's mainly associated with these is what I talked about, where you put someone in front of a screen, don't let them move their head and tell them what they see, and there's usually different perceptions. But let's go ahead and say that, in fact, one part of the brain is an atheist, so to speak. One part of the brain is a theist. Again, this wouldn't prove that consciousness is physical, wouldn't prove there's no soul. But how would I explain something like this? Well, it's pretty simple. Whenever I'll simplify it this way. Suppose the right side of my brain, the right hemisphere of my brain, is associated with my doubts. If God exists, then how do I explain X, Y, and Z? And the left side of my brain deals with the analytical, abstract thinking of how I came to conclusions to satisfy answers that alleviate my doubts. Well, if you cut that middle part of the brain that doesn't allow these two hemispheres to communicate, in other words, if you don't give my soul access to one side of the brain, and I can only access one side of the brain at a time or be consciously aware of one side of the brain at a time, then obviously, if all I have is my doubts, I might identify as an atheist. If you don't give me access to the answers that I've already discovered, it would be no different than you having me study for a test and then hitting me over the head really, really hard to where I lose my memory. Does it mean that I am now two different people? No, of course not. It just means that something has happened that has limited or taken away my access to the information I have gained. And on the substance dualist view, the soul uses the brain and body like an instrument. And as
I just want to say, in terms of, again, this story that he's offered us, because that's all it is his story of what might be going on. Is this really what's borne out by the evidence of how the brain works? Like, it could be that that's the case, right, of what's happening, but I just don't think that he's warranted in like positing this explanation. He's just coming up with a story. Like, I could do that. I could just come up with a story of what's going on and offer it to you. But
yeah, well, like a lot of these ad hoc stories, that there's problems with this. So it seems to follow from what he said that knowledge doesn't reside in the soul; it resides in the brain.
Yes.
So that seems to imply that souls can't really exist or do anything separately from the brain, because when you die, your soul loses your knowledge because that resides in the brain, right? If when I cut my corpus callosum, my soul can't access all my knowledge or all the perceptions I have, then when the brain dies, well, there's no knowledge; it's all gone. So presumably the soul doesn't know things. And does that follow from the other mental faculties as well? What about volition? If that's associated with the prefrontal cortex mostly, as well as the other parts of the brain. I didn't get into that, but if those malfunction, does that mean I can't make volitional choices? There are people who have a lot of problem with decision making like this because of particularly prefrontal cortical damage. So is he going to say the same thing? If part of our brain is damaged, then our soul doesn't have access to that? The problem with that is that it seems the soul doesn't then have any of these functions, or I forget the other word he used, abilities that he claimed earlier that it had. So the soul doesn't actually do anything anymore, according to this view, and can't exist separately from the body, which is a more traditional substance dualist view, by the way, but seems inconsistent with his idea about the resurrection that he's argued that we need to sort of be able to bring it back again. Also, there's a further problem that why is it that cutting the corpus callosum would inhibit the non-physical, non-spatial soul from interacting with the entirety of my brain? Why does my soul need
draw together the information?
That just makes no sense at all. It certainly doesn't. You wouldn't predict that from substance dualism that you need that corpus callosum there for it to work. Why is it? It can only interact with one hemisphere at a time. But if the soul is interacting with one hemisphere, then what's going on with the other hemisphere? Can they not? Can I not perceive or have consciousness or make volitional choices with that? But that's actually conflicted with the experimental evidence, where I can make a choice to pick something up with one hemisphere and then verbally report something with the other hemisphere, essentially at the same time. But if volition is supposed to be a functioning of the soul, then how can I make volitional choices with two sides of my brain, only one of which is attached to the soul, according to his argument here, unless I've somehow acquired another soul by cutting the corpus callosum. Now, maybe he can ad hoc his way out of this by postulating a bunch of other
Third
stuff,
soul.
but he's just digging himself deeper because he's just making this up on the fly, and he's just asserting new things that then have these implications that don't seem consistent with everything else that he said. So you see, he's making it so complicated that I think it all just falls in a heap, and it really just doesn't work. It's very unsatisfying to see that this is his response, I think.
So do you think it's worth going on with this explanation, or shall we call it around here?
I think it's time to call it because we've gone a bit longer than I thought, but I mean, it's, there was a lot to say. So maybe I'll share some summary thoughts, and then Nathan, you can do likewise, and we'll finish up. So what we've been talking about over the last 8 hours is the arguments that Eric has presented for the existence of the soul, as well as some of its properties. So just to summarize some of the things that he said. So remember that Eric said that we are souls, we don't have them, that's what we are fundamentally. And some of the reasons that he gave for this included the argument from, or basically a version of the argument from knowledge. So he said that, he made this argument in different ways. One thing he argued was that if the mind was physical, then we should be able to read people's minds by doing brain scans. And I mean, this is clearly not a good argument, because it's an argument about our epistemic limitations, not about what exists in reality. So we might not know something, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. He also argued that certain types of knowledge is first-person irreducible knowledge that you have to only experience, and not it's not something you can acquire sort of from a third-person perspective. So this is like experiencing colors or something like this. This is, I think, a better formulation of the argument, although I think the Mary colorblind neuroscientist is a clear articulation of this basic point. But certainly the way Eric articulated, I don't think is persuasive. Again, because just because we can't describe, the way Eric actually described it was in terms of what we can describe using third-person objective language. But just because we can't describe something using third-person objective language doesn't mean that it can't exist. That's a limit of language, not a claim about what exists in the real world. Plus, there's a problem of, does God know what it's like for you to experience something? And it seems that he should know that if he's omniscient. But if he does know that, then there is a fact of the matter about what it is like. And so there is an objective third-person sort of fact of the matter there. So I think that undercuts his position there. So that was one type of argument he made, kind of a knowledge or / first-person introspective type argument. Another argument that he made is the indivisibility of personhood. He said that personhood is something that can't be divided. It's something that's binary. You're a person or you're not, and he bases that on whether you have a soul. And we discussed a lot of reasons why this is not a persuasive argument. In particular, people like me, naturalists, are unlikely to agree that personhood is binary, and we gave reasons for such as during the development process or through various forms of cognitive decline, or perhaps as well animals, that it seems that there are cases in which personhood can be graded, and that it's not at all obvious that personhood is binary. Also, we discussed the different ways in which you can give an account as to how you can produce how you can understand a binary personhood without needing to appeal to a soul. So all you would have to do is identify some sort of properties, and when those properties are aligned or are set in a particular way, then you have a person, and otherwise they're not. So it could I mean, Eric seems to think that it would have to be something like mass or number of legs or something silly, but obviously it's not those properties. It's going to be something different, something more sophisticated. Perhaps the capability under normal developmental conditions to exercise certain functions would be one example. I mean, and you could develop that account. So either way you take that, whether you agree that personhood is divisible and binary or not, it's not a persuasive argument. Eric, another argument that he gave is the continuity of, actually it's the identity of personhood over time. So I'm the same person I am today than I was 10 years ago, but my body has changed because it's an aggregate of parts, and therefore if we retain identity over time, then we can't be physical aggregates, because physical aggregates don't retain identity over time. He discussed this argument at quite a length. Again, this formulation of the argument is very poor because, first of all, it raises the question as to how we understand identity of any physical object over time. So it seems to follow from Eric's view that no physical objects are identical over time. So that led to my question, how many have his beloved soul cars has Eric had, if there's a new one emerging sort of every nanosecond or something. But also, there's also many other alternative views. So yeah, that's a problem that Eric faces, because he has not actually given a solution to this problem of identity over time that applies in any case other than the case of the person. He says, well, it's an immaterial soul that's the same over time. The issue is, though, that he still needs to give an account to other physical objects, or I should say physical objects, because the soul isn't one, but isn't physical. But the thing is, whatever he's going to say about physical objects, I can just say, or the naturalist or the physicalist can just say that about persons as well. And there are many options here, whether it's to adopt the view that I hold to, which is called perdurantism, which is to say that objects and persons are temporally extended and so have temporal parts, or whether it's to say that there's a minimal set of properties that is the properties that need to be consistent for identity to persist, but then there are many accidental or non-essential properties that can change, or whether it's to say that no, actually there isn't identity of personal identity over time, but instead we have causal continuity, or there's some bundle of properties that we identify through a similarity relationship. So there's all sorts of possibilities there, and Eric didn't really address any of these. And so all of these are, I think, are plausible responses to the identity through time view. And so that's not a persuasive argument for the existence of an immaterial soul. He made an argument from free will, which we didn't get into a whole lot because we talked about that in previous episodes, but basically you can still believe in free will even without an immaterial soul. If you're a compatibilist, then I think that we gave some sketches of reasons why that's more plausible perception, I think, of free will. He also appealed to a teleportation argument about what would happen if you could somehow duplicate your body, and difficulties in answering questions about continuity of identity. I think, as we argued, that, again, that's not a persuasive reason for a number of reasons, one of them being that Eric faces the exact same problem with respect to duplication of souls, because, well, what if God duplicated your soul? How would that work? Which would be you? Or alternatively, if your body was duplicated, would that also necessarily duplicate your soul or not? Or which copy would have your soul and which wouldn't? So there's further questions that Eric has to that Eric would have to answer here that he doesn't. So that, I also think, is not a persuasive argument. So I think that those were the main arguments that he gave there. And all of them, as we argued, have major problems. And throughout all, we also addressed various issues that Eric had making coherent his notion of a soul. We talked about animal souls and how you have different types of souls. What is it that differentiates one soul from another? How souls somehow give rise to new souls, which didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense on his view. How a single soul has all of these different causal powers with respect to the 5 different functionings of a mind that he talked about, like volition and memory and belief and all that stuff, and why souls have the particular causal powers that they do and not others, and all these questions that just don't seem to be addressed, and that just seem to be brute facts that don't have any further explanation. Finally, we came to this last video where Eric sort of failed to address a number of objections to substance dualism. The first being the interaction problem, which is the idea of how does the immaterial soul interact with the material body. And he really didn't have anything to say to this other than he doesn't have to give an account because that doesn't undermine the view that doesn't undermine his arguments for believing that the immaterial soul exists. Of course, it could if it's a sufficient counter argument, so it's not really a good response. But also, we strengthen the argument by talking about the notion of, for example, the causal closure of the physical world, which is a very well evidenced principle, and if true, it basically rules out an interactionist immaterial soul. We also talked about the idea that it should in principle be detectable because of violation of conservation laws if there's this immaterial substance that's causing all these things in the brain. And we talked about just how is it that the immaterial soul has these particular causal powers, and how does it cause neurons to fire in particular patterns, and there's really no account of how this works or why it has those particular properties. So these are major problems, I think, for any substance dualist view. And then the sort of second broad set of views that we looked at is, I think, related to the problem of many minds, which is how is it that one soul comes to be associated with one body and only one body? And what are the causal sort of prerequisites or structure that occurs to ensure that happens? This different ways of looking at this would be the split brain experiments, and also the phantom limb syndrome, which we mentioned briefly, and the conjoined twins would all be sort of illustrations of this. again, Eric basically said, well, he doesn't have to explain this. So the same excuse as the first objection. And then he basically just introduced a whole bunch of ad hoc postulates about, well, maybe there's two souls somehow, or maybe the soul loses ability to interact with both hemispheres of your brain. But we explained how this results in huge additional problems for him, like how extra souls come into being, or how is it that an immaterial soul can lose connection to half of your brain just because of the corpus callosum being cut, and how exactly it is that then a soul can exist without a body if it seems that all of your memories and everything else resides in the brain. That relates to another point which you raised, which is causal overdetermination, which seems to be a major problem as to how something can be entirely determined by the physical substrate of the brain, but then also somehow also determined by the non-material soul. So all of these, in conclusion, I think the arguments that Eric's presented have not been persuasive, certainly not for someone who doesn't already agree with him. And mostly it's been question begging and just raising premises that are not neutral and so won't be persuasive to people like me. And there are major objections to his view of substance dualism that he just did not really address in any substantive or persuasive way. And so for this combination of reasons, I'm sort of firmly staying in my position as a reductive naturalist. I think it's much more explanatory view. It doesn't require all the absurdities and entail all the same problems that Eric's view did. Plus, I get the bonus that it's much simpler. I don't have to introduce all of this complex ontology and causal properties and different types of souls and souls producing new souls and all of this cluttered ontology that I talked about. And I can just excise that completely and have a much simpler ontology as a reductive naturalist. So overall, yes, contrary to chat, I will eventually finish. I don't find Eric's arguments for the soul to be persuasive, and so that's why I'm going to stay what I am for the moment, a reductive naturalist. And if Eric would like to articulate these at more greater length or respond to what we've said, I'd be very interested to hear. But as it is, I don't find what he said persuasive at all.
Awesome. I don't think I actually really have anything to say that'll add anything to that. I mean, I suppose maybe, and you touched on this, one thing might just be to notice, I don't know, I don't think you struggle from it as much as me, but the sort of trying to be charitable and stuff. And I think I've tried a good bit to sort of, articulate what Eric's been saying or Braxton's been saying before responding. And I just don't think we I don't think we see that in the same way coming from these apologists. Like it doesn't seem like they are making a genuine attempt to understand or engage with the opposite worldview. And this is sort of my objection to apologetics. And this could completely just be my confirmation bias, but all I'm seeing is basically like investment in a position, coming up with more and more reasons to like hold on to that position, which who knows why it was accepted in the first place. I mean, maybe there were good rational reasons at that point in time, but not accepting any like defeaters. It just seems completely unfalsifiable. It seems like nothing, if he had a false belief, nothing could convince him out of it. And I just don't think that this is a good way of like approaching questions like this for any of us, because we're all fallible, right? We don't just, we don't just have some like infallible knowledge, like a propositional statement, like dualism is true, and then God says, go and figure out the explanation yourself or something. Like, whereas that seems to be the way that some of these apologists are sort of behaving on this topic. But yeah, I think in terms of the actual content of why we object to Eric's arguments, James sort of touched on every single point that we covered in this video. So if you've got through the whole over 8 hours now, well done. If you enjoyed it, like the video. If you've got some thoughts, share them in the comments. Also go and subscribe to James's channel, James Fodor, his name. You can maybe see it in the chat. I'll link it as well in the description. And once he's over 1,000 subscribers, which he's so close to now, I can tag him as a name in the title as well. So,
oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah. So I can do like @James Fodor, and then it becomes a clicky link. So
very fancy. Yeah, cool. Well, I'll get subscribing then, and I need to get over that threshold. Yeah, just a couple of last points. So thanks, Nathan. I think this is a good discussion. Hopefully people found it informative. Encourage people to go and think more about these issues that we've raised for themselves. I wanted to emphasize that there are many more views than just substance dualism and reductive physicalism. There's property dualism, which is one. There's panpsychism. There's a whole host of other things. And I like the the idea that people will explore this and think about things for their own, and not just see this as a way to hit people over the head with arguments. So yeah, thanks everyone for listening. Hopefully you found this interesting, and yeah, check back in a couple of weeks when we do another one of these.
Awesome. Right, I'll end the stream there.